Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Good morning and welcome to a brand new day here at Sewing Street, and I am so pleased to be spending the morning with you. My name's Hayley West, if you've not been introduced as yet, and I'm going to be your presenter, taking you right the way through until 1 o'clock this afternoon. We've got a lovely morning ahead of us, lots of colourful fabrics to share with you, beautiful quilts. I mean, look at how gorgeous is this quilt behind me. But if you are a seasoned viewer of Sewing Street, you know that we start every single day at 8 a.m. with an early bird, and we have got a brilliant deal for you. Something that is incredibly eye-catching and got a real funky feel to it. And I love this. Now this, let me just introduce it to you. Kaffe Fassett, straight away you can recognise Kaffe's work, can't you? And you can see that this is an extra wide backing fabric. So I've got 1/2 metre here, which I am sharing with you, because obviously it's one of those kind of cuts that you choose how big you want to go with this. Minimum amount is your 1/2 metre, which is what you've got on the screen. You won't be paying that price though, so bear that in mind. But what you actually go for are increments increasing. So figure out how long you need your piece to go and work on 1/2 metre being 1. So if you're needing 2 metres, you'd put 4 into your basket and so on. Now, brilliant fabric, because case fabrics always are. This one is called your onion rings and it is your black version. But isn't it brilliant? Absolutely gorgeous, love a funky feel, and it's something that's going to be looking absolutely amazing on the back of your quilt. But to be honest, I'd be tempted to put that on the front in different kind of sections with regards to this. So absolutely brilliant. You've got these large circles. You can see when I pop my hands there, they are a really good size, but then you've got those kind of smaller, almost like scribbles in there. Very, very effective. Maybe using it just as it is. If you fancy getting creative though, maybe adding some decorative work to these, maybe get your fabric paints on them if you fancy adding a little bit of extra to them. But to be honest, case fabric is just beautiful, left untouched but used. So that is the key thing with this one. Take advantage of the deal. Now, I say a deal because it is an early bird, and that's true. A screen price is not an early bird price. We want a better deal than that. Now, Hannah is our producer for the morning. We've got Bruce in the gallery and lovely Levi in the studio. But look at that price there, $11.99. Now, this is very much a Kaffe Fassett hour. In fact, we'll be going back to Kaffe a little bit throughout the morning as well, because very exciting, we've got his brand new book. Brand new book, and this is one of the only places you can get hold of it, so I will give you the details. Now, it's not on pre-order, because you may have seen it out there where people are kind of allowing you to pre-order it, and you'll get yours around the 22nd of August. That's the official launch date, but not here. And something else that we have got that you won't get anywhere else is Kaffe's signature within your book as well. So definitely worth going for it. So absolutely brilliant book, which we'll be telling you about in a few moments. But let me finish those details of the early bird. If you fancy taking advantage of this, for your 1/2 metre piece, you are now paying $11.99. Quarter of the stock with regards to this one. It is extra wide. My arms do not go extra wide, so I might need a little bit of help with this one. So, Hannah, do you fancy coming into the studio?
I mean, I'm not making my bed.
Bless her. It's kind of stripes and circles that we've got here.
I've got my top the right way around now.
I love it. She's getting 2 days wear out of a top.
Literally, I had it inside out this morning. I was like, oh, I can see the label.
So here we go. Now, this is a bit of a tricky one, because I'm over here, And Hannah is over there.
Lounge place, holiday place.
That'd be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Yeah. So don't just necessarily think of it as being a quilt backing. As Hannah quite rightly said there, it's a really good width with regards to actually dressmaking as well. So do consider that. Beautiful lightweight cotton, so perfect for you to kind of get all the different temperatures if you want to feel a bit cooler. Less sticky. It's very sticky at the moment, isn't it, Hannah?
My gosh.
Yes, we don't like that.
No,
but I just love the idea of, make it, like you say, palazzo pants. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you.
Machine quilting.
Just get you, eh?
So look at me,
Get
using all the words.
I love it. Thank you, Hannah. So that's Hannah. Hannah's producing this art. Well, she's presenting as well alongside Vicky. So. But this is beautiful fabric. So let me just let you have another look at that on the overhead camera so as you can see all those fabulous ones. I will warn you, though, it's been a very popular one, so much so that I think, did you say half the stock had gone of that, Hannah? Yeah? When everybody's checked their baskets out, half the stock has gone. So that is your half metre, which is still a good size if you're wanting to do something like a bag or a bag lining. You could use that quite easily. But don't forget that length. It's longer than the desk that we've got here because you're looking at nearly 3 metres in length, 2 3/4 metres, which is a lot as a backing fabric, isn't it, with that width there as well. Oh, something I forgot to tell you as well. I'm just going to kind of pleat this up to give you an idea of what it might look like as a garment as well. We have got something that's amazing, because you probably know Festival of Quilts is going on at the moment, but we know that not everybody can get there. We'll be sharing you some lovely photos. Hannah was there yesterday taking some pictures, and Emma's been taking pictures as well. So I'm going to show you ideas and inspiration. But something that you cannot get if you go to Festival Quilts is this badge here. And this is if you are placing your orders from the 26th of July, so only while stocks last. I'm guessing that what will happen is when we kind of get to the end of festival, they may kind of stop including them. I don't really know. I'm just saying that. But it would make sense that during the period of Festival of Quilts, so yeah, this week, if you take advantage of an order, then you are going to get that pin badge on its way to you. Don't forget, if you don't collect the pin badges, and it's not something that's of great interest to you, then there are groups on, or there's one major group on social media where they do swapsies. So by all means do donate. Lovely group of people as well. It's free. Free included within your order. So there you go, if you like the idea of that one. So there you go, if you like the idea of draping it, shall I just show you that? So there you go. Maybe if you're thinking of a skirt, nice black fabric maybe for the waistband, or maybe a band at the bottom, or just utilise 1/2 metre so you could have that as a section within a skirt, maybe make pockets or something, but just to give you a little idea of how it might drape if you decided to make a garment. So there you go. Now, while you are checking your baskets out, I'm going to show you a couple of the slides, that, or the photos, should I say, that Hannah took. Getting very excited for that book, incidentally, as well. And this is, I love this, because Hannah just said they're just random quotes. This is our Hannah, she's random. She is completely random, spontaneous, if you will. So she was wandering around. She went and had a little wander around, and these are ones that spoke to her, if you will. Some brilliant kind of classes and competition quilts there, but these are the ones that caught, or some of the ones that caught our Hannah's eye. And I love this. It's an inspirational place. If you can ever get there, then please do. So this one you can see is one of the winners in the Excellence in Machine Quilting Overlay Award. I don't even know what that means, but there you go. That is a beautiful quilt, isn't it? Bright and colourful. I love that kind of almost like a viney one that we've got there. They almost look like little blackberries in there, and there's a blackbird sitting in its nest there as well. So beautiful. And it's absolutely gorgeous. So if you can't manage to get there, stay tuned. We'll share some pictures with you. But also on social media, there's loads out there, so do check them out. So fabulous. I'm heading there this afternoon. Right, so what have we got next? Oh, yeah, I better tell you what else is coming up, haven't I? So this is how our day is panning out. We're spending this hour launching Kaffe's book, and you are already placing your orders for this. It's that time of year when we see brand new books from Kaffe, and we are fortunate in our relationship alongside Kaffe that we're able to show you these, and they are in our warehouse ready to go. You don't have to wait until the 22nd to get yours, and yours won't have Kaffe's signature in unless you are shopping with, from us here and getting hold of that. But before we get into all of that, let me tell you what else is coming up. Well, lovely Emma is joining me in a little less than an hour. she's been working with a beautiful quilt kit called Fields and Fences, which you are going to love. You probably find it behind me. So if you like the idea of getting hold of the kit to make this, then you can do. We've got that available in that. And it's a brilliant kit. It's kind of like the repetitive nature of blocks. You kind of do a mirror version of one of the blocks. And when you put them together, here you go. You've got the most incredible quilt. And all of the fabric that you need to create your quilt top is included within the kit. So by all means, jump ahead and have a little look at that one, but we will be focusing on that one in around an hour's time. Then after that, we've got fabulous fabrics, and we've got them in abundance. We've got some gorgeous fabrics to share with you. So do make sure that you tune in for that one. Brilliant deals on those as well. And we have got, oh my goodness, some amazing quilts to share with you, including one, well, there's a William Morris one coming up a little bit later on. So we've got, now we've got a quilt that's on the screen at the moment. I don't know. Oh no, so I wasn't sure if I needed to share it with people, but no, this is the one I need to share with you. So this one is a William Morris version. Got two different colourways. This is the blue colourway. Lovely Emma has been working with the kind of green and lemon yellow, which is beautiful, that version. So we'll share that one with you. You're going to love that one. And here you go. You can see where the work is in progress. And it is incredibly clever the way this is put together. If you like your flying geese blocks, then this is going to be perfect for you because it's a very simplistic style. And in Emma's own words, once you've got the pattern, you've got a brilliant pattern that would look so different in other fabrics, and that's included within that kit too. So that's at 11 o'clock. And then Mionio, all by myself at 12 o'clock, but I'm going to be in very good company of Quilting Tools. We've got some back in stock tools, things that are essential for you to get those polished finishes to your quilts. We've got the 505 glue stick as well. So if you've been waiting for that to come back into stock, then you will be able to pick that hopefully at 12 o'clock, as long as it doesn't sell out before we get to it. But that's pretty much how our morning is panning out. So not a bad place to be, I would say, here at Sewing Street this morning. So if you fancy getting involved, and I would love to know that you are out there, because I know not everybody is heading towards the NEC this weekend, so how do you get in touch? Well, you know, but just in case you don't know, then this is how you can get in touch. You can message us at the studio, so if you fancy sending an email in, then you can do. That's our email address, and our lovely Hannah will be looking out for your emails, maybe your photos if you're wanting to share photos as well. So that's how you get in touch that way. If you're into your social media, then you'll find us on Facebook. Just look for us, Sewing Street TV, and up we will pop. And you can continue to watch us on the live feed, as they call it, on Facebook. And you can message in as well. I don't have a tablet to hand, so if you have messaged in and I've not responded, I'm not being rude. It's just I didn't know that you have because I haven't got the tablet to see. But we will keep you posted with regards to that. So that's how you fancy it. You can get in touch. You can even get in touch just via the website. If you're watching on the website, then you can just message us, and on the website you can see there www.sewingstreet.com, or you can pick up the good old phone and speak to a human being, which we often like to do, don't we? So the telephone number is there for our call centre, and they can send messages through to the studio if there's anything that you need to know. But there you go, that's our website. So if you fancy getting involved, then you can do. Send us a message, and then that will pop up on the screen, and I will share it with the nation, or international, because there's lots of us like that. Now, I better get back to the book because it is flying out. It's beautiful. As is always the case with a Kaffe book, you have got loads and loads of beautiful imagery. I'm going to bring the details up on the screen, and I will warn you, you cannot get this anywhere else at the moment. If you're at Festival of Quilts, you can get hold of it, I believe, but I don't. Is it on the Sewing Street? Is it on the Sewing Street stand? Oh, I see. Right. But Kaffe is there at Festival. I don't know. I don't think you'll get a signed version, but it's absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Look at these. Gorgeous. Now, 22nd of August is the official launch date. Now, as I'm working my way through these quilts, obviously you've got the ideas and the inspiration, but later on, because it's going to take me a while to get there, you're going to actually get the patterns in there as well. And these are ready to go. They are sitting in our warehouse, waiting for new homes, brand new and ready to go. I was just having a look because I can't remember how many different quilts you've got in there, but you've got a lot featuring within here. I'll work my way through it. You've got some that look quite contemporary in their style, but then you've got all the different fabulous kind of layouts of different colours, and it's all themed around the farm. I love this. Love the fact that, I wonder which came first, whether it was a blue tractor and the quilt came as around that one. Oh, that's a happy tractor driver, isn't it? I love it? Is that Brandon? Oh, look, he's having all the fun in the world there, isn't he? Bless him. And then here you go. You can see. And I love that kind of mixture of nature alongside the quilts. They've got 20 brand new designs featuring in here, using lots of the fabrics that we see here at Sewing Street, some of which you may already have in your stash. And you can see here loads and loads of ideas and inspiration as you work your way through. But then as you work your way through, you will come to a section, in fact, we're nearly there, so I'll carry on showing you the lovely photos. So, inspiration, as you can see, from the English farm. So, beautiful quilts throughout. Design, I like that. That is gorgeous. And there he is himself, bless him. Bless him. Beautiful quilts featuring here. And you can see how those gorgeous feature backing fabrics look so brilliant on the reverse. Now, this is where we start looking at the quilt patterns. So what you've actually got in here are obviously imagery of the finished quilt, which you will find obviously in the pages, the kind of lifestyle photos, I think they call it in the trade. But then you've got all the different fabrics. So you've kind of got like a shopping list if you want to make it identical to the actual quilt that you're seeing in here. But equally so, it will give you the quantities. So if you're going to substitute fabrics, you can very quickly and easily find the lengths that you need with regards to these. So maybe using some of your stash if you wanted to. Clear instructions, as you will know if you've already bought kits from Kaffe Fabrics previously, but every single one of them, they're detailed beautifully, making it very, very easy. Now, don't forget, you are buying this on pre-order. So, sorry, you're not buying it on pre-order. It's ready to go. You're not pre-ordering. I'm sorry. I was a bit distracted. Hannah was giving me the information. I was like, oh, that's nice. So these are ready to go in the warehouse. They will be dispatched the early part of next week after the weekend. I don't know if they dispatch over the weekend. I don't think they do. So Monday morning, all good to go. And you will be one of the first people in the country to get your hands on this and maybe get creating, whether it's simplistic styles where you're using just your strips or whether you're creating traditional blocks with a different look, but absolutely beautiful throughout. 20 different patterns in here as well. And if you think about patterns, I mean, let's have a chat. Say if you were to buy a quilt pattern from us here at Sewing Street, we're very competitive with the prices of individual patterns that we bring to you, but we couldn't manage to bring you 20 of any designer's patterns for $29.99, let alone the inspiration, let alone the signature, and let alone you getting it ahead of its launch date. So that price of $29.99 is phenomenal. See, I love that as well. Beautiful. Brilliant ideas, wonderful kits, should I say quilts that you've got in here. Again, I've got a bit distracted there looking at this particular fabric here. Paisley flower, beautiful. Nice idea where you can frame fabrics with different fabrics as well, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? Yeah, brilliant book as well. So there you go, got to the back there. I don't think there's any more in there. A little bit of a glossary in there maybe with regards to that. Oh yes, templates, I should have mentioned those as well. So these are the templates that you're going to need with regards to the quilts. So if you haven't got all of your rulers and your different kind of rules for the templates, then you can do them using those that you've got in the back of your book as well. So there you go. Isn't that beautiful? Quilts on an English Farm, the latest book from Kaffe Fassett, due to be released on the 22nd of August, unless you are shopping from us here at Sewing Street, with Kaffe's signature in there as well. So definitely worth getting hold of that. And they are in the warehouse, ready to go. And lots of you are taking advantage of that. I know many people have been looking forward to them. I know lots of you do collect Kaffe's books. So this one, I don't know which number in his books. Is it about number 26? It is 26, yeah. So this is a series. He's done many more than that. But this is kind of like the series, so I love it. So beautiful quilts. So if I just kind of show you the different quilts that you've got within here. Obviously at the back section you've got your instructions, but then as you work through you've got your absolutely beautiful photos of inspiration, showing them in all their glory. Obviously loads of little pictures and snippets of information and stories, how the quilts came to be. And I love this. So with this particular one here, Country Snowballs. Since I have a particular fondness for wood stacks, I designed this quilt to echo the round log ends. Once on location, we were delighted to find that the visual bonus of these round fungi on the old log in the foreground. And look at that. See, there you go. This is where Kaffe gets his inspiration, because you can almost imagine him transferring that style into a fabric. And yeah, love it. Absolutely beautiful. Inspired by nature and the English country farm there. Beautiful, gorgeous images throughout as well. And it's lovely, you've got all the information in there. You've got the photos in there as well. But it's kind of dipping into that country lifestyle. See, that I can understand why Kaffe got inspiration from these. Very visual, very, I love that, kind of that, almost like a rusty wheel that you might not even notice, but perfect place to showcase that fabulous quilt there as well. So beautiful quilts throughout, utilising lots of the collective fabrics. But look at that, loads of wonderful beanstalks quilt. I love the names of these as well. Loads of beautiful photos in there. It's that lovely photo there as well. And don't forget to check out this lovely character. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. Now, this is flying out. Absolutely flying out. A quarter of the stock has gone of this one. Now, we know from last year and previous years when Kaffe's books have been released from us here at Sewing Street, we knew that it's going to be a busy one. We've ordered a lot of these, but even so, a quarter of the stock has gone. So if we'd ordered kind of the regular stock of these, it could be potentially going to the situation that you can't get hold of it. But with this, we've got reasonable stock at the moment. Don't forget, ours is a little different. If you're pre-ordering and you're going to be waiting until the 22nd of August before yours is sent to you. Anywhere else, if you go now ordering it elsewhere, you can buy it directly at Festival because Kaffe is there, but not everybody is able to get to Festival, so we wanted you to be able to take advantage of that as well, and that's why we've got them with Kaffe's signature in, available for you here at Sewing Street for just £29.99. So do continue to check your baskets out. That's gorgeous fabric there, isn't it? Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Keep checking out your baskets, folks. Who've got messaging in? Lovely Andrew. Good morning, Andrew. It's good to have your company. Excuse me looking over there because I can't read it on that screen there. Well, I might with my specs, but we'll leave that for now. So, hi, Hayley. Gorgeous show and gorgeous quilts, aren't they just? Please, could you give a birthday shout out? Definitely. Whose birthday is it? Ishmael, and I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Your lovely husband. Very, very much. Congratulations. Happy birthday. Have a lovely day, Ishmael. And yeah, it's good to have your company this morning as well. So there you go. Happy birthday for us here at Sewing Street. So there you go. I'm going to leave the details of the book on your screen if you'd like to get hold of that one. So does the book include the patterns for the quilts featured? It does indeed, Pauline. So you've got your inspiration at the front. You can kind of see a distinct kind of separation with the there. So you can kind of see there's almost like a division there. So you've got all your inspiration and lifestyle photos at the front, but then you get into the section where you've got all 20 of those quilts in there. So if you've ordered a quilt kit in the past, well, many of the ones that we bring to you, but specifically a Kaffe one, you will have similar sort of idea that you usually have on like a loose piece of paper, because you're going to be getting the equivalent to 20 of those really with these. Big quilts as well, some of these as well. I mean, this one here is over 2 metres square, but you could make a smaller one if you wanted to, once you've got the blocks. But yes, in answer to your question, yes, indeed, 20 quilt patterns in there, and also the templates at the back, should you require them for the specific ones. And also you've got loads of hints and tips there and know-how. So yeah, it's going to kind of translate all of that, kind of jargon in there if you are new to quilting. But there you go. $29.99. Just to recap, here, ready to go. You can get it from the NEC, but if you're not at the NEC and you wanting to get hold of it, you will again get a signed copy. Due to be released on the 22nd, but not here. Not here. Oh, Clive's a keeper, isn't he, Caroline? Look at that. He's bought this for Caroline. That's lovely. Oh, thank you for that as well. We're able to get to Festival of Quilts? No, this is it. It's transport. It's the cost as well. We've got to bear that in mind. I'm kind of looking at costs and thinking what I could actually get for that, because I think the parking's £18. Well, you're well on your way to paying for your book with that, aren't you? So we've got loads of treats, so you're not going to miss out on anything. But there you go. Get hold of your book while you've got the opportunity. So there you go. CZG106. I will come back to this during the course of the hour, just so those people, if they're dipping in and dipping out. What am I looking for next? Sorry, Hannah. The scissors. Scissors, they're over here. Now, these are beautiful. These are scissors that you know are yours. You know when you go to a class or a workshop and there's like loads of different pairs of scissors out there. These are yours because these are designer scissors from Kaffe Fassett again. Beautiful, beautiful design. You've kind of got like this ditzy design on here with the little flowers in there. Lovely feel to them as well. I've got reasonable size hands and I can quite easily fit my 3 chunky fingers in there and my big chunky thumb. Now, $44.99. Beautiful. They've actually got the kind of element on there as well, and they've also got my mucky fingers on there as well. Let me just hold that for you. So in fact I'll put it down and then I don't know whether Bruce, there we go, if I hold it like that we haven't got the glare. $34.99, saving a tenner on these. 20.3 centimetres, which equates to 8 inches if you like things in old money, and they've got a lovely, lovely feel to them, lovely weight. Again, beautiful scissors with that lovely, oh that sounds good. Love it. Now, I'm just having a look to see if I've got anything that I can cut into. I haven't got any fabric to hand. Hold on. Oh no, I've only got rummaging in the bins again. We'll see if we can find some fabric. I'm not going to cut anything up on the show because it's all gorgeous fabric, but we might have a little scrap bag that we can do that kind of cut with. Beautiful. They're nice weight as well, because if you're doing a lot of cutting out, you don't necessarily want them to be too heavy, because the thing is that it can put kind of tension in your wrist cutting, can't it? But lovely right-handed scissors. I'm guessing these are, aren't they? Yes, yeah. And I don't know whether this actually comes undone or not. It does, yes. It's got a little kind of nut on there. So if you do need to go off and get them sharpened, which you can do, then they are going to be your favourites. And everybody will know not to use these, dare I say, with the paper, because, yep, you'll be able to find them, won't you? There's that gorgeous print on there as well. So I've got a bit of fabric here, so let's do a little bit of a cut here. So let's do a long cut to start with. So with these, oh, look at that. Like a hot knife through butter, indeed. But what you've also got as well, now this is going to sound a bit daft when you say this, but you have got them sharp right the way through to the tip. And I have bought many a pair of scissors that aren't. You'll kind of get the last little kind of 1/4 inch or so. Now I'm going to literally take just the tip of those and just literally, so imagine you're dressmaking, you've got little tiny notches in your pattern, then you can very easily get right. You don't have to swap over to a smaller pair of scissors. You can literally take those little triangles out. So whether it's a long cut you're doing utilising the 8 inches that you've got on the blade, or just doing little tiny notches, then you can do those with 1 pair of scissors. Look at that. Those are a good pair of scissors. Yeah, you've got the kind of the reassurance that you're buying quality. Nice weight to them, not over heavy, but you need them to be substantial. And they feel like they're doing the job there. A lovely print as well on there, so matching your Kaffe Fassett fabrics. But as I say, that you're going to be able to cut very, very finely with those very, very easily, as you can see there, without any issue at all. So there you go. I'm almost making this a tassel in the making, I think. There we go. So you've got the beautiful print on there, signifying that they are Kaffe Fassett scissors, but they won't be his if you're buying them, they'll be yours. YGBW61, aren't they brilliant? They come lovely in a package if you are wanting to give them as a gift. We'll just mention we have got other things as well, so if you like the idea, if you're wanting to kind of pair them up with other things, then you can do. So have a little look on the website and you will find those. So I'm going to say goodbye to those just for the time being, but you can still shop for those if you're needing to as well. So there we go. Shall I show those? I think I've kind of teased you with them. I might as well give you the details as well. So these are beautiful. Now you've got a lovely little tin with this one. Again, inspirational from Kaffe's Designs. You've got a little tin. Does it slide? Yes, it does slide. I'm not too sure. Trying to take the lid off. So that will just slide on like so. Alongside it, what you're actually going to get, oh, I haven't put it on the runners there, there we go. So alongside that, you're going to get your needles. Now these are, there's 12 in here. You've got sizes 8, 9 and 10. They are gold, they've got a golden eye. Golden eyes, so there you go, nice and easy when it comes to threading those up as well. And perfect for your hand embroidery or just your finishing. But it's a place where you can go to for knowing where your needles are when you need them. Lovely little set. Now, we don't have huge quantities of these and the price has dropped down to less than a tenner. So understandably, it's a very, very popular item, but we don't have huge quantities of these. So yeah, if you do like the idea of getting hold of those, then yeah, please do so as soon as you possibly can. Nice little stocking filler, that one as well, isn't it, if you plan ahead. Or what I sometimes have is I have like little sewing gifts in my crafty bottom drawer for my sewing friends when it's their birthdays and things like that. And then you might want to add a little bit of fabric alongside it, and yeah, different ways of working with those. So very, very pretty little tin. Perfect if you've gone for the scissors as well, because you've kind of got that feeling of that design amongst the two. So there you go, leaving those details with you as well. Where are we going next, Hannah? Oh, going thread. Now, here you go. This is a kind of a collaboration. Now, these, limited. We don't have huge quantities of these to start with. And you've got 10 spools of thread in here. So, inspired by Kaffe's fabrics, it's a kind of joining together. And the packaging is joined together as well. Hold on. There. Now, this is a collaboration between Kaffe as well as Aurifil. Aurifil, we love Aurifil threads here at Sewing Street. So this, I don't know whether I was meant to do that, but it's too late. I've done it. So are we ready for these? These are Kaffe through and through. Look at these colours. Oh, beautiful. Now, have a look at the price. Hannah is going to treat us to a fabulous price. Now, I'm not sure whether we're meant to be bringing them this low to you, but we've done it now. So there you go, £29.99. The last of the stock that we've got with these. So if you do like the idea of getting hold of these, you've got 200 metres on each spool, 100% cotton naturally, and they're 50 weight, so really good weight with regards to these, so perfect for your sewing machines. You can stitch with these beautifully. They're just an absolute gorgeous range of colours, and it does make the difference. I'll just bring in one of Kaffe's fabrics there. If you've got the right kind of threads to work, then it really does make the difference. And you can see they're beautiful Aurifil threads. If you like the idea of getting hold of all 10 of those, then just £29.99, which is a phenomenal price. Nice as well, because you've got the little box there, which you can keep as storage, pop them in there, and then you know that you've got all of those colours perfect to use alongside your fabrics, using the same kind of colour matches, should we say, that Kaffe will have used with regards to fabrics and the collective as well. Now, we've only got a handful left, to be precise, 5 of them, and that is it. Once it's gone, it's gone. So this is going to be your last chance to get hold of those. So we will see other packs, but not necessarily that colourway that you can see on your screen. So there you go. If you like the idea of those, pop those into your basket. Oh, Linda in lovely Devon. Oh, I spent a bit of time in Devon this last couple of weeks. Beautiful place to go. Good morning, Hayley. Good morning to you as well, Linda. Watching on my phone as the TV started. Oh, no. Oh, no. Your hair's looking lovely. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. And your dress is gorgeous. Thank you. I fancied kind of doing a bit of a bright blue. Didn't know about the quilt here, but it kind of works, doesn't it? So, yeah, thank you, Linda. And thank you for your compliments. I will take those gratefully. Thank you very much. So, I will warn you now, we've only got 3 opportunities left now to get hold of those threads. So these are the threads where you've got 10 there. Collaboration between Kaffe and, or Kaffe Fassett Collective, it might be, and Free Spirit and Aurifil, all coming together to give us a beautiful collection of 50 weight threads, 100% cotton, and 3 chances to get hold of them. Before that's it, they're gone. Gone, gone, gone. So there we go. Now, design roll. Oh, we have got, now they're a little bit further over, so my arms won't stretch, but have a look at that and I'll go and get them. So with regards to these, we have got some beautiful Free Spirit strip rolls. We've got, I think it's 4 different bundles to share with you. So I've brought them over as they are. So we've got these. So, oh gosh, Meadow, Spring and Vintage. So this is the only one that's got 3 in. So I'm guessing it's going to be that one. So that one's vineyard or vineyard, meadow, and does that say spring on there? Bright something. Is it bright spring? Oh, I don't know. Rainbow. Somebody's put stickers right the way over the labels. Does that look right, Hannah? Is that looking like what you've got on your screen, on your picture? Meadow. So I've got on this one I03, that is meadow. Well, I definitely know that's meadow. That's vineyard. It's this one that is the mystery one. This one is I27. I27. I can't see it on there. I'm not going bonkers, am I? No. Is that the one? That's spring. Right. Okay. So we're on the right one then. Perfect. So it's these three. And these are coming to you for £145.97. Now you've got 40 strips in each one of these. Got a split pay as well, so that gives you the opportunity for you to get hold of these. But we're taking these down that low. But I love those pinks there. So £119.97. So there should be £145.97. That's a big saving. Brings your split pay down to £59.98. So you're saving £26 in total. So I'm going to open it. Now, these are a top tip from me. I will open them the traditional way as well. If you like the look of your strip roll, and you know once you've actually taken the band off, it's tricky to get it to look as beautiful. Take your strips from the middle. So either push them out like so you can get hold of them. And then that way, if you just wanted to take a couple of the strips out, you can get hold of them. These are pinked, incidentally. And you can actually take them out, and it doesn't, unless you take the one that's on the outside, which I've pretty much done there, it doesn't interrupt the rest of your strip roll. So there you go. But of course, I'm going to open it up anyway because I need to show you all of them. But these are beautiful fabrics. You're going to get all three of these as well. So this particular one is called Meadow. So lots of green inspiration with this one. And usually when you're shopping for these, you're going to be paying in the region of £50 for each one. So here you're making a £20 saving, and you're getting a different, 3 different design. You're going to get multiples in some of these. You've got 40 strips in each one of those. So all coming from a similar collection, or should I say the same collection, but taking beautiful. Tends to use a palette that transverses into lots of different collections as well. So you might look at some of these and think, oh, I've actually got something that's got a similar sort of colourway. Then, yep, you'll probably find that they will transfer over. And the beautiful thing is, it's rather than actually having to buy full half meters in these, obviously you have got a larger cut, but you're getting a lot of fabrics for one of the most economical ways of getting hold of those fabrics. So that one is your Meadow. As you can see, they're absolutely beautiful. Some nice geometric stars in there as well, if you like the look of those. Let's move that one just to the side because you're going to get that one. You're also going to get the pink and the beautiful kind of pinky purples. So again, let's do a similar sort of idea with the pinks. Get those ready because lovely leaf. I'll be putting those back together. I always feel guilty when I do this, but at the same time, I just enjoy it. So let's lay those out and do a similar sort of idea. So this one with your pinks, again, 40 strips that you've got in here, different styles. And of course, you can get them all together, and it's almost like a little pantry, isn't it, of fabrics. Oh, look at that, proper fiesta style. Now, they should be, and they indeed were where we started the show, £145 and 97p, so practically £146. But we've dropped that price down to £119 and 97 pence. Still kept the split pay, so those split pays, rather than you paying around, I think it was £70, wasn't it, something like that? It's actually now just £59 and 98 pence, so brilliant. 2 strips often in the different styles that you've got there, and 40 different strips in total. So again, that's going to be included. And I've still got one more to show you. Should I do the same with this one? I suppose it'd be rude not to, wouldn't it, since we've done. And this one is the spring one, so I'll keep that one over there. And this one, it's almost like the kind of connective between the two, because this one, you've got very green, you've got lots of pinks in there, and this one you kind of got a bit of both in there. So again, 40 strips, beautiful, beautiful fabrics. Geometrics, you've got florals in there, you've got stripes in here as well. Some of them will kind of cross-pollinate, so some of them you might find that you have got the similar pattern, but it's in, for instance there, you've got the two different colourways of that particular one there. And that's nice if you want to do, even if it's just a simple log cabin, you've kind of got your positives and your negatives, light and dark and so on. And I'm sure as we go through these, again, there's another one that's the match there. Beautiful. So it's a nice way of starting working with colour. If it's an area that you've not worked with before, sometimes you need a little bit of a helping hand. And that is certainly something. I love that with that outline there. Isn't that gorgeous? So you're going to get all of that gorgeous fabric. You're going to get 100 and, is it 120? That is right. Is it 40, 80, 120? So all of those 120 strips, oh my goodness, can you imagine what you could create with those? You've got in excess of £25 saving with those as well. Should be £145.97p, but it's not. We've dropped that price down, or Hannah's dropped that price down for us, and we are very grateful for that. And I can tell you that a third of the stock has gone into people's baskets. Check your baskets out to ensure that you can take advantage of that saving and to know that those are going to be on their way to you as well. Absolutely beautiful. Now, I'm just going to do my housekeeping because lovely Levi has got to put these all back. So that's that one, and that is that one. There we go. So there's my housekeeping done, moving those across. Now, those particular fabrics that we're just looking at, I think it's this bundle here. Is that these? Yes, that one was in there, wasn't it? So that one is, again, the stickers have gone over the names of them. I think these are there. Sometimes it's difficult to actually picture them. So a bundle of 3. Yeah, that's the only one with a 3 in there. So let's move that out the way a bit. And you're going to get all 3 of these. So this is where, so there you go, that's the spring one. So that is where you've got the strip roll. So between the two, and this is brilliant because if you can manage to stretch to the strip rolls as well as the 10-inch squares, you've got such a wide range of fabrics all pre-cut and ready to go. Pinked, as you can see there, so beautiful. Now, lots of you do like your 10-inch squares, so we're more limited with regards to these. And we're still going to bring that price down. So it's not £147.97, which is not far off the price that we had for the strip rolls as well. £119.97. Is that the same price as the strip rolls? So it's a £28 saving on this one. And we've matched the price of the strip rolls that we were just looking at the moment, the designer rolls. Some of them you do get repeats in there. Some of them they're just kind of unique fabrics, but beautiful, beautiful. Now, we did touch on Vineyard, didn't we, with the sets that we were looking at a few moments ago. So this one doesn't have Vineyard in there, but that's one of the ones that we looked at on the strip rolls, wasn't it, as well? So we've got Spring Bright and Spring Dark in here as well. And we've got Meadow as well. So Meadow did touch on, so beautiful, absolutely gorgeous fabrics as well. Now, we have only got, well, we've got less than 15 available now. Beautiful. Sorry, I was having a bit of a selfish browse there. Keeping it to myself. This one's beautiful. Now, is this one the Meadow one? Yes, this one is Meadow. And you've kind of got 42 squares, 10-inch squares. I love these. It's like that ornamental cabbage, isn't it, that you can get. Lovely fans that we saw earlier on as well. I should really, I don't like doing it. But I know other, John just rips them, he just don't care, does he? I need to be more like John. Right, let's open this up. So this one is your Meadow. Now I'm going to show it in comparison to the strip rolls as well. Oh yeah, I could just slide that out, can't I? Yeah, Didn't think that through, did I? So that is your meadow. Now don't forget, within the actual set that we were looking at earlier on, that is your meadow as well. So if you've gone for the 2, then you'll have both your longer lengths, which are perfect for things like your sashing, your binding, your connectives, and then you'll have your 10-inch squares that are going to be useful, that you can actually use if you're wanting to put together your blocks and things like that as well. Now, single figures, as you are checking these those baskets out, you're making nearly a £30 saving with regards to this, just shy of £30. You've still got, oh, that's beautiful, gorgeous. You've still got your split pay. So if you're wanting to invest in this one, you can do. You've got your kind of modern geometrics in here as well. Beautiful, beautiful fabrics. 126 piece of fabric. Oh, can you imagine? Imagine that creativity. And of course, if you've gone for the book, don't forget with the book, quite often you're working with square pieces to start with. So you could be utilising these and getting your cuts from the books. I don't know if the fabrics are featuring in there. Meadow, potentially. So yeah, it could be different colourways that feature in the book, but that one is your meadow, which is beautiful. That's going to be that one. You're also going to get, shall I open another up? Let's go for this one. I've just realised if I do that, then I don't actually have to rip it. And I can slide the fabrics that way. I'm not here often enough to pick up these tips. So here we go. Beautiful again, 10-inch squares, fabulous foundation starting point. 10-inch squares and strip rolls, the collaboration of 2 together gives you a whole host of different opportunities. So really good way to get in your pre-cuts, and it can make them more manageable, can't it? Is that lovely? Beautiful. So it can be very, very manageable, easier to work with. Maybe you don't have the luxury of a large cutting area. Well, you don't need a large cutting area when you're working with 10-inch squares. You can simply cut them on your cutting mat and then create those beautiful quilts. Whatever you want to create. Oh, that's a nice swirly one. I like that one as well. We've only got half a dozen of these left now as you're checking your baskets out. So, yeah. £30 saving is a really good save. Oh, dear. That was pretty much torn before I started. Your Honour. Okay. Just in case. It was pretty much gone anyway. That's reminded me of one of the fabrics that's in the book. So there you go. 8 opportunities left. That's all that you've got with these. Oh, there's less than 8. Sorry, I do apologise. Less than 8 available. I'm not listening to myself. See, the trouble is, oh, that's nice. I like that one as well. And that's what happens. Because I'm a sewer like you at home, I'm giving you all the information, but at the same time I'm thinking, oh, I could do this with that. I could do that with the other. All the ideas. Beautiful, lovely. So all 3 of those, so you're going to get all 3 of those. I'm just going to bundle them up kind of like that so as you can see. And again, those mimic the bundle that we saw earlier with the strip rolls. It's not identical because the vineyard that you've got within the strip rolls isn't featuring in here, but you've got your 2 versions of your spring and you've got the meadow, and the meadow and the spring did feature in that strip roll bundle. So 2 of those are catered for within the strip roll. So there you go. Beautiful. Just shy of £30 saving. And that £30 saving could get you your book, couldn't it? Because that's £30. So that's what it kind of equates to when you think about it. There they go. So with regards to it's just while stocks last, is it? Right, okay. We can't make any more of these bundles up. And it is on the verge of selling out. So there you go. And obviously, if it is a case of that you take the inspiration from the English farm and that fabric that was spied in there, maybe you fancy getting hold of the book as well. So just to reiterate, we've only got about 10 minutes left on the show. So we are launching here at Sewing Street this morning, Kaffe's latest book. He is at the NEC launching this, so you can get it at the NEC and you can get a signed copy I think you have to queue up for them. But the official launch, if you're looking at getting hold of this because you can't get to the NEC, Everywhere else you're looking at the 22nd of August, but not here because we have actually got them in our warehouse ready to go. Monday morning they will start shipping these out to you lovely customers that have already placed your order, and you will get one of those kind of limited quantity that we have with Kaffe's signature in there, and you will get one of these. Now the book itself, it makes it a little bit unique to getting it here at Sewing Street. You will be able to buy it in other places. You might be able to pre-order it, but it will not be dispatched until the 22nd of August. You could be well on your way to making your first quilt from here by the 22nd of August, because these are ready to go with the full colour photos and the lifestyle photos showing you those quilts in all their glory. 20 quilts are featuring within this book, and also a little bit of editorial about how they came to be, why the colours were chosen, why you've kind of got that contrast of the dark alongside the light, and where the inspiration came from originally. So yeah, and some lovely, lovely photos for you to thumb through. Now, as you get probably about a third of the way in, the rest of the book is made up of your quilt patterns. So you've got 20 different quilts in here, full colour photos, so you've got something you can refer back to time and time again. Obviously, lots of different designers featuring in here, and then you've got the same setup as you would find had you gone for any of the kind of kits that we see from Kaffe. So you have your full picture, you'll have your breakdown of different fabrics, fabric 1, fabric 2. They are detailed down here if you want to make it identical to the quilt that you can see here. So it's almost like your shopping list with your different fabrics. But equally, if you're using fabric from your own stash, it tells you how much you're going to need, or how little, because some of them you only need 1/4 of a yard. And they are all featuring. Here's one that Kaffe has designed himself, the Sailor's Gift. And every single one of them, it breaks it down. The quantities, the cutting out, how to do your cutting out, how to do your laying out, how to piece your blocks together. Now, wow, while stocks last with this one as well. And because of the popularity, there's the templates that are featured in the back as well. Sorry, I've kind of gone off on a tangent there. Yeah, we obviously know how popular Kaffe's books are. We're very much involved with the launches that Kaffe brings to us with his books. And it's that time of year when we see a brand new book, which is exactly what we're looking at here. Now, because of the history and the way that they sold previously, we know that we need a lot of these. So we have ordered more in than we would usually order in. But even so, half of the stock has gone within the first hour of launching this. Beanstalks, look at that one as well. So yeah, you might have already started looking around for kind of getting hold of this because you knew it was coming, and you'll have seen it potentially online where you can place your order, but it's not an order as such because it's a pre-order. So that means you place your order and it won't even start to be dispatched until the 22nd of August because that is the official launch date. But we have an agreement with Kaffe whereby he has added his signature to the stock of the books that we have here, and that will be winging its way to you from our warehouse. And it will be Monday that they start being dispatched. Loads of inspiration in the book, but also loads of know-hows, so how you can put everything together as well. So and beautiful photos in there, little kind of insight. Glossary as well. There's a lot of words that we use when we're quilting that you might, as a new quilter, be kind of thinking, what on earth does that mean? Right, so there you go. I'm going to leave that book with you. Be quick. We'll reference that throughout the course of the morning, I imagine. But because half of the fabrics, half of the stock has gone of that, we can kind of keep that kind of while stocks last theory going with some fabrics. Now, I think these are the ones that I've got to the side over here, aren't they? Is that one of them? Okay. So this is beautiful. Not that one? Oh, okay. That's lovely. Thank you. That puts me in the right ballpark because I've got a lot of fabrics here. A lot of fabrics. So, right, let's start off with this one here. So I've got all of these. I'll show you these on the website. These are going to be the last opportunity for you to get hold of some of these. Sometimes we will reorder, but it can be a different colourway. The prints can be different, but this is your last chance to buy some of these. So these particular ones, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what's coming in the future. But for this, oh, this is nice. Now, Janet's heading off to Festival of the Quilts, I believe. And she wanted to specifically look at this one. Now, we're not actually selling fabrics at Festival of Quilts. So, Janet, I hope you've not gone onto the Planters shop for this, but we're saving you. We're almost being like your little butler. We're bringing it to you. You don't have to carry it around the show. So, if you were watching this morning, Janet, or was it yesterday, Janet? Was it Janet or Janice? Janet. I love this one. Oh, she got a quilt that she hadn't finished and she wanted to add an extra border. This is a good border print. Good choice, yeah. Now, it's last opportunity. So, sold by the ½ metre. So that's what I've got here. So I've got a ½ metre cut. Let me turn it around that side so you can see potentially a little bit better. So that's your ½ metre length. That's your 1 unit. So when you're actually ordering it online, you put 1 in your basket, you'll get a piece of fabric that wide, that long, that wide. I get mixed up between the length and the width, but there you go. That's the size piece you will get. So there you go. So if you want to go for a full metre, just increase it to 2. And you will get, these are cut to order, aren't they, Hannah? So yeah, you would get your 2 metre piece. So if you wanted 4, you'd increase it. So if you want to put 4 in, you would get 2 metres. Does that make sense? I kind of said that back to front, but you know how we do it here. So there we go. That is the one that was specially requested by lovely Janet, and I hope she's having a lovely time at Festival of Quilts. I'm heading over there this afternoon myself to go and have a little browse. I was meant to be on the Sewing Street stand, but there's kind of like a bit of a rejig, so I'm here instead. And I'm pretty happy. Now, this one. Now, we've only got 3 metres worth left of this. So that's 6 units. So literally your last chance. Got quite a few of these, so I'm going to go through them speedy quick. I'm not going to hold them all up. But again, nice fresh version. So if you're thinking about getting a metre, we've only got 6 opportunities for people to get a metre of this. That's when you break it down. Obviously ½ metre, then yeah. And we do reorder, Kev, but we might not get this one in the next collection. So, yeah. It might be a different colourway. It might be that it's chosen different inspiration. So, yeah, so it's, for instance, I think that's the same, isn't it? But different colourway. So it can vary. The same style can be there, but a different variation. So there you go. If you like the look of that one, please do. Last the stock of that one, so take advantage while you have got the opportunity. Next one that we've got for you. Should I just grab them, Hannah? Yeah. So let's go for this one here now. This one here. Nice. I've only got 4 metres left of this one. So that's 8 opportunities to get your ½ metres, like this one, whether you're using it as a fabric in its entirety, or maybe you're going to fussy cut. This is a nice one for fussy cutting and a applique. Lovely, like that one. So if you like the look of that one, you better be quick with that one as well. So keep an eye on your screen. I'm trying to show you as much as we possibly can before the hours are. They're still on the website, though, if you wanted to go. Underneath on the website. Oh, I see when you're watching the show, yeah. Oh, this is a nice one. The guinea flower, beautiful, again. Nice one if you're wanting to actually do a little bit of paper piecing. In fact, yes, it is like the one that's featuring on the scissors. Well spotted, huh? Well spotted. I like that one. It's got no electric feel to that one. I've only got 3.5 metres of that one. Some of these were literally down to the last quantities. We can't guarantee that we'll see them again because obviously fabrics move on, don't they? We'd love to kind of restock fabrics, but we haven't got a warehouse big enough to keep doing that because there's new stuff coming all the time. Only 3 metres of this one. So this one is shaggy. It wasn't me. Oh, wow, look at that. They're like chrysanthemums, aren't they, Dad? I think. I'm not very good with my flowers, but beautiful. Gorgeous hot pink in there, that lovely red in there, and that power of the green leaves coming through. Again, beautiful for your quilts, but again, lovely for your dressmaking. Not huge quantities of those, so keep checking those baskets out of those. Keep showing you until we run out of time. Next one, beautiful. Nice. So this is nice. So this one, I like the look of this one because you've actually got your circles in here. This one, it does end in 30, but it's not extra wide. Oh, no, ends in 30, but it's got different lengths. PZ, this one starts with. Right, I've got it. So we've got this one in extra large as well, potentially. Oh. It's going to sell out in both apparently. I like this one because I love circles within fabrics, but something that I noticed with this one, which I'll point out, is you've got your circles which are independent of each other. Quite often circles will overlap, which means that if you're wanting to use it as almost like an applique piece, you're cutting into other pieces, if that makes sense. If it overlapped, you're almost sacrificing that circle to get that circle. And one is going to sit on the top, one will sit underneath. But with these, they are literally separated by 1/4 of an inch at some points, but it means that you could actually cut that as a motif if you wanted to. So that's something that I've personally noticed with that one as well. So yeah, do go off. Something I want to show you before we say goodbye. So the others, do go onto the website and check these out because they are available. But I'm not going to go through them all. Check them out on the website. But I need to show you a fat quarter bundle with solids, which is proving to be a popular one before we've even got to. So this one, you've got all of these. 36 fat quarters put together with each other fabric in mind. So let me just try and quickly lay these out so as you can see. So you've kind of got positives and negatives with some of these. You've got solid colours with these as well, as you can see. Fat quarters in all of them. Lovely, lovely range, as you can see here. My goodness. This seemed like a good idea when I started, but I didn't really think about it, did I, with 36 pieces there. So, brights, designed to work alongside Kaffe's fabric. Is this actually a Kaffe bundle? Oh, there's some Kaffes in here as well. I've got them at the bottom. So it's a nice mixture with these. So you've got some lovely fabrics that are kind of going to help you eke out your Kaffes. Ah, there we go. We've got the Kaffes there. So there you go. All fat quarters, all good sizes. Just 30, that's a really affordable buy actually when you consider that. So yeah, 34.99. So we've got 36 pieces. So yeah, if you divide that by 4 for your meters, 34.99. What's that as 93p each one? Oh, 97p. 97 pence for a fat quarter. Oh, usually paying around £3. Now they're not all Kaffes, but wow. That is phenomenal value for me. I'm surprised we've got any of those left. 97 pence per fat quarter. And as I say, quite often if you've gone to the NEC, maybe you went and you're back home now, quite often you'll see like £3 for a fat quarter, sometimes a couple of quid, but never 97 pence. Beautiful. And also it's a nice way if you kind of dip your toe into your Kaffe Fassett fabrics, because they can be quite overpowering at first sight, but it gives you the opportunity where you're going to be able to use them alongside. So it might be, for instance, you'll take that one and you'll team it up with those. So it kind of dilutes down some of those fabrics that can at first sight be a little bit overpowering. But £34.99, that's a proper stash builder, that one is. So if you are new, maybe using your strip rolls, absolutely beautiful collection of fabrics, all 100% cotton, all a similar sort of weight, so they're going to work really, really well together. A little dip with regards to those, so absolutely beautiful. If you're wanting to take advantage of those, please do so. So absolutely gorgeous fabrics. If you're wanting to get hold of those, please do so. Oh, I'm struggling to see what we've got coming up next. Anyway, let me just move those out of the way. I'm running out of desk space here. I didn't think of that one. Think that through. So I'm going to do that with that, and then I'm going to put that there. Levi's going to be like, don't ever let her back into my studio again, making such a mess. Now, fat eights we're talking about. How many did you say was in the fat eights bundle? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, I've done those ones. 1, 2. I think it's this one that I've got over here. So the last one, they weren't fat quarters, they're fat eighths. I did wonder, because I started opening one up, and I thought, oh, it's probably just a sample. Right, still an amazing price. Right, so this bundle that we've got here, no, it's not these ones. 1, 2, 3. It's not that one. But I don't know if it's been teamed at 1, 2, because I've got, no, I haven't got that one. Oh, I'm a bit confused. Have you got any of the individual numbers? What's this? See, that one doesn't look the same. No, that's a different one, isn't it? We'll just crash it. Oh, there we go. Got it now. So these are fat eighths. So similar cut to the ones that we saw last time. So yeah, so you've got an eighth of your metre, so it's cut strip ways. So with these you will have your selvage edge on one side, so it's half of the width of the bolt, and then obviously you've got your kind of quarter there. Nice, quite a useful cut. Sometimes squares can be limiting, but with these you've got that longer run with those, so those are beautiful. £9.99 for those. Gosh, that's just it, just go for it. The large bundle that we were looking at a few moments ago, so sorry me leaning in front of your camera there, they are fat eighths as well, so sorry, there's a bit of confusion there as well. So that is that there. I'm just going to move that over to the side here. Now, I'll try and do this with a little bit of grace and elegance, which I haven't got in abundance. But they are fat eighths, so let me just bring those into the camera shot there. I'll just open that one up there. So there you go. So all of these, you'll cut with these. It's not a fat quarter, it's actually a fat eighth. So it's a longer, it's more of a rectangle piece with that. So a fat quarter would usually be, where am I? It's going to be that size there, isn't it? So you'd be a double size there. But you've got a really nice mix with regards to those. It works out at 97 pence per fat eighth, which is an amazing price there, and absolutely beautiful because so many different combinations coming together there. Love it. Right, so there you go. My goodness, I've done a lot of damage to this set. We're going to tidy up over here, but I am going to join you after the break with the lovely Emma. So grab yourself a brew. I'll see you in 2.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to, well, feast your eyes on this. This is a beautiful quilt kit that we have available for you to make your quilt top. Nearly 1.5 meters square, 135 centimetres square. You're going to get everything that you need to create your front of your quilt, which is what we're looking at the moment. But you're also going to get enough fabric for you to create your binding as well. You just need to organise your wadding and organise your backing, and you have got the most incredible quilt in the making. Now, that price on your screen, I need to get that price sorted out because people are ordering this already. So it's not £149 £89.99. That price is coming down to just £89.99, and it is a beautiful quilt that I know you're going to really enjoy creating. Now, don't worry if you've already checked your baskets out, you are still going to be making that £60 saving. So the price on your screen is the price that you're going to be paying, even if you have already checked your basket out. And if you've taken advantage of your three-way split, then it makes it a very affordable way for you to get hold of it as well. Beautiful, beautiful quilt. And I have a beautiful guest with me in this hour as well. The lovely Emma is joining me, and she's going to be showing us how to put this together, because it's all well and good having instructions in a box, but it's good to have an expert on hand to take us through it as well. And this is our lovely Emma, who's going to be joining us later on.
Hi.
Hello, Emma. How you doing?
Hi, Hayley.
You
I'm
good?
good. I'm good. Yeah, I haven't seen you for ages.
I know, it's been a long time.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
been a
yeah.
long time.
So
It has,
good.
but it's lovely to be working with you again.
Likewise.
And this is a beautiful quilt. Quite a
is.
simplistic block to put
It is,
together.
because this is one of those quilts where it looks really intricate, but actually when you break it down, it's literally just 2 blocks. So it's
Wow.
really simple to put together.
I love it. You're going to be
just-
showing us how to do the construction.
Yeah, it just looks really impressive when you've done it.
That's a sign of a good quilt, though, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It's all smoke and mirrors. So what are you going to get? Well, you're going to get the instructions, which we'll be looking at alongside Emma in just a few moments. And you've also got everything packaged up within your box for you to kind of give it as a gift, potentially, if you're wanting to. This particular quilt is called Fields and Fences. And it's very clever because you've actually only got 3 fabrics in here, but when you put it together, it looks way more than that. Very, very clever construction. As is the case, when you get your kit, you will be in a box, so all good to go. Perfect if you're wanting to give it as a gift to somebody, maybe a novice quilt to somebody who's just had a sewing machine potentially. And then obviously when you actually open up your box, you're going to have your full instructions in there. And we do suggest when you get your instructions to watch the show back, so you can come back and watch the show, and you will see there's little bits sometimes when you're reading instructions that it can be a little bit confusing, so it's always a good idea to come back to the show. And then of course you've got all your gorgeous fabrics in there, but it's the inspiration of that quilt that is the key thing. Now you've got 3 fabrics featuring within here, and it's a very clever construction. It's classed as a beginner quilt, this one, so if you've got no quilting experience at all, maybe this is the one to go for. Sorry, little tickle. But it's beautiful. And also as well, I'm guessing with this one, Emma, it's sizable, that if you wanted to hand quilt this one, you could do as well.
Yes.
If you wanted to.
Well, I'm a big hand quilter
Oh, are
advocate. Yeah, I'll
you?
do massive quilts. It just takes a long time. But yes, this is a really nice, just perfect lap size to do hand quilting. It's not too heavy, because that is one thing about hand quilting. If it's right big, it can be quite heavy, but yeah, it's perfect size.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. So there you go. If you like the look of that one, then this is how you get hold of it. The details are on your screen. You're going to get your kit within a box, and then this is the beautiful quilt that you are going to be able to create. Now it's 135 centimetres square, so just shy of 1.5 metres square, so really good size. Maybe it's going to be on a sofa, maybe it's going to be on your lap. 3-way split makes it a very affordable way for you to actually create a beautiful quilt, knowing that you have everything that you need within the box to create your quilt top and also that binding as well, but just utilising 3 fabrics. And of course the pattern that you've got within here, you can go on and use that over and over again. Now, as is always the case, when we have a kit and we have an expert here like our Emma, we do suggest that you come back and watch the show when you receive your kit, because sometimes when you're reading through the instructions, sometimes things aren't kind of that clear. Depends on the way that you're kind of reading it sometimes as well. But it's always good to see how to put it together using the hints and tips, because sometimes in the instructions the hints and tips don't feature in there. So that's why when somebody's actually put it together, they will have experienced putting it together. Now, if you are thinking, well, hang on a minute, you say go back and watch the show, but I don't have the means of recording the show. Well, don't worry. All you need to do is hop onto YouTube, put a search in either for today's show. There's loads of different ways you can do it. The perfect way is to actually use the name of the quilt, Field and Fences, and you'll actually find the show and you can go back and watch it. Stays on our library there, and you can go back over and over. So even if you're not going to receive this and then think, oh, I'm not going to be making it for a few months, don't worry. You can go back years on YouTube and watch those previous shows. Sometimes it's good fun to do that. I did that watching John Scott, and it's changed. It's disappearing. Let's talk about the quilt. Details are on your screen there. $89.99, three-way split. But of course, Emma has been working with this kit. Did you enjoy working with it, Emma?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Like I said, it's quite a simple block to put together, which is really nice because I like to zone out while I'm quilting. I don't like to think too much while I'm quilting or doing sewing.
Trying to lose ourselves. Don't we?
Yeah, it's really nice, sort of meditative.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Couldn't agree
project.
more. So, what do we need to know?
Well, like I said, it's just 2 blocks essentially. So it's the same block, just mirror image from each other.
Oh,
So I just
okay.
wanted to show you. So this is block A, block B. Yeah, so it's exactly the same. All the cutting, everything is the same. It's just when you get to put the block together, that's when you have to be careful of your placement of different things. So you want to make sure that you do have 2 blocks that are looking mirror image. And it's not the case where if you just twist it, it'll
Oh, no.
change it.
Yeah, I see what you
It
mean,
really
yeah.
does have a different orientation.
Got you.
So yeah,
It's almost like looking at it in a mirror.
exactly. Yeah, mirror image.
So yeah, when you're watching back, we'll just keep that on the screen for you just for a few moments.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 different blocks you're aiming to achieve. So block A and block B. The last of the blocks, is that a complete square? I can't remember. Was it a complete square? It wasn't a complete square, was it? Is it just a 2? Oh, it is just 2. I don't know why. In my head, I thought there was a third one, but no.
It's one of those. It looks really, it
does,
looks really
yeah.
complicated, but no, it really is just a 2. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is a square. 5 by
Absolutely.
5.
Even when you look at it, it does play tricks on you.
Yeah, yeah,
So there you go. So do go back and watch the show. And as I say there, show you the 2 mirror versions of that block. And those are your foundations for creating this. So lots of strips, I guess, you're cutting with this one.
Yes, so the middle bit, let me do the middle bit first.
Okay.
So the middle bit is a square with triangles around. And the way you get to your triangles is squares. The strips, I will go into the strips because the strips are a nice even number.
Oh,
cut.
okay.
So I will get to that.
No
the middle bit is has some 8/16, some extra bits.
Oh, okay.
So you do have to use your ruler for cutting the centre square and for the triangle squares that will go around.
But all of the dimensions are detailed.
Oh yeah,
They
it's
don't
all
have to
it's
worry,
all in there. And there's not too many. So it's not like you're cutting a lot. So that's where the stripology will come in really nicely for the strips, because you do have a number of strips
we've got
and
that
then
on the
squares
show
to
as
cut.
well.
Yep. So you're not actually cutting out triangles, you're just cutting a square
Okay.
and then cutting those squares in half diagonally.
There we go.
And then those go around. You'll see that the triangles extend past the edge of the square,
Okay.
which is normal. It's supposed to do that. Don't worry if you've cut it and you think, oh no, I've got my measurements
It's
wrong.
nice that you've mentioned that, because if you are a novice quilter and this is a beginner kit, then you might look at that and think, oh, I've cut them wrong, and be tempted to trim it down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
don't.
it should absolutely look like that. What does become a little bit tricky, if you don't know the tips, but it does have it in the instructions actually, this tip, which is mine as well. Because usually when you have to put 2 pieces together, it's either square, so you line up the edges, or the triangle is the same. With this one, the trick to this is you fold them in half. So I'm going to fold my triangle in half. I'm going to put a little press on the edge where the seam will be,
Right.
little finger press. And I'm going to do the same on my square. And that then gives me a centre to match up to.
Clever. Yes.
So you just match up those creases and that makes your triangle perfectly centred on
Good
your
tip.
square.
I like tips like that. Makes it easy.
Yeah, I like it.
And then 1/4 inch seam.
1/4 inch seam. Absolutely, I've got my 1/4 inch foot on here.
Lovely. And it's nice, even the most basic of machines you could utilise for this, just a straight stitch.
yes.
So, yeah. And it's nice because we get people watching at all times that were kind of working from, I don't know, might be bag makers who are inspired by the pattern in this quilt and think, you know what, I'm going to give it a go. And I think it's going to be one that you'll you'll revisit pattern-wise, especially if you're using
yes.
kind of, is it a traditional strip roll size that you have to cut the strips in, or is it a different measurement?
It is a different measurement.
Oh,
You
fair
wouldn't be
enough
able
then.
to use a
Fair enough.
jelly
then.
roll or anything like that.
Okay.
There we go.
Lovely.
But I do think it would look stunning in other fabrics as well.
Well, sometimes changing the fabric completely changes the whole look of it, doesn't it? I mean, we've got obviously Kaffe's fabrics. We've got a lovely show coming up at, where am I? Is it 12? No, 11 o'clock, isn't it? You're back on.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Very much a William Morris feel to the show, but there's nothing stopping you kind of using other fabrics with the pattern that you've got in here as well. This particular quilt, incidentally, because we're talking a lot about Kaffe's brand new book, which we've got on the show, this pattern is not featuring in there, so this is kind of like a standalone, but still using Kaffe Fassett collective fabrics. So beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, so all cut.
Just trimming off my little dog ears before I press it out.
Okay.
And then I'm going to add 2 more to the other side.
It's a good habit to get into, isn't it, to trim those off as you go.
Yes.
A good little press, set those seams. Lovely.
There we go.
Okay.
Oops.
Oh, and then just repeat it on the other side.
Yeah, just repeat.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's very achievable. So again, that little tip that Emma shared with us to press and find the centre point. And then you've got that balance of the little extensions.
Yep.
And I'm guessing now the extensions are going to line up a little better.
Yeah, so you'll see when I've sewn it all in, your centre square is surrounded by blue, which also makes people panic because like, oh, my square doesn't go all the way to the edge. But it's okay because those extra bits of blue around the edge are going to be your seam allowance.
Ah,
So a lot of people get,
yes.
especially with flying geese, they get caught out. Oh, my point doesn't go all the way to the
Yes,
top, but it shouldn't.
Yeah, so don't trim it. This is the thing, don't trim anything back unless you're told to trim it back. Trust in the process. Trust the pattern and the instructions that are there, and then that way you know you're going to get it right.
There we go.
And there you go.
Just one more.
And it's very clever because with this particular section here, you can see it on the quilt itself at the back. It's kind of almost, they're almost like cornerstones as...
They are.
Yeah, not in a traditional sense, because quite often cornerstones, we see them at the end of sashing, don't we? And you've almost got a sashing feel to it, but they're pieced longer runs that you've got with these. Parallelograms, is that the right word? It suddenly popped into my head. But yeah, very, very clever, because when you put the construction of the shapes together, that's when these kind of secondary patterns kind of appear. And again, that secondary pattern could look very different if you're using a lighter fabric.
Lighter fabric, also because it is fences and fields, so these are your fences, I assume, and your fields. You could do all greens, you could do maybe some fine aminals in there.
Nice.
Aminals, animals.
That's
Or
a
even
good one.
applique, maybe some sheep or some pigs or cows or anything in
No,
there.
I'm getting a very oriental, whether it's the fabric
yes.
that's been used, but a very oriental fabric.
Yeah, imagine how striking it'd be if these were actually just black.
Yes.
And then a very
nice. Oh my
nice,
goodness, yeah.
bright.
Oh, you can
bright
make so
print.
many different versions of this as
It
time
is.
goes on. Oh, mine's gone into overdrive. I'm now thinking about machine embroidery and applique onto the fields.
Yeah.
This is a nice one as well. If you're looking at kind of obviously the construction, but then the latter stages of the actual quilting of the layers, it's a manageable size quilt.
It is,
isn't it,
to get
kind
under a
of do
machine.
your work yourself, your free motion work, yeah.
There we go. So that's your centre. That's the centre for every block. It all starts exactly the same.
Lovely.
And then next you're going to have these units that go.
Okay.
And the way that we make these is with the strips.
Ah, okay.
So put that aside for now. I've cut some already, using my stripology at home, but because it's a nice even number for cutting the strips, what is also brilliant, because you need to cut them down into squares, some of them. So some you put aside and you sew 2 together, one blue, one
Right,
red,
yes.
to make strip units like this. And then the other one you use for the squares. And the beauty of the stripology is that you can cut them all at the same time.
This is the thing.
Once
yes.
they're all in, it just makes it so quick.
It's all those tools, isn't it, that's to make it easy. We have got the Stripology Squared that we're going to be sharing with you in a little while. We're just sorting out the details for you. We've got extra large that is available as well. I think Emma's got that one over there.
Yep.
And this is useful for anybody that's not experienced Stripology rule. These are they are an investment. They're an investment of anybody's money, but don't worry, we're going to give you an amazing deal with regards to this one. Now, we've got a couple of different versions. That's a larger version. There are all sorts of different variations. But the extra large is the one that Emma is working with. And it's brilliant. When I got mine, the first one that I ever bought is like, oh my goodness, this is life-changing.
It is. And I get so excited when I have a pattern that I can use it with.
Yes. And it's a series of channels. You've kind of got little, almost like teardrops at the end of each of the channels, which gives you somewhere to locate your rotary cutter. You've got markings on quite often in the 2 different colour tones, the white and the black. So it's very useful for loads and loads of different sizes. So the one that we've got on the screen, I think that's the largest one, isn't it, I think? You've got little kind of grippy bits on there as well. So when it comes to actually placing it down and using it, then absolutely brilliant, because it's going to grip on your fabric. But as I said, it's an investment of anybody's money. So if you like the look of this sizable roll, $69.99. Brilliant value for money. I am sure you will agree. And the details are on your screen. So if you like the idea of getting hold of one of those, then please do so. Sorry, Emma.
Yeah, no, I just want to show the magic. So you saw me lay my strips out, and I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cuts, and I've got all of these
in no time
squares.
At all, isn't it?
So all my squares are done, my units, just like that.
Perfect.
Yeah, makes it so speedy. Then you do get a little bit extra, but then that's easy to cut into size.
So you'll still use that last piece?
Oh yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
So, yeah.
You get
Okay,
at least
so
one more cut from that.
Perfect.
So if I bring my centre back again. So this is where the differences start, right at this point. So you're going to make some units that look like that.
Okay.
And then you're also going to make some units that look like that.
Right, so it's just rotating those rectangles on each end. Ah, okay.
Yeah. And it's not a case where if you turn it around, it is going to magically be the right way. It still stays the same.
It's like a mirror version.
Yeah, so you really do need to make sure that you're doing it in opposite ways.
So I'm guessing that when you get started, it's a good idea to do block A and block B before you get into the throes of doing multiples. So you kind of got your visual there then, haven't you? And then you can go back and copy what you've already made with A and B.
Exactly.
Okay. And then they just stitch the side of those squares that you've made.
Yep. Yep, yep, yep.
It's the thing that I love about quilts. It's kind of very modular, isn't it, when you're making these? You're kind of making your little patches coming together, and yeah, patches become blocks and blocks become quilts, and yeah, bite-sized pieces. It's not necessarily as kind of, well, you might look at it and you think, oh gosh, there's no way I can achieve the quilt that's behind Emma. It's absolutely beautiful. And you might look at it and think, oh gosh, there's no way. I've never quilted, or I've only made a cushion before, or how on earth am I going to be able to achieve this? Well, the thing is, the kit is the perfect way for you to achieve it, because it's got everything that you need in there, not only for your quilt top, but also for your binding, Just find your own fabrics. We've got loads of fabrics on the shows which you might want to investigate to go on the back of your quilt as well. So by all means you can do that. Might show some of those to you a little bit later on. But the key thing is get your quilt kit while you've got the chance. 3-way split. You've got just 3 different fabrics featuring in here. It looks like way more than that, which is a really, really clever design. But it makes it in a very affordable design as well, with your 3-way split coming in at just $29.99.
The thing I do love about the geometric pattern, I know this might not be everybody's, the fabrics might not be every, I hate to say gender, but every gender's taste.
Yes, yeah.
But the geometric design lends itself really well to more masculine quilts.
Yes, that's
because
true.
it is more of a geometric pattern
Yes, yeah.
than a traditional quilt pattern.
Yes.
I think, like I said,
And it's a nice one as well if
Yeah,
people
different
like almost like
fabrics.
a minimalistic look around their
Yes.
home, because you've kind of got the
Oh, yes.
simplicity. I mean, I can imagine it's done in kind of black, white and grey or
yes,
something like
I
that.
was just about to say, or a little bit of black, white and a red. Sometimes they'd have
Absolutely,
a
that
little touch
pop,
of red.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, all sorts of different combinations. And because it's a kind of an easy construction, this could almost be a breakaway project as well. Sometimes, I mean, we've got some very big quilts coming up later on. I think we've got some that are not far off 3 metres square, which can take up a sizable amount of your time making. But sometimes you want something that's a little bit more achievable, something that you don't have to really sit and think about. So once you've actually got your kind of 2 blocks, your A and your B blocks sorted out, you can kind of just absorb yourself in the process then. Lovely, beautiful quilt.
Yep. Or if you've got birthdays coming up or events coming
Nice
up, need
idea.
gifting.
I'm guessing it comes together relatively quickly once you've kind of done your cutting
Yeah.
and everything.
Yeah, so it's 25 blocks. It's a very
So I'm guessing
achievable.
well, it depends on how much time you want to allocate to it, but if you've kind of got a sewing weekend,
Oh, yes.
do you think you could put this together maybe if you've got a kind of a retreat that you're going to? Where sometimes they have DIY where you can do your own thing. Then this could be something that you literally just pick up your
Yeah,
box,
absolutely.
take that with your quilt ruler, your threads, and there you go, make your quilt top, maybe in a weekend.
Well, I highly advocate for creating your own sewing retreat weekend. So
this
just
is
booking
it,
a little
yeah.
Airbnb somewhere and
Oh,
for a
that's a
couple of
nice idea,
days,
isn't it?
taking
Yeah.
yourself away from everybody. And
Bit of you time, that's the
Yeah.
good thing, yeah. And a lot of people, staycations, it might be for whatever reason you're not going away on holiday, you've booked a week off work or whatever, you've got nothing specific that you're planning on doing, then yeah. Rather than catching up on your housework,
yes.
do a bit of quilt ironing instead.
There we go. So those are beginnings of block A and block B. Put that out so you can see how that looks at that point.
Oh, we're very busy for this one. Oh, I love that. Oh, now I can see how, right,
Yeah,
now I
because
can see
even
how
if
the
I
fields
twist
come
this
together.
around, it isn't going to, they do have to be in that orientation.
So A and B, 2 different blocks. Make one of each up to start with.
Yep. And then these strips are going to all be exactly the same. It's just
Okay.
how you place them is going to be different. So I'm going to have, I'm going to need 4. There we go.
It's almost like a windmill appearing now.
Yes, exactly. So those are yours units, and then you add all these squares that we cut.
Oh, okay, so those are the corner pieces.
Yeah, so those add on each end. And those make up your fields.
So they're kind of like the fields are squares and rectangles, aren't they?
Yep. That's how that develops.
That lovely. I'm thinking novice quilters as well, maybe.
Oh, yes.
I mean, I'm just thinking because grandparents can be so useful during school holidays,
Oh, yes,
can't they?
absolutely.
Or aunties and uncles as well when it comes to childcare. But this could be something that could be a holiday project. Maybe your nieces, your nephews, your grandchildren are coming to spend some time with you. And when the sun shines out, you can go off and go to the park and do different things. Sometimes kids don't necessarily want to do that. They're that little bit older and they've outgrown the park and the play area. Well, this might be something that's nice for you to actually dedicate as a project that they do when they come to your home. So over the 6 weeks holidays, even if they're only spending a day with you in the weeks, then yeah, this is something they could be making during their time. It's always an exciting thing to look forward to when you go into your grandparents or your aunts and uncles that you're going to be making the next bit.
Yeah, and boys absolutely do so too.
Absolutely.
I've actually taught 2 boys now for their Duke of Edinburgh Awards.
Have you?
Yep. Quilting.
And
Patchwork.
Well, sewing goes right the way back. Because I know that a long time ago, I think my grandfather, I think it was, when he was in the First War, they actually taught them how to sew because they had to know how to repair
their
things.
uniforms. Yeah, absolutely.
It was part of
Soldiers
the trade.
need to sew, knitting.
You were at Festival of Quilts as well
Oh,
yesterday.
yes.
Did you see the quilt that was the wings?
Yes.
Because there's a guy,
Stunning.
and his name, I'm terrible with names, his name's popped out of my head, but he's got a T-shirt on that says, boys do so too, or something like
Yes.
that. And he's done the most amazing quilted wings.
They are beautiful.
Do go to Festival. And they're hung as 2 independent quilts, like a mirror version. But the way that they've hung them is that you can stand in between and get a photo with and the wings are behind you.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Talking of which, just while I've got a little bit of cutting going on. Oh, no. Sally, this is you.
Oh, yes.
With a selfie. Oh, look at this. Not Sally. Sorry, Emma, this is you. That's what I meant to say. And Sally, I got confused, too many names. Hi, Hayley and crew. Met Emma yesterday at Festival of Quilts, and I have to admit, I was a bit starstruck.
Oh,
I
bless
know
you.
what you're saying. Thank you so much, Emma. Oh, that's a lovely fit. You look very coordinated in your outfits there.
Yes, both in green. I have to say that was one of the highlights of seeing everybody
Lovely,
yesterday.
isn't it?
It
It's
was
like
really lovely.
a catch-up time as much as anything.
Yeah.
And you were busy with your camera as well, taking photos,
Oh, yes.
I believe.
Yeah, I always like to get inspiration or just to take pictures of the quilts that don't necessarily win but are
Yeah.
absolutely stunning, and you have no
appreciation.
idea how did that not win.
Appreciation, isn't it, of
It is.
the different
Yeah.
crafters. Now these, I love the glasses
Oh,
appearing. And what are your glasses there?
Well, that is a miniature quilt. Those are
Oh,
glasses.
of course, yes.
For size reference, because I always make a beeline for
They're amazing,
the
aren't they?
miniatures because they are amazing. And I've got so many pictures from previous years of either something up against, usually glasses, because that's what I've got
To
handy.
get the perspective, because you just wouldn't know, would you,
No,
really?
no.
Wow.
So that was amazing.
That makes sense now. That makes
Yeah.
sense. That beautiful floral quilt there as well.
Yes.
One of the photos that strikes me, I mean, on social media, there's loads of photos. Did you see the ones with the animals? There was like the zebra and a giraffe.
Oh,
and
yes.
It was a hand-painted one. Looks
Yeah.
amazing. Really looking forward to going there.
Yeah.
I'll be taking pictures myself. Anyway, we got a bit distracted then. Do apologise. Where are we up to?
Oh, see, I'm even doing it wrong. There we go. This is where, oh, wait, no, that was right. That is right. I just put it in the wrong place. Wrong bit in the wrong place. There we go. And then, yes.
But it's
that
better.
goes
It's
there.
better to find it at this stage, isn't it? Before you
Yes,
start.
and this is
stitching.
where I like to always recreate your block. Whenever you're sewing, go back, recreate it, make sure everything is sewn correctly and in the right place. So there. So those are my bits. I just need to put these squares on here.
And I suppose if you wanted to, because you've got 25 blocks in total, you could be making up your pieces and then almost stack them.
Oh, yes.
And then take from them as you sew. Oh, Susan. Hello, Susan. Good morning. Good morning, ladies. Loving the demo. It's brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Really simplified the process, absolutely. And sometimes instructions, obviously your instructions are there. They're all well and good. But I'm a very visual learner. I like to watch and go back and watch a video and kind of pause and rewind. And I think that is something that... and don't forget, this show will go onto YouTube, so it'll be there for you to go back and watch when you receive your kit, but also months in in history. So even if you don't get started with this one, maybe you're more of a winter quilter, then you can still go back and watch that. So thank you for that lovely message. Jennifer, as well, just up the road in Warwickshire, that quilt is put together in a totally different way to what I imagined.
Yeah.
Very clever. Brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quilting can play mind games on you, can't it, the way it comes together?
And that's where fabric placement. So if you imagine, I mean, all the sort of red, orangey fabrics are all the same. What if you used a different fabric for those squares?
Yeah.
Because they're squares, you have that option.
Absolutely,
And it
yeah.
would be completely different even further.
Well, this thing, I mean, you could use a solid piece in there, because obviously this is a kit, and you've got the 3 fabrics that feature within the quilt, but you might have something that you want to use in a different area. So the ones that have been used for those kind of squares, the squares within squares almost within the design, you might have something else. It might be that you've got something that you kind of almost, not fussy cut, but you know, with your placement of your fabric, sometimes you might have a particular flower that's in a centre that would fit there. A little bit of embroidery, maybe hand embroidery, machine embroidery. Adapt it, make it your own.
Yeah. So I'm just going to press these out, and then I'm going to show you how all of these strips are actually exactly the same.
Okay.
The pattern only comes from when you lay it against the centres.
Any tips for pressing the fabric? So, because being a beginner's quilt, we might have novice quilters.
Yes, so I have actually pressed open the seam on the strips. The reason I like to do open seams on a strip is I find that the strip then sits a bit straighter.
Okay. That's
So
good,
if you press it to one side on 2 strips that have been pieced together, sometimes the strip can banana a
I was
little
going to say
bit.
you end up with, because quite often they'll say go in opposite directions,
Yeah.
don't they, with your stitching?
Yeah.
But no, that's
So
a good tip. Press
I
them
always
open.
press my strips open,
Yeah.
my seams open on when I'm doing strip piecing. The other ones are actually pressed to the side just because they will actually nest nicely
Yes.
with my blocks. So if I lay all these out, you'll see that they are actually identical. So these, you can absolutely just make a stack and just make them exactly the same.
You wouldn't imagine that, would you? No. See them all come together.
How it happens is, so I've got this one here, which goes that way, and then I turn that around, it goes there.
It's like magic.
Yes, and this one, actually turn around that way, and that goes there.
So it's kind of like the centre run is different, but the top and tail, if you were, is the same.
Yes, the same. It's just how you orientate them. But yes, your starting point of difference will absolutely be at this point when you do these units.
And it's, again, this is something that you need to be aware. You've got block A, block B, and they are different. They may look like they're just rotations, but they're not. They do come together and they're constructed differently. If you have just joined us, we did see it at the beginning of the hour, and as we've mentioned, everything that you need to do to create this beautiful quilt top, we've seen being created here in the studio. So literally go back and watch the show when you've got your kit. Put it on your tablet, put it on your computer, and sew alongside it if you would. Stop it when you need to, go back if there's something you kind of need to get your head around. But I often feel that a demonstration kind of just reinforces the instructions, doesn't it? So lovely. This one's come together a treat.
Yeah, I'm going to be sewing all these blocks together now.
Okay.
If you wanted to do a recap or do about
So
any
just
backings.
search and then I'll come back to you in a second.
Yep.
Sounds good to me. So yeah, the main thing is you need to get hold of that kit. This beautiful kit. Now, this is the kit that is going to have, obviously, all of the fabrics that you're going to need. You're going to get your full instructions as well. And what it's actually creating is your quilt top. Your quilt top and your binding, which is going to, obviously, finish off your quilt. Let me just move that out of the way. Include your instructions, so you don't need to go buying a book. I know we have got the latest book from Kaffe as well. So you've got, obviously, you've got the quilt as your inspiration. Now you've got your full instructions in there, your cutting guide. It's all in there as well. And this is not featured within the new book, but being a kit, it is included within there. You've got your 3 different fabrics. That's all that you need for you to create that amazing quilt that we've just been looking at. And you've got the opportunity to spread the cost of this one. So $89.99 is your price, 3-way split. Not often do we see that split pay under £100. So, yeah. And it's a perfect opportunity for you to give quilting a go. It is a beginning level quilt. You're looking at just $29.99 as your investment today, post and packing on top of that. But you will get it dispatched on its way to you, ready for you to start creating 2 blocks. 2 blocks? When you look at that quilt, it looks way more complicated than 2 blocks. And you could literally get started. You might even have your quilt finished quite achievable within the 3 split ways. So, yeah, there you go. Brilliant quilt. Very, very popular as well. Lots of you taking advantage of that one. And as I say, the quilt size just shy of 1.5 meters square, 135 centimetres square. Very, very achievable, and a beautiful quilt to boot as well. So field and fences, with your fields being kind of your rectangles and your squares that you can see here, and your fences being the darker. And of course, as time goes on, you will use those instructions again with different fabrics, I am sure. Yeah, good size for you to kind of create. A nice one to quilt on your own machine. Hand quilt if you want to. Actually, piece it by hand if you wanted to as well. So the whole process, you don't necessarily need to have a machine to do so. Something that you could literally take with you on your travels. So maybe you're going away on holiday and you like to take a little bit of hand sewing with you. Then by all means, yeah, take this with you. You can put all your pieces in there. Do all your cutting before you go, because if you're in a caravan or something like that, then it might be a bit tricky to cut out your fabric. So have it all ready, laid out, and then you can just do a little bit of hand sewing when you're away. So there you go, if you like the look of that one. Let's show you the quilt again, just so as you can see it in all its glory. So there you go, very, very clever use of 3 fabrics and just 2 blocks. Beginner level, so most novice quilters, take advantage of that brilliant price that we've got for you there, and get it while you can, because when it's gone, it's gone. Quite often the quilt kits, we don't restock them because we're moving on to other things. So if you like the look of it, please do not leave it too long, because potentially you could miss out on that particular one. So yeah, good quantity to start with, a lot of which have gone during this hour, but it's still available at the moment. So there you go. It's a relatively new one that we've brought to you, so yeah, just bear that in mind. Beautiful. Now, we did get a top tip from Emma. She's still busy piecing. She's nearly at the end of it, so very quickly, I am just going to mention the Stripology XL. Emma was talking about the cutting your pieces, cutting your strips. Indeed, we saw her actually doing it. And this is a brilliant way of you getting that uniformity and making it nice and easy for you. You've got these little kind of teardrops in the ends, running along the ends here and running along the top there. And in between them, you have got these kind of cut areas which will allow your rotary blade to go along the channel. So if you are a novice quilter, or maybe you've done a couple of quilts and you're wanting to extend your arsenal of tools, then this is a brilliant way for you to do so. Different colours, so you've got your white lines, which are going to help you create your blocks in the sizes that you've got here, and then, or your pieces of fabric, should I say, in your strip sizes that you've got here. And then you've also got your black there as well. So it's accommodating for different increments, whether it's the inches, whether it's a 1/4 inch that you need to add as well. And perfect, as you can see, for things like your squares, your strips. Brilliant value for money at £69.99, and it's kind of like a one-buy tool really. Unless you break it, you won't need to get another one, and it's got the grips on the back there as well, so it's not going to slip with your fabric. £69.99. If you'd like to take advantage of that one, then the deal is on your screen. Emma, I can hear the sewing machine has stopped.
Yes.
So, where are you up to? Look at this.
Yeah, all my blocks are done, so I just wanted to show how it goes together. So this is block 1, block 2, block A, block B. And yeah, you just switch them. So this is that's that one. That's that one.
Got you.
And then when you put them together,
they kind of go on the diagonal of
right.
each other, yeah. Isn't that clever?
That's how it comes together. So just to show, just to prove, it really is just
wow.
2 blocks. That's the magic.
That is so clever. Mm-hmm. I'm still getting that Japanese Oriental feel with it.
Yes. But how gorgeous would it be if you did have a black with some Japanese fabrics? You could even, if you're really clever and organised,
yes.
you could do a different fabric in each of these, what ends up being a rectangle.
Yes, that's a nice idea.
Yeah.
Just thinking about the layout, yeah.
Yeah.
And that, do you know what? That makes a lovely cushion.
Oh yes, just like that. Yeah, perfect.
So you could make a couple of cushion, maybe 2, maybe. Oh, I don't know. I'm just trying to visualise it now.
Yeah.
Within the actual quilt.
Yeah, that is the same.
Beautiful. Lovely. Emma, thank you. You really enjoyed that. Learned so much in the process as well. And thank you for all your hints and tips.
Oh,
now you're going to be back in a little over an hour. We're not going to say goodbye to you
yes.
just yet, but we've got William Morris featuring in that hour as well. Another couple of lovely quilt kits.
It is, and that's another clever one. It's another 2-block quilt.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
it looks a lot more intricate than it is, but yeah, another 2-block quilt.
I love it. And that is going to be in a little while. Just to give you a little bit of a tease. Very different from the fabrics that we've been looking at today. But beautiful. 2 different colourways. We've got green, and this one is the blue version. Emma's going to be working with the green, which is beautiful as well. And we did give you a little bit of a tease in the last hour, and it's been very popular. Lots of you going for that one on pre-order, so before we actually get to it. But if you like the idea of that one, then tune in a little over an hour. Now, obviously, we're making our quilt front, or Emma's made the quilt front with us today. You need to put your fabric on the back, and we've got some really good suggestions with regards to these. So these are beautiful fabrics. Now, it's not extra wide, but to be honest, you don't need it to be extra wide, because you're looking at what, a metre and 35 centimetres with regards to the width today. But these are beautiful. So let's go through these now. This cobalt blue, I like my blue, as you can see. And these are really good size, but they're beautiful to go on the back of your quilts. It's, as I say, it's not extra wide. But you're looking at 3.5 metres. So again, that blue, beautiful, as you can see there. If you like the look of this one, you're saving on each one of these different cuts. So traditionally we would sell at 1/2 metre increments, and then you would need to add 7 in your basket in order for you to actually get the figure that we've got on your screen, your 3.5 metres, but not on this occasion. £24.53, which is brilliant value for money. I'm kind of looking at this and looking at the quilt that you've been working on and thinking that'd be a nice one actually to use in there as well. Ooh, 24. I mean, that price on your screen, that's worth getting for your stash, isn't it?
It is, absolutely.
3.5
And I have to
metres.
admit, because I also do log on quilting, I love a plain background on the back of a quilt, because then if I use a different thread on the back, on the bobbin,
Yes.
then that quilting really just shows up against the plain
Nice,
background,
yeah.
and so your quilt then essentially becomes reversible.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just going to bring in the fabrics from the quilt that we've got hanging, because if you think about
Oh,
those,
yes.
look at those. That's a backing for that quilt, isn't it?
But I have to admit, I'm partial to teal as well. I am a bit partial to
Well,
teal.
yeah, and also as well, we've got other fabrics. I mean, we've got, if you want other fabrics, these are extra wides that we've got coming up, so yeah. It's all sorts. So the blue, look at that. That is a gorgeous blue. £24.53 if you like the idea of getting hold of that one. I'm going to leave those details with you. The teal, this is one that Emma loves. I love it. It's kind of almost like a mottled feel in this one. It's got a lovely weight to it as well. That is,
Yeah.
I'd make a dress out of that as well.
I'd actually be tempted to recreate the quilt with that on the front.
Absolutely, yes. Nice idea. I'm just having a look, seeing what else we've got on the show that would work with it. That'd work with it as well, wouldn't it? Again, maybe you want to pick out the teal from the quilt top, because you've got your teals in there. Beautiful. We're actually calling it jade, sorry, rather than teal. Don't want to confuse the issue. But again, that would work quite nicely with that one. Still do like that blue though. But there you go. Again, 3.5 metres, £25.93. Absolutely beautiful quality. Yeah, John Landman's one of our favourites here. 100% cotton, as if I need to tell you that, because it's already on your screen. Then you've got paprika. Oh, spicy. And that's this beautiful kind of orange tone with this one. Again, I keep bringing in the quilt, because when you look at a quilt, doesn't it look different, dependent on the fabrics that you bring in alongside it? And that's the thing, you pick out whichever colour you like as your lead.
Yeah.
But I like it with the paprika. I didn't think that would look right, but it does. But absolutely gorgeous, because you've got that kind of paprika in there, so love it. So there you go, if you like the look of that one. Nice hot sunny colour. Again, we've got other fabrics that will work with that if you're wanting to look on the show. We've got loads. Go and have a little look. All comes together beautifully. And then the last one that we've got for you is this one here, which, again, that kind of mottled effect's lovely.
Love it.
It's almost like a solid with a bit of interest, isn't it? I've got to do it, because I know this one's going to go as well. Look at that.
You know what? It's nothing to stop anybody who has the kits. If they wanted to add some extra blocks around it to make it bigger,
That's a good point.
using a different
yeah.
colour, a similar colour, coordinated
That's a really
colour.
good point, yeah. Good tip, another top tip. Emma is full of those top tips, and Emma is going to be back with us, well, it's just over an hour's time. She's going to be back with us at 11 o'clock. Brand new fabric collection. Loads of other things on the website relating to this hour, so by all means do go and have a little look at those. Emma, thank you so much for this hour. I really enjoyed working with you again, and we'll see you in an hour.
Okay.
And I will see you just after the break. So, yeah, looking forward to spending more time with you. Bye for now.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hi everyone, I'm here at the Festival of Quilts. So if you're coming at all, I'll be here every day. Come and see us and come and visit us on the Sewing Street stand. It's brilliant. But if you can't come, don't worry. We've got our own quilt festival every day on Sewing Street from 8 till 1.
Hi guys, guess who's back? I'm going to be with you on Monday for a 3-hour super duper takeover special. I've got some amazing deals. One you are definitely not going to want to miss on our Gemini 2. But I've got 3 hours of fun, frolics, jam-packed show, loads of jaw-dropping deals, some fabulous stuff on there and some surprises tucked up my sleeve as well. So I'll see you on Monday from 10 o'clock.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to what is going to be an amazing hour. I know it's going to be an amazing hour because we are busy already. Now, I need to introduce you to a brand new designer, not here in the studio, but we've got a beautiful collection of fabrics that I've got in front of me, and I know you guys are going to love these. So these have all been designed by a lovely lady called Sally Kelly, and she has got a great kind of heritage, because you can see here that she worked for many years as a senior designer at Liberty of London, no less. And she created some beautiful designs, best loved designs. She's worked on all sorts of different collaborations there as well, some very famous names, I'm sure that you will agree with there, and many, many others. And as you can see, those gorgeous artistry around her, that Botanica style is absolutely beautiful. And you will see that kind of Liberty-esque style in her fabrics, which are absolutely beautiful. Now, this is a brand new collection, beautiful range that we're going to be sharing with you, and gorgeous fabrics that you might want to use in your quilting, but Sally's created some beautiful fabrics in a different style. So this is the collection that we're talking about, the Botanica. Now, it's a collection that's taken from her own drawings and paintings, and gorgeous florals, as you can see. Nice scaled design, so you've got a mixture of large designs and small designs as well, and lots of kind of Prussian blues featuring in here, which makes me very happy because I do love my blues. But then you've got gorgeous kind of rich imperial yellows, you've got magentas, verdigris in there, as well as emeralds, and a gorgeous vibrant mix. So the fabrics themselves, a beautiful collection, I am sure you will agree. I will introduce them all to you independently in a few moments, but this is your bundle that you've got on the screen here, and we are going to be taking the equivalent of ½ metre off your price. So if you like the look of all of these, well, the price on your screen is not the price you can be paying. We've only just kind of put this together during the course of the show because we wanted to make sure that you could take advantage of split pay. And because the price has now dropped below £100, if you made it available prior to the start of the show, then sadly you wouldn't have had your split pay. So there's method in our madness there. So we were a little bit crafty there, but we're on your side. We want you to be able to take advantage of those. So these are gorgeous. We've also got, and I'll just tease you with these, we'll come to these later, but this is a lovely bundle of solids that will work alongside them. So go and check those out as well as you're checking out your baskets. Now, before we look at them individually, there's loads and loads of inspiration if you do check out Sally's kind of history. So the Botanica range, we haven't got patterns to share with you. I'm sure you can get hold of patterns, but go and seek them out. Beautiful ideas of inspiration. Might be that you've already got patterns that you're just waiting for the right fabrics. Well, these could potentially be them. They're absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful prints that you've got in there, different sizes, little small pieces of design, so perfect for those smaller elements, but also bold enough that you could use them with regards to dressmaking if you're wanting to, your statement quilt, your applique. Everything would look gorgeous within these as well. So you can see beautiful fabrics, loads of inspiration there. No patterns available on the show, but do go and seek those out. But I know that there's loads of other patterns that you could use as well. I love that snowball block, looks good. Oh, look at this bag making maybe as well. Oh, nice. See that? We should have done a bit of photoshopping and put John Scott's head on that, because that is definitely a John Scott kind of shirt, definitely. There you go. That's John Scott at the weekend. So a beautiful collection of fabrics, and you are going to love working with these, which is why we think that that bundle with everything in is going to prove to be so popular. So what are you getting? Well, you're actually getting 6 meters worth of fabrics, but you're not paying the 6 meter price, because what we've done is, or what Hannah has done, is drop that price down on your screen. So you can see there the price has dropped down, and what that means is you're getting the equivalent of one of these pieces of fabric as a Billy bonus. So you've got beautiful fabrics throughout here. Love the way that these designs, small repeats of things like your sashing and your binding, larger fabric pieces if you wanted to make a statement. You can see almost like a positive and negative almost look with the light and the dark backgrounds with these. Absolutely gorgeous, and that influence, that Liberty influence coming through, as I'm sure you will agree with some of these, because Sally Kelly, who is the designer behind these, did design for Liberty. She's worked with some very famous people, creating beautiful collections, but now this is a collection in her own name, in her own right, and you are loving it. Absolutely beautiful, 100% cotton, naturally as you would imagine, but what brilliant value for money to get brand new designer fabrics all together, every single one of them, ½ metre of each of those. That is a fabulous quilt just waiting to be made. Now you've got a split pay. It's an interest-free way of actually getting hold of this. Just 2 payments with this one, £46.69. Usually, we have to have products at £100 in order to bring you a split pay. But because we kind of launched this live on air, we dropped the price down, means you still got that split pay. Now, if you were ahead of the game, you thought, oh, hang on a minute, I ordered before we got to it. Don't worry. You're actually going to get that lower price alongside everybody else. And again, if you chose your split pay, then you will be paying that lower split pay with it too. So all of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 half metres, equating to 6 metres in total, but you're only paying for 5.5 metres because you've got the saving, which is the equivalent of that one could be free, that one could be free, that one could be free, whichever you choose. Beautiful. Now, what are you going to do with it? Have you got a quilt pattern in idea? You've got a dressmaking idea, maybe? Maybe you can take inspiration from the Botanica kind of editorial. These are images that we found online that you may take inspiration from, but you might already have a quilt pattern that's just waiting for the right fabrics. What about dressmaking? I mean, 100% cotton, beautiful for dressmaking as well, especially with some of those statement prints. Beautiful. Maybe you've got some applique that you're wanting to do. Some of Delphine's patterns would look beautiful in these. Maybe you're a bag maker. Then it could be that you're making your gorgeous bags, or maybe you're making your cotton shirts because this fabric will work beautifully with it. Now, obviously, if you're making a garment, then ½ metres aren't going to be sufficient to make a garment, but it could be that you're piecing these together before you make the shirt, but we have got the opportunity for you to get them by the ½ metre, which we'll tell you about in a few moments, so you can get the particular ones if you are looking for them. But as a collection, with that ½ metre coming as a bonus, I think that is a brilliant price. Now, lots of you are shopping for those, but I'm just going to move that out of the way, but I'm not going to let it go completely, because if you are going for that, can I suggest you add these in as well? Hannah's put these together. Beautiful choice of colours, I have to say, but they are absolutely perfect to work with those. As you can see there, I mean, absolutely spot on. It's a clever way of eking out those feature fabrics that you've got there, making them go that little bit further. But the details on the side of your screen over there. Where's my finger? There you go. If you're wanting those are there. But if you like the look of these, and I'm just going to move those out of the way now just so as you can see them in their glory. So these, you've got ½ metre of each of these, 2.5 metres in total. Absolutely beautiful. So you've got your emerald in there, you've got your jade in there as well, you've got your magenta in there as well, raspberries in there as well, that gorgeous navy. See, that's going to look beautiful. Look at that. You can put that with any of those. Oh, I did that one already. Look at that. It doesn't matter which fabric, which those fabrics you take from the collection. It doesn't matter. They will all go beautifully. It might be that you want to kind of make a focal point of that pink there, the raspberry, or maybe the magenta, because you've got that running through there as well. That particular fabric, all of these fabrics that I'm bringing in are part of that larger bundle that we've got on the screen as well. If you can stretch to the other, for the additional £18.95, get both, because that will actually give you 8.5 metres worth of fabric to play around with. I mean, look at that. Beautiful. So yeah, the two together will give you 8.5 metres worth of fabric, which is going to be plenty for you to make a sizable quilt with. Every one of these, it works beautifully, doesn't it? Absolutely beautifully. Love that, fun and funky. This reminds me of, is it British Gas who had the advert with the little flame? It just reminds me of that. It's lovely, like little leaves or something. Again, beautiful. That's very Liberty-esque. We've got the lighter version of that. So, I mean, those three together, those look gorgeous. Don't they? Maybe the four if you take the navy in there as well. Oh, I'm off in my head. I'm off in my head project making, and that's the last one there. So that's why I'm saying do take advantage of these. So the solids, brilliant value for me at £18.95. We're going to keep these around because they are brilliant. They're kind of like that connective to eke out your fabrics. But we've got the big bundle that we spoke of, but we're going to work our way through. I've jumbled them all up now. I'm going to turn them over there. So I think we're going to start off with this one here. So we have got this one in two different colourways. So let me just pop those over to the side to start with. Let me just turn those over. There we go, because they look prettier that way around. There we go. So this one here with a pink backdrop, little tiny kind of shards that you've got in the back there. So this one is beautiful. Look at that. Keep all of these because these are nice to have the labels on the back of your quilts and things like that. So there you go. Beautiful. See, that's ½ a metre. Maybe you're making a bag. You're only potentially going to need ½ a metre. £8.49. Add in your solids though, because you could eke out that by bringing your solids in. Use it for your lining. Let me show you this one from a distance. Look at that. Oops, daisy. Oh, good point. Good point. Hannah's just saying about, I don't know if you've come across the Tallulah shacket. I don't know if we've got it in stock at the moment, but the pattern I've got to show beginning of September, I think it is when we're bringing it back in. But this could be a panel in a garment. You've got enough there potentially to put like a panel in a sleeve or a panel on a shirt front. Imagine it with denim. Or as a yoke on the back of something. Hold on, I'm going to go into Superman mode, superhero mode, should I say. There you go. Can you imagine that on the back of a jacket? It's beautiful, gorgeous fabric. Love it. Just want to wrap myself up in it. So there you go. That is beautiful. Details phenomenal. If you have just joined us, Sally Kelly, new designer, beautiful Botanica collection, inspired by her own paintings and drawings, a history of designing for Liberty and working with lots of famous people. But go and get a loan now with her for her own collection, and that's what we're seeing here with these gorgeous. They're almost like passion flowers, aren't they? Beautiful. You could do a little bit of kind of embroidery on top of this. Couldn't you put little kind of sequins or beads on these? Really embellish it. Beautiful. And that could be a pocket detail on the back. I mean, you've got a ½ metre piece. So that very easily, I mean, could it even as a cushion? Just simply don't over egg the pudding, I think the phrase is, isn't it? You can literally just make a cushion front from that. Take one of the solids that we've got in that fabric bundle as the back maybe. Or maybe if you wanted to make 3 cushion fronts, you could kind of just make a square and add some sashing using your solids. So you have got the whole collection, but equally so, we appreciate that you might not want to go for the whole collection, so you might want to cherry pick. Make your own bundle. ½ metre increments. So ½ metre increments. So if you do want to kind of get hold of that, then you can do it and go for multiples if you so choose as well. So there you go. So we've got that one with the pink backdrop, but we've also got with the navy backdrop as well. So this particular one, same design. And this one, we're calling it indigo because the lead is going by the back fabric or the back layer. Again, lots of you have been shopping for this one. So you could use the two together if you wanted. That could be, if it's reversible, that could be the outside, that could be the inside, and then vice versa. Again, the solids. This is why I keep bringing these in, because this is a really clever way of eking out just a feature fabric. So if you are shopping on a budget, maybe you've been to Festival of Quilts already and you're thinking, I'm all shopped out. Don't need a whole collection, but I can't not have some of this. Well, there you go. ½ metre. That's a very affordable way of getting hold of 3 metres of fabric. So £8.49 plus your £18.95 for your solids. You've got a beautiful feature quilt in the making there. Beautiful. So if you like the look of that one is your Botanica Indigo because of the backdrop. Beautiful. Like that one a lot. You'll hear me saying that a lot. I like that a lot because I like them all. They're should we go for this one, which is kind of like a tulipy look. Tulipy look. Again, we've got a light and a dark. Let's start with the navy. Or are we calling it indigo again with this one? I don't know what we're calling it. Indigo. But then that shot of colour. It's almost like that. You can imagine Sally, I don't know what she works in with its watercolours, but it's almost got like an acrylic paint feel to it, very solid. I love that flow and the way that you kind of got the movement going through the leaves there. And that, again, you don't need a lot. And something else you might want to do, this is a clever little trick for you as well. If you're wanting to really eke out a fabric, then just use it as a feature on the edge. So there you go. Look at that, just as a kind of element on a pocket or something like that. That ½ metre can go such a long way when you think about how you're actually working with it. So, as I say, £8.49. So what are the two together, Hannah? If we went for a ½ metre and the solids... Oh, she's going to do the maths. She's going to do the maths. I can hear you tapping. I couldn't do it in my head. £27 and... 27 what? Sorry, 44. 27.44. And that will get you a ½ metre. It could be a ½ metre of any of these. Excuse the crudeness, we're just shoving these in there. But any of those and those solids. You've got 3 metres of fabric. It's a very affordable way of getting hold of them. It's less than £30. And you only need, as I said, you only need a little strip. That is beautiful. Love that one. Each time I look at them individually, I've got a new favourite. Does that make me fickle? Probably. We've got a lighter version of this one as well. You like this one on pre-order? Don't blame me. Could be that you're using the two together because that works. Or maybe, I mean, where are you going? You're going to go down the navy route. You're going to go down the teal route with the solids. You're going to go, see, I like this one with the pinks and the purples. See, I think that's... We were just talking about 3 fabric quilts, weren't we, in the last hour? 3 fabrics, look at that, beautiful. Oh, the green, see now. Oh, now I'm confusing myself. I don't know which to go for. But what I do know is that is going to be a very useful fabric in my stash. Beautiful, beautiful look to it. So, macadamia. Macadamia. They do nut. Is it macadamia nut? Is that where I know that name from? There you go. Other nuts are available. OTU I24. If you like the look of that one, ½ metres. If you are new to us here at Sewing Street, because I know lots of you will have come across us because you came across the stand at the festival. If you are new to it, hello, welcome. This is Sewing Street. We bring you live shows every day of the week from 8 a.m. through till 1 p.m. and we bring you beautiful fabrics without you needing to leave your home. Don't even need to put your shoes and socks on. Beautiful. So there you go. If you like the look of that one, then pop that into your basket. Now, the way that it works here, ½ metres are the kind of increments that we bring to you, but a lot of the fabrics we cut to order. So if you did want to go for multiples, say 3 metres, then you just increase the quantity to 6 and you would get it as a complete run. And that works for many of our fabrics, not just the ones that we've got on the show today. Now I'm going to go down the ditzy route with this little one here, and we've got kind of got 3 variations of this one. Now I'm looking at it thinking jelly beans. So, my mind's going, little birds, maybe, yeah. I think they are little leaves, actually, or they could be petals. They can be whatever you want them to be, but they kind of look different depending on... I think that I'm getting the jelly bean feel from that one. So, now, this one, we don't have huge quantities of this one. We've only got 5 metres left now. Again... Beautiful. Look at that, just that little bit there. And that's one that, again, if you're wanting to use it as a binding, it's always useful to have something that's got a small print, because if you just do it on that side so you don't see the label. There you go. See, you only need a tiny bit. But with a small repeat, you're not losing that dimension of that pattern there. So the small prints are always incredibly useful. Again, team it up with your solids, and it could be any of them. It could be that you're using your scraps, that you're making kind of little storage elements. See, doesn't it look different depending on the fabrics that you use? It's what I call a happy fabric, this one. It just, yeah, nice and bright. And I like the kind of the creamy tone that you've got on the back, because it kind of gives it a little rest. It looks nice with the pink as well, doesn't it? Can you imagine that's a cuff on a shirt or something like that, or a collar, button placket with black buttons, taking out the little kind of dot on there. Oh, I'm off. I'm off. Love it. So that one is the first version. So that one is your macadamia fabric leaves. That's it, macadamia leaves. Beautiful. Folding it up, trying to be neat and tidy. Doesn't always work, but I'm trying. That one we've got in 3 colourways. So let me bring in the, oh no, this one, I was going to say navy, but it's not, it's more of a cobalt blue. No, it's just called blue. Blue, blue, blue. There you go. Beautiful. So again, don't notice those little dots as much on this one, because they're pink dots. On the lighter one, they were black, so you see them a little bit more maybe. But again, don't forget those solids. I know I keep banging on about them, but it's a clever way for you to eke out that ½ metre. If you are shopping on a budget, but you still want to get quality, you still want to get beautiful fabrics, then look at those. Pencil cases, little bags, all sorts of things you could be making with those. Very, very easily. Beautiful. So there you go, £8.49 for that one. And that one is the leaves again, but this time we're calling it blue. Blue. Oh, now this is like a teal. So this one again, same idea. I mean, it could be, again, your 3 fabrics that you utilise and you're using those. I don't know if I'd put all 3 of those together, because you kind of, I think you lose it. Although it has got a very kind of funky feel to it. I feel like that you need like a separate, yeah. Unless you're going for the mega bundle, because obviously the mega bundle, you've got the other fabrics to break it up as well. You see, Sally will have put these together. I mean, just to show you, these are the ones that we've gone through already. We've got all 12 of the different fabrics featuring in the big bundle, which I'll tell you about again when we get to the end of these. So there you go again. Don't forget your solids, because that's going to eke out those again. So there you go. £8.49 will get you your ½ metre there. Just popping the solid bundle on the side there. Hannah's put these together. Every single one of the fabrics that we've looked at, this solid bundle will work with it, because she's picked out the different colours. That's something Sally will have done when she's put this collection together. She'll be thinking about how one fabric works alongside another to maximise its use. Because it's all well and good bringing us these beautiful fabrics, but you're going to need to be able to put them together. Now, I love this one. I've got this kind of, I feel a bit, well, I was going to say tropically with this one, but tropical wasn't the right word. And I think jungle, that's the perfect word. Perfect. Although some of these almost look like roses. Beautiful. Love it. Again, you've got your leaves in there, you've got your florals in there. You've kind of got an overlap of the design. So maybe this would be a nice one to use if you're doing almost like what I call a reverse quilt, where you've got your blocks being your solids, but then you want something exciting to use for your sashing. Then that could be the case. It would look a bit like that, wouldn't it? I suppose. If you wanted to, might be that you're doing some embroidery, or maybe a bit of a applique using some of the other fabrics. Reverse applique, yeah. Maybe if you can grab a pen and kind of mimic that design, or create something along those styles. Beautiful. So that particular one, if you like the look of that one, we're calling that Camellia. Camellia. Nice flowers. Beautiful. Lovely. So there you go. That one is Camellia. Now, the next one that we've actually got 4 variations of the same. So these, again, I'll go through them individually, but here you go. They work nice together, don't they? Now, you could make up your own bundles with these. So if you wanted to, you could go for a ½ metre of each of them. And then you've got a nice combination. But we'll work our way through. Let's start with the top one, since we've got that one there. So maybe you kind of want to take advantage of those darker tones in the fabrics and utilise this one. Again, lovely kind of little floral. Periwinkle. Lovely. Little kind of speckles of pink in there, which look brilliant. Again, it's kind of like a ditzy floral, but without the kind of, you know how sometimes we see florals and they're very placed? And they're at certain points. These, you kind of always like, they've been thrown up in the air and it's just where they land. Beautiful. Very meadowy. I like that. Beautiful. So again, nice one, utilising, it's kind of 3 main colours with that. Dare I say, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to bring in the solids again. Because there you go. Again, just works. Ekes out that ½ metre. Highly recommend getting that bundle. £18.49 that is, and you can get. Oh, there you go, it popped up on your screen. As I say, it was on the website, but yeah. So there, do take advantage of those. As I say, eke out your solids. Those more expensive of your fabrics. Make them sing. Now, look at this. Oh, I love this. This is one that I'd certainly consider dressmaking with. It's beautiful. Can you imagine that, if I kind of bunch that up almost as a skirt? Again, panel in a garment. Again, bringing those solid seeds, look, those two. There could be edges of pockets and all sorts, couldn't they, if you wanted to? Love it. This one I'll call it magenta. And again, taking the lead from that back fabric. Centre of the flowers on this occasion are almost like a golden yellow. Beautiful. Very pretty fabric. Again, ½ metres. Increase your increments if you're new to us. We cut to order, so it's like going into your sewing shop and saying, I'd like 1.5 metres of that one. The only problem that we've got is we've only got 6 metres available to that. So if you are looking at making a garment, quite often 3 metres is your go-to cut when it's garment making, if you haven't got a pattern in mind. So yeah, we've only got probably a couple of opportunities for people to do that with the quantity that we've got. So if that's something you're thinking of, get in as soon as you can. It's got quite a vintage feel to it, I think, this fabric, and that's almost where you can see that Liberty style coming through. And Sally Kelly, who's the designer behind the Botanica collection, that's where she's worked, her kind of heritage. She was one of the lead designers, well, the lead, you don't have one of, do you? You have the lead, that's the whole point. The gorgeous jade. And yeah, she led the design team, came up with some beautiful designs, worked with lots of famous people. Check out her editorials, very interesting. And also very inspirational, using her own original artwork to create some absolutely beautiful fabrics. See again, that one there. See, which would you bring in? Would you bring in the green? Or would you bring in the navy? Or would you bring in both? No. Oh, I'll go for both. If in doubt, get it all. Well, I mean, the solids, you're going to get all of those anyway, so they're all in the bundle. But then again, you might want to add that oh, I don't know now. I love it. £18.95. I mean, yeah. I don't know what, it's not, do not dilly-dally. I think that's the thing. Just get those as well, because whether you're using them with these fabrics or not, you are going to find that you'll use them. So that one. Is this the periwinkle now? So here's the periwinkle with that beautiful blue. This time we've got a red. Then you've got that red. Oh, I like that. It's almost like a cobalt blue though, isn't it? I mean, we're calling it periwinkle, but oh no, not sure about the green. But then again, if you're appliquing, the green would, yeah. See, the blue's nice. Hannah's done a good job, hasn't she, with those solids? She chose well. I love it. So that one is the last of the 12 fabrics by the ½ metre. So this is something that we love to do here at Sewing Street. We give you options. So it's a brand new collection, the Botanica range from Sally Kelly. Brand new designer to us. So as I arrange these, let me show you Sally. This is lovely Sally here, and you can see the amazing designer, wonderful designer, using her own artwork as inspiration for these beautiful fabrics that we're sharing with you today. She's really earned her stripes because she's a senior designer at Liberty. Worked with lots of famous people. I'm sure you'll recognise some of those names on your screen there. Yeah. loads of ideas and inspiration. So although we haven't got these specific patterns to share with you, you will have patterns, I am sure, that you'll kind of look at and you'll think, oh, that reminds me of that pattern that I've got in my stash that I'm yet to make up. Well, these could be the perfect fabrics for you to do so. So there you go. If you'd like the idea of using it in quilting, there you go. Maybe that will give you some inspiration. Or maybe you can do a bit of applique work. I love that quilt that we've got there as well. Love that almost like take on a stripy quilt there as well. Beautiful. So loads of inspiration, not just quilts though. A little bit of dressmaking, as you can see, potentially. Oh, it's got a hiccup then. I do apologise. Little hiccup. And the bags. I mean, look at that. Sometimes, you know, a simple bag can look amazing done with a complex fabric. So these are all 12 of those designs. Now you're going to get ½ metre of each of these. You're actually only paying for 5½ metres because ½ a metre, the discounted price, which you would have seen at the top of the show if you were there at the beginning of the show. But the drop that we've made is the equivalent of one of these coming to you as a freebie. So £93.39. It's been incredibly popular. You're loving Sally's work. Over half the stock has gone. This is brand new to us today. We're a little over halfway through the show. For half the stock to have gone at that stage, my goodness. I hope we see more of Sally's fabrics. These are beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So brilliant value for money. You've got your two-way split, a very affordable way of getting hold of all of these gorgeous fabrics. Spread the cost over 2 payments if you so choose. No interest, no fees on top of that. Oh, we've got a suggestion down here, Donna. Yes, they would be great with the previous cave quilt. Yeah, that pattern that we saw, the fields and fences, wasn't it? Yeah. So if you've bought the kit and you look at making more of them, or maybe if you've gone for Cave's book, don't forget we've been launching that today as well. And there's patterns in there. And yes, it has kind of got that brightness. Now I'm bringing these in alongside it, and the reason I'm bringing these in is because this is a solid bundle that our lovely Hannah, who's producing us today, has put together. And I think she's hit the nail on the head with that, hasn't she? Now, if you can manage to stretch to both of these, that is really going to eke out your fabrics. Because you've got the details on the top of your screen there for those. 6 metres worth of fabric. And then you've got this beautiful collection. And then if there's others that you want to go for, you can go for these as ½ metres. But most of you are going for the whole lot. And I think this is nice because when we see a brand new designer, you're getting everything there. If you're just shopping for a couple of these, you might think, oh, I wish I'd gone for that one as well. And by the time you come back, we might not have it available. So by having all of them, even though you haven't necessarily got a specific project in mind at the moment, you've got them there to play around with, to audition, to try out against each other, maybe trying out against the solids that you've got there as well. I hope if you are managing to stretch for the big bundle, as I know lots of you have been doing so, that you are adding these in as well. Because the saving that you've got is going towards the cost of these. So it's like you've got an even bigger amount. You've got 8½ metres of fabric we're looking at here. So pretty much any quilt pattern that you've got in your stash, you will have fabrics that are going to help you create it then. Now, I will warn you, when we look at the big bundle, we're at this stage now, single figures. So we had a sizable quantity. We thought we'd have got enough, but you never know. You never ever know. When we bring you something new, we just do not know how it's going to go. You've got your gorgeous larger prints. Every single one of these is available individually. But I love this. It's almost like a passion flower. I love passion flowers. Beautiful. You've got these lovely kind of tulip-esques. I love the flow and the movement that you've got in this one. You've got the black backdrop of this one being that kind of navy. I think we're calling it indigo when you look for it individually. And then you've got the lighter tone, so beautiful. You've got loads of these, 3 of these with these kind of little leaf patterns in there as well. And then you've got, again, another feature fabric. There's only one variation of this one, but it's beautiful. And then you've kind of got 4 variations of this one. So brilliant combination. You can put them together in loads of different ways. And whether you're using them in their entirety or just using a small amount, because what you can do very cleverly is just eke out the design. In fact, I'm going to bring the navy in because I do like that one, just kind of peeping over the edge. So this is where the solids, and I know I keep doing this and I do apologise, but I want you to be able to maximise what you've got. So although you've got 6.5 metres, and you would probably make a quilt utilising that, even those little bits that you've got left over are going to make fabulous little cushions or sashing. And a mega bundle, when you're looking at 6 metres of fabric, yes, that is fabric that could be all going into a quilt, but it might be that you're only utilising, I don't know, 4 metres worth, or you'll have little bits left over. And it might be that you've got a bag. Sometimes, are you like me at home when you start a project and it's all in your head and you suddenly think, oh no, I'm going off, I'm going to make an extra pocket, or I'm going to make a purse, or I'm going to add a lining. I mean, something that I love, and it's almost quite cheeky, when you've got a plain fabric, maybe you've got something like a, I don't know, like a PU leather type bag, and it's quite a kind of, I don't know, contemporary design. Nice solid navy, but then when you unzip it and you've got, wow, a fabric like that on the inside, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Accessories you could be making with these as well, using them as little panels on pockets, cuffs, collars, buttons, patches of pockets, or utilise them within an actual quilt pattern. Don't forget Kaffe's book launching today. Maybe you've gone for that. There's 20 quilt kits in there, or patterns, should I say, in there. And you could use them, take the inspiration from the patterns, but not necessarily use his fabrics with them. They've got a statement about them. You can see that Liberty kind of influence with some of these as well, but just beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. 100% cotton. Now, take advantage of that while you've got the chance. If everybody checks their baskets out, we only have 6 opportunities left. It's only 6, not many, is it really? Not many at all, actually, when you consider what we started with, so wow. So there you go. If you like the look of that one, I'm going to move that one over there. Where we go next, Hannah? Solid bundle. Again, if you're shopping for all those fabrics we looked at in the bundle, which is an investment, it's an investment of anybody's money, and you might just be choosing, it might be that you're just thinking, do you know what, I can't stretch to the main bundle, then do shop for the half metres. I'm not going to go through them all again, but this solid is going to become your friend, because for 2.5 metres, it's lovely as a solid bundle itself, $18.95. But even just adding in a half metre, any of these as half metres are going to look absolutely amazing alongside it. So if you can't go for the big bundle, it's not the only way to shop for it. Any of these is going to look absolutely beautiful alongside it. So do seek out those half metres, because they will work with these as well. Or you might be going for the big bundle in its own right. So it's entirely up to you, but do not miss out on these. We've sold a lot of these. Lots of you like those. Perfect. So there you go. I love it. So there you go. £18.95. So now I'm going to bring this in. Ooh, okay. Going off on one again. Now this is a nice fabric. Now this, you might look at this, you might recognise this one because it's actually Tula Pink. And the thing that I love about this one, it's extra wide, but if I can do this carefully and bring it onto the overhead, as you look at this, it kind of changes colour. Oh, that didn't work, did it? I've got too much fabric on the table. It kind of changes colour with each of the repeats. So it's going from the yellows to the pinks, teals, you've got red in there as well, orange. Beautiful. 100% cotton. It's got a very fluid feel to it, so a perfect one if you're wanting to use it for dressmaking. And it's extra wide. And it's a blush sateen. Is it blush because of the backdrop? Is that why we're calling it blush? Ah. It's got a lovely, very smooth finish. So it's been satin. It's quite often with the satinised finish, you kind of get a bit of a kind of sheen to it, but not with this. You've got the feel of it. It's got a beautiful feel to it, but it's not kind of shiny. Nice areas, maybe a little bit of a feature applique. Lots of different colours featuring there, going right the way through it, and it's an extra wide. So I'll hold it up, but I'll only be able to hold up half of it, because my arms aren't long enough to do it twice. So it's twice the width there. I could be doing like one of those, is it Stretch Armstrong with pools? But sadly not. Sadly not. I remember that when I was little, and it was kind of like one of the, I think they had a bit of retro comeback, haven't they? But I remember literally kids trying to pull his arms off that stretched in that far. But there we go. You bought your mum one. Okay, fair enough, for Christmas. Okay, fair enough. I don't know. You should give me forewarn me with these stories, Hannah. I'm not going to go down that route. We're ahead of the we haven't got to the threshold yet, so yeah. Did you make him a new pair of pants then? No. Okay, fair enough then. Well, the natural thing is you're going to stretch him, aren't you? Yeah, so yeah, I get it. So his painted on pants disappeared. You have some very interesting Christmases, I have to say, Hannah. Very interesting Christmases. I love it. So there you go, Tula Pink. Now we have got more Tula Pink on the show. She's got a brand new collection out as well. But this one, as you can see there, beautiful fabric, extra wide. Extra wide we often talk about being on the back of your quilt, but I think this is striking enough to actually have it on the front. Isn't it beautiful? I love it. So that particular one is gorgeous. Gorgeous. So that is the first of the extra wides that I'm sharing with you from Tula Pink. Next one that we've got, I love this one. It's almost like well, it's almost like a little starburst. Now this one ends 139. And again, you've kind of got that meandering of colour. This one's called On Whisper. Oh, I can't come up with these wonderful names that people come up with their fabric collections. I'd be like, this is the blue one. This is the pink one. This is the purple one. It's a little bit grey. Or brown. It's brown. That's one of my most unfavourite words when it comes to describing fabrics. It's brown. Isn't that lovely? And I love it because it kind of meanders, but you don't have an ombre within the actual shapes. So if you did want to isolate certain areas, then you could beautiful little, I don't know what type of bird that is. I'm worse with my birds. Is it a swallow? Beautiful. Gorgeous. Extra wide again. So just shy of 3 metres wide, 2 metres and 3/4, if you will. And this one again has got that lovely satin finish, beautiful feel. Oh, that'd be lovely as a quilt. Gorgeous on the back of a quilt, that would be. So there you go. So that one has kind of got almost like a biscuit, but maybe not as dark as biscuit. But when I bring it alongside this one, it's got a whisper. If whispers had colours, it'd be that colour. Then this one is more of a creamy tone. Cotton candy, okay. See, I would have said that's more cotton candy, but no, this is, yeah, okay. Fairy dust. It's dust, dust. Beautiful. A pale malted milk. Okay. Like a vanilla, I was going to say. Love it. We're going down the biscuit route. That's me mentioning biscuits, isn't it, with that one? We're going down the different. Isn't it beautiful? And it's nice as well because these little characters, they're kind of the fusion between the two different colours. So you've got the purple and the cerise pink there amalgamating together to create that beautiful little swallow there featuring the different fabrics. And you'll see that again here with the kind of the pinks and the oranges coming together to create that one, the greens coming together there. So very, very clever design. And of course, we love our Tula Pinks, don't we? Beautiful. striking, absolutely gorgeous. Half metre is just £14.99, so very affordable backing. Again, half metre, you could be using your extra wide in your dressmaking as well. So it's almost like 3 metres wide, so you could quite easily go for maybe a metre and a half of that and have plenty of fabric to make a garment. So yeah, love it, like that one as well. So let's fold that one up nice and neatly, and I'll show you some of the others. And the others extra wide as well, I'm not sure. So let's have a little look at this one. This one's, oh, butterflies. Now this one isn't Tula Pink, but it's beautiful. It's called Carnival, this particular one. Oh, there go my glasses. They bounce. I love these, they're like little orbs or bubbles. Bubbles, darling. Beautiful. Do you know what? Hannah, you're going to hate me for this. Look at that. I mean, that solid bundle that we looked at earlier, again, picking out those different colours. See, look at that teal, picking it out there. Oh, Hannah, you need to put more bundles together. You do it so well. You do so well. We haven't got huge quantities of this bundle left because it's put together with Sally Kelly's new design bundle, but it works on other things. So beautiful. That's gorgeous. So extra wide, again, £12.99 for extra wide fabric. That is brilliant. If you want your inches, only because I've just come across it, 108. I can never remember it. I don't know why. But yeah, just shy of 3 metres, 2 metres and 3/4. There or thereabouts, give or take a centimetre. And this one's kind of got, it's almost like a stenciled butterfly on here as well. You don't notice them straight away, actually. It's kind of like that added interest. I like that in a fabric. Gorgeous. So if you like the idea of your carnival multi, this one is an extra wide, half metre increments, just to turn it around that way. So if you're wanting to go for your half metres, that's your half metre, which if you're looking at pattern pieces, depends on the garment that you're making, but it could be that as long as your pattern piece is no wider than half metre, and it's kind of going lengthways. I mean, that could quite easily be kind of like the quarter panel of a dress or something like that, couldn't it? You'd fit a bodice piece on there very easily. So, gorgeous. Beautiful. I love it. I love it. Absolutely beautiful. Now, please do make sure you're checking your baskets out. There's a lot of fabric in this show. We've had sellouts during this show as well. So thank you to everybody who's been jumping ahead, because it takes us a while to get through everything, especially when it's me, because I'm a sewer just like you, and I'm like oohing and ahhing alongside you. So, yeah. And I must mention this brand new collection once again, because you have been absolutely adoring this. Now, when we kind of left this and kind of parked it to talk about everything else, I think we had about 6 of these left. Half of those have gone now, so we're down to your last 3 chances. And I know lots of you do shop at the end of the hour. You like to see everything. But I don't know, just in case you are new to us here at Sewing Street, I know Festival of Quilts has brought a lot more new people to us. You've discovered us at Festival and you're watching. And in the past, you might have shopped online or via TV. And when you pop goodies into your basket, it's almost like you've reserved it and you've kind of got a time element that you check your basket out and you're okay. It works slightly differently here because it's not yours until you check your basket out. So say, for instance, say we had 100 of these. And we had 105 people had actually got them in the baskets. Some people are going to miss out because it's only when you confirm your order and you check out your basket that kind of the computer system looks at what have we got at this point. And that's fair because it gives everybody the chance to kind of put things into your basket and then check out. It stops you well, I'm going to put everything in my basket and then I'll choose, because that's stopping other people confirming it and getting what they want. So that's why we do it slightly differently here at Sewing Street. So just because it's in your basket doesn't mean that you're going to get hold of it. And that's what can happen. People will put things into the basket, top of the hour, think, brilliant, I've got that, I'm going to watch the rest of the show. and then they check out the basket and it says, sorry, we don't have sufficient stock. That's why that works. But what also happens is, and again, you may have shopped on TV before, and each time you check out your basket, that's an additional post and packing. We just charge 1 P&P for the whole day. So everything is batched up at midnight, everything goes into your basket, and you'll have that 1 P&P. So you could check out your basket after every single item that I've spoken about, but you'll still only pay that 1 post and packing. And that way, that's the best way to shop, because it means that you are getting those goodies. Something else you're getting that you wouldn't usually get is a bit of a bonus gift from us here at Sewing Street, because we are well known for our limited edition badges. And you are going to be able to add another to your collection if you are shopping with us during the Quilt Festival weekend, really, which finishes tomorrow. So, yeah, this is a unique badge to us here, a little pin badge. Lots of you collect them. Equally so, if you don't collect them and it's not precious to you, do check out on social media. There's a lovely bunch of people that help people complete their collections, because sometimes it's not the right time for you to place an order, and you could miss out on the badge because of that. So do share those if you're wanting to, and bring a bit of happiness to some. It's nice to do that, isn't it, as well? And this little bundle that we've got here, well, talk about a star of the show. And stars, I'm bringing that one in as well, because I can. It's just to show you that this bundle that we've got is going to work with so many fabrics that you've got within your stash at home, because you can bring any fabric in, and this solid bundle that we've got here is just a brilliant one to have in your stash. So you have got 5 pieces here, as you can see, all put together originally with Sally Kelly's botanical collection in mind, but it's a bundle that Hannah has put together beautifully that has proved to be so incredibly popular. You've got 2.5 metres of fabric, and it just works with so many different fabrics. I mean, we were bringing in Sally's fabrics, and it works beautifully with those. I'm just grabbing fabrics that are around me. It works beautifully. This one, I know this one sold out, the Tula Pink one, but again, that would work alongside that as well. All sorts of different fabrics that we've got, and you will have in your stash that will work with these brilliantly. So please don't leave it too long before you go for these, because it's such an affordable bundle. These are all fabrics that we keep in stock here as well. So if you do suddenly think, oh, I've fallen in love with that kind of teal tone, I want more of it, then yeah, just keep it, and you will be able to get more of it on the website. They're kind of like our pantry of solids, if you will, and we do keep those. So yeah, love those. What should we look at next then? The 3 extra wides. So is that like the one that I just bought in there? Okay. So this one is called Northern Lights. Oh, I like this. This is nice, isn't it? Extra wide again, 1/2 metre. Oh, I like that. That'd be a nice one for any kind of teen or or child's quilt. Somebody who loves. I mean, it's a nice nighttime quilt, isn't it? This one could be on the front if you wanted to as well. It almost looks like it's illuminated. That's those Northern Lights. So this one again, extra wide, 2 metres, 74 wide. Brilliant one, 1/2 metre. Just saying, just saying. I know I'll be driving you mad, but there you go. I'm shopping, I'm your personal shopper. Next one that we've got, this one, a nice one to work with botanicals actually as a backing, because you've got that kind of botanical feel with the leaves. So this one, 1/2 metres again. Just decide on how much you need for your quilt and increase your increments. But again, it's got a very leafy feel, but it's almost got a hazy feel to it as well. So again, that's another good one to have as your solids. Bring in Sally's fabrics in on top of it, because yeah, there you go. That would work on the back. And this is Sally's bundle that we're down to the kind of individuals now, really, if there's any left at all. Maybe 3 if you're lucky. So there you go, if you like the look of the Aura Evergreen. £11.99. It has got that Aura feel about it, hasn't it? Love it. Beautiful. So there you go. There's that one. And then the last one that we've got, which, to be honest, this is too pretty to go on the back of a quilt. This is a garment, in my opinion. This one's limited in stock. This is lovely. Last that we're going to see of this one. So again, 1/2 metre increments when you're looking at this one. But again, beautiful one for dressmaking. And as I say, if I rotate it around your 1/2 metre, think of your pattern pieces. So if your go-to fabric cut is 3 metres, and this is a little bit shy at 2 metres 74, but that's for the kind of the full length of it. But if you've got garment pieces that will sit within that 50 centimetres, you could very easily be making a top out of that. The back, you probably have to have a seam down the back of the garment that you're making. But if you just increase it and go for a double quantity, then it would be a full metre wide as well. If you're going for it at 3 metres, then you've almost got, well, that's probably you go to for a square, isn't it? A square quilt. A lot of quilt kits that we see are around that kind of 3 metre square, aren't they? So yeah, 275. So there you go. Love it. Oh, now, have you noticed this quilt behind me? I've not mentioned it up until now. So this is a beautiful quilt kit. We've actually got 2 variations of this one. This one is the blue version that we're looking at. And it's a William Morris fabric. You can spot it a mile off, can't you, William Morris Fabrics? And this is a nod to a very good friend of his. And I'll tell you all about that in the next hour, so don't worry about that. And we've got a green version as well. So beautiful. The Emery Walker collection. Beautiful. 2 quilt kits that are going to be on offer in the next hour. That should have done that like a magical haze, wasn't it? Where you've got the quilt, then I kind of suddenly appeared in the middle of your screen. Now, we've got lovely Emma's coming up in the next hour alongside me to take us through the process. And if you watched earlier on, she's such a brilliant teacher, makes everything so easy to understand. So stay tuned and you'll learn how to create a quilt like this. I'll see you the other side of this.
Hi everyone, I'm here at the Festival of Quilts. So if you're coming at all, I'll be here every day. Come and see us and come and visit us on the Sewing Street stand. It's brilliant. But if you can't come, don't worry. We've got our own quilt festival every day on Sewing Street from 8 till 1.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hi guys, guess who's back? I'm going to be with you on Monday for a 3-hour super duper takeover special. I've got some amazing deals, one you are definitely not going to want to miss on our Gemini 2. But I've got 3 hours of fun, frolics, jam-packed show, loads of jaw-dropping deals, some fabulous stuff on there and some surprises tucked up my sleeve as well. So I'll see you on Monday from 10 o'clock.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, we are continuing with our kind of theme. We're talking lots of quilts at the moment because, of course, the Quilt Festival is going on at the moment. On this hour, we are going to be sharing some beautiful kits with you. And thankfully, I'm not on my own. We've got the lovely Emma joining us again for this. There's Emma, standing in front of a beautiful
Oh, isn't it
quilt.
gorgeous? Yeah, I'm actually really I'm excited about both of them because they're both 2 quilts. The one earlier and this one is a 2-block quilt. This one,
beautiful.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm also excited because I absolutely love it in the William Morris. I mean, you can't go wrong with William Morris, but I'm also just bubbling up with what other fabrics you could do this same.
I can see your excitement
yeah.
in the way you explain it.
I love it.
Brilliant because it's infectious. But 2 blocks again, I mean,
2
how
blocks.
simple.
Yeah, and it comes down to flying geese and half square triangles.
Which we know. Oh,
yeah.
So
it looks very intricate again, but yeah.
Perfect. And you're going to show us a little bit
Oh,
of that.
absolutely.
Perfect. Right, now, I need to let you know how you can get hold of it to start with because it's been a popular one, both the blue as well as the lovely kind of green tones that we'll be playing with. That's the one that we're going to see working with. But the finished sample that we saw a few moments ago, that is the blue. So let me bring in the kit to start with. So the kit itself, it's got everything that you need in there to create the quilt top. And this one has a little bit of story behind it because it's a special garden. You've got the blue, which is on the screen at the moment, but it's kind of a nod to a very good friend of William Morris, Emery Walker. Now, Emery Walker has a beautiful home that you can still go and visit, I believe, and that's the inspiration behind the gorgeous florals that you've got in here, and also the beautiful kind of quilt that we've got here. Good size quilt, as you can see, rectangular quilt there, 133 by 163, and the inspiration behind this one, as I say, is Emery Walker's home. I've got a couple of photos to share with you as well. And you can kind of see that kind of, that era, can't you, with these beautiful. This is where you can actually, go and look it up on the internet. You can go and visit as well in London, and a beautiful place to go as well. As you can see there, that is gorgeous. So that is the inspiration. Emery Walker's home, very good friend of William Morris, and as a nod to him, a beautiful collection of fabrics is put together. So this is beautiful. Isn't it gorgeous? Beautiful. Oh, a little bit of strawberry thief on the chair there, I can see. Lovely. So with this quilt kit, if you're not familiar with quilt kits, then it's a brilliant way of you shopping for a quilt, because what you've actually got in here is all the fabrics that you need to create your quilt top. It comes with full instructions as well. I think I'm going to have to open this one up. I try and slide the sleeve off so it almost looks like untouched by human hand, but there you go. I can't get away with it on this one. So on this one, it's telling you all about the different fabrics. So on this one, you've actually got 7 different fabrics, giving you over 6 meters of fabric in there, and complete instruction there as well. I love that, made with love too. So the box itself, brilliant for you to store it. So if you're not ready to go straight away with this when it arrives, then don't worry. But you will have your booklet in here. Now this one is classed as advanced beginner, as Emma said. 2 kind of foundation elements with this one: your half square triangles and your flying geese. So if you've experienced those, then not a problem at all. So that's all in there. But then you've got this bundle of gorgeousness in here. So in here we have got the equivalent of 6 meters of fabric. But you've got the right quantities of the right fabric. So you don't always need a full kind of half metre. You haven't always need a big cut, but sometimes you can't actually get those cuts, can you? Because you're kind of limited by minimums. So in here you have got all of the different fabrics that you are going to need. Well, I'm going right in. I'm literally separating them up now. So have a look at these. All of these beautiful fabrics with, excuse me, leaning in front of you, the instructions, all of that. Beautiful. But the price on your screen is not what you're going to be paying. So I know lots of you have already shopped for this one. Don't worry, you are going to get that lower price that's on your screen now. Same as everybody else who's placing their orders as we speak. £129.99. You've got your 3-way split on this one. £43.33. Absolutely beautiful, as you got with regards to this one. Absolutely gorgeous. So very, very quickly, I'm going to introduce the other kit to you. So I'm going to bring this one in. This is the kit that we are going to be seeing being used by the lovely Emma. So this one, details are on your screen, or popping up on your screen. There we go. So straight away, no surprise, we're going to match the price that we saw a few moments ago. Needless to say, you are going to get the instructions the same as I showed you previously. And Emma has already started with this on. So yeah, you're going to get all your fabrics in here. Again, let's tear that open just to very, very quickly show you. And I'll pass it over. Ooh. Good. I see even the ribbon. Keep the ribbons as well. Isn't that beautiful? Gorgeous. So again, this time your influence is more of a green and yellow, which for me, just straight away, you look at that, you know William Morris, don't you? And again, you can get your instructions with this one. So if you like that variation, then that one is your green, £129.99. Beautiful. Now you can see beautiful blocks, the 2 different styles of blocks that you're going to need for this. But Emma, I have to say, I think one of the first things, and quite often the things that people fear so much, is the actual cutting of the fabrics.
Yes.
Because you don't want to get it wrong.
No, especially this beautiful fabric, because it is quite, and you've got a certain amount to do your quilt, so it can be a bit nerve-wracking. But yeah, it is absolutely not as hard as people think it is.
Right, so you're giving me more confidence already. So,
Okay.
Okay, right, what do we need to know?
Perfect. So I'm going to start off with showing you how to cut strips with the fabric, because just about every quilt pattern that you use does require you to cut strips with the fabric at some point. So how we do that, so I've got my fabric all pressed as a first step. So out of the box, give it a good press. And then what I'm going to do, because the fabric doesn't always align when you cut it off the bolt, I'm going to make sure my fabric is aligned. So what I do is I hold my selvage edges together, and I'm just going to fold the fabric in half, holding the selvage edges together, and I'm just going to hold that fabric so that it lays nice and straight.
It's kind of draped.
Yeah, straight. There's no ripples in it, so that's straight. And if I move the selvage edges a little bit, you'll see how there's a rock in there.
Yeah.
So make sure you don't have anything like that. Nice and straight. And then lay it down and fold it over again so it's into quarters. So I'm just going to line up that selvage edge with the folded edge.
That's the sign of a good quality fabric as well, being able to do that. The amount of fabrics
Yes.
I've bought in the past that kind of like on the wonk when you try and put the selvages together.
Yeah,
That's
it can be.
perfect, Yeah.
It really depends on where on the bolt it's been cut, to be honest with you, because when the fabric is wound around the bolt, it's just like a racetrack. Your
Right.
inside is going to be tighter than your outside.
Yes.
So it just naturally, the fabric shifts a little bit.
Ah, okay. Okay,
yeah.
fair enough.
But you'll see, and it'll vary depending on the fabrics that you use or where you've got them from, what bolts they are. But your edge here, you can see I'm about 1/8 of an inch off the cut edge right here. And sometimes it can be a little bit more, it just depends. I'm just going to trim that up using the line on my mat.
If you're going for this one, what sort of size quilt ruler would you suggest with this one? I know we were talking about the stripology ruler earlier on. Would that be a useful one for this one, or you
There are, sorry, I lost it. I've lost it.
Have you got a glass of water?
I do.
over there?
I'm all right, I think.
Okay.
It's
So,
gone.
so is that a 6 by 24 inch ruler that you're using there?
I tend to use this quite often because this is a really good beginner size quilt ruler. So I know we always have a little bit limited sometimes. I know when I started quilting, I had very limited funds, and it can be overwhelming to know what tools to actually buy that are actually going to be useful.
Yes, yeah.
And a 6.5 by 24, I definitely recommend it. It's quite large, I will say, but I wouldn't go any larger than this. I don't think they make them larger. But going large will pay dividends later on.
Yeah,
You can always buy smaller ones as you find them easier to use as you go on. But if you start large, it gives you plenty of room to cut your strips with the fabric. And then also you'll see this next bit that I'm going to do, which is cutting my strips. I can easily cut a strip up to 6.5 inches wide, which is perfect for a border without having to rely on my lines on my mat. So when you're cutting, it's always best to stick to one measurement.
Okay.
So I tend to stick to the measurements on my ruler, only use the measurements on my ruler. Sometimes if you need a strip that is longer, you do have to then go to your mat measurements.
Yes.
And the reason not to mix and match between the two is because often the mat measurements, actual grid, is a different size slightly to what's on the ruler.
It can be the thickness of the line, can't
Thickness of the
it?
lines,
Yeah, it can throw you off, yeah.
Yeah, so it's, in essence, keep it consistent. So if you are going with the mat lines, only do the mat lines. If you're going with the ruler lines, only go with the ruler lines. And I will say the ruler lines tend to be a bit more accurate than the mat.
That's really good advice.
Yes.
Really good. I've never thought of it that way before, but yeah, don't mix it. If you are going to go off looking for the ruler, we've made life simpler for you because it can be a bit tricky to find them. There's loads on there. So we've got the details on the screen there if you fancy getting hold of that. So thank you for that. I'm going to keep some of that information in my head.
Perfect. And then I'm just cutting my first strip. So I'm using my Creative Grids ruler, and what I'm doing is I'm lining up the edge of my cut edge, nice clean cut edge, on the line that I know is the correct measurement, so it's 3.5 inches. And then I'm also squaring up the lines on my ruler with my folded edge, just to make sure I've got it's all lined up, and I know it's going to be a nice straight cut. The only times I tend to use the lines on the mat are when I'm doing that initial squaring up of the first edge. There we go. And then when you open it up, it should be a nice straight. This is really important if you're doing sewing several strips together, like we did on the previous quilt.
Yeah.
Having nice straight strips is really important.
Perfect. And in the instructions, it explains to you how many strips you're going to need to cut and things like that.
Yeah, all the cutting instructions are really nicely laid out in the instructions.
It's brilliant. It kind of details all the different fabrics as well and gives them like a letter, so easy reference. Okay.
Yep. So all which is, I think also a nice tip is sometimes your fabrics, if you just add that label, so B, C, but that one is very nicely colour-coded, I will say.
Yeah,
it is really easy to read which fabric corresponds to which letter.
Perfect.
So I've got my strip cut. That I will later subcut into some squares, which I'll show later. But the starting of your block is actually the centre.
Right.
So we start with the centre, and we're going to add a little border to our centre. So again, these pieces are all cut with the fabric.
Got you.
And then subcut into smaller pieces.
Now, we'll warn you, we've got the details of the green on the screen, which is the one that Emma's working with. It was a popular one before the show, and even more so now we've seen it being worked with. So, yeah, if you do like the idea of this one, when everybody has checked their baskets out, over half the stock of this one has gone. And I know lots of you will wait till later on in the show, but it's only right I should let you know.
Yeah,
okay.
I love this colourway. It's very summery.
Yes,
it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
So I'm just laying out all my pieces just so I can orientate myself to what I'm starting off with. You'll see that I've laid out all of my strip pieces, but it doesn't look like a square. That's okay, don't panic. when we get the same allowances taken up, it will actually fit. So
It shrinks
again,
together,
yeah,
doesn't it?
trust the
Yeah.
process.
That's it. Don't trim things off unless you're told to trim things off.
Yeah. The other thing I will say, and I think this is probably why they put advanced beginner
Okay.
on this quilt, is that you do want to make sure you have a correct seam allowance.
Okay.
What I mean by that is sometimes it's a full half quarter inch, sometimes it's a scant. What I recommend, wherever your machine is set up, whatever you're using as your quarter inch guide, take 4 squares the same size and make a little 4 patch.
Yes.
So no matter what size it is, whatever size, 2.5 inch squares or 3 inch squares, take those, make a little 4 patch, and then measure the finished block.
So the
and
bit that you can see.
the C. Measure that and see, is it actually coming out the size that it should for those squares,
That's
if
a
that
good
makes
tip
sense.
as well. Yeah, the scant, it's all to do with how the needle goes into the fabric, and the fabric will naturally kind of bend. So sometimes a quarter inch isn't bang on a quarter inch, which is where the phrase scant comes in. I don't know why they use the word scant, but there you go.
Yeah.
That's a really good tip. Make like a little measuring block.
Yeah, measure that up. It can also depend on the thickness of your thread, your needle, exactly your
lot of
quarter of an inch.
variations.
Yeah. So if you do that and you find that it is not exactly the size it should be, if it's too small, what you can do is actually nudge your needle. On most machines, you can actually nudge your needle a little bit to the right to make your seam allowance a little bit smaller.
Okay.
And by doing that, you just hit the stitch width button one way or the other.
Yeah.
To just nudge your needle over a couple of times or one way. If it's too narrow, you put it the other way.
And kind of retest again.
Yeah, retest again, just to make sure your seam allowance is where it should be.
It's useful as well if you've got a sewing machine that allows you to save favourites, because if that's the case, if you had to make that alteration, you don't want to do that every single time you come to do a quarter inch seam. So save it as one of your favourites. And then next time, press on your favourite button on your machine, and then it's already set up for you. So yeah, quick shortcut. Okie dokie. So you're just stitching those strips now to the outside of each of the squares.
Yep.
And does it matter which order you put them on in?
No, not really. There's 2 side ones and 2 outside ones, 2 inside
Kind of do
ones.
the opposites first.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So I'm doing 1 strip on either opposite, and I'll just press that out.
And press as you go. So yeah, get yourself set up so as you get into the habit of pressing. Don't have your iron the other side of the room, because it makes, well, it certainly did for me. I mean,
Well, yeah.
saying how I am. I get a bit lazy and think, oh, I'll press it all in one go.
Yeah, it either makes you
walking
go
backwards
that
and
way,
forwards.
or it makes you get your steps up.
That is an advantage, yes, that's true.
There, and you'll see that fits nicely right there. So if your seam allowance, this is where you will find, if your seam allowance isn't correct, these bits won't line up exactly, because these are cut to the exact size to fit on your centre block.
That looks beautiful. I love the way it's framed as well.
Yeah, which makes me think, if you had a different fabric and made that quite a feature.
Yes, yeah.
It's one of those quilts that just by changing some fabrics, it would make
Very
it look,
adaptable.
yeah, completely different.
It's a little bit tricky to actually see on the quilt that's hanging up, but you can see it more so almost like the centre run of blocks, where you've kind of got your square that is framed. When it's kind of absorbed into sometimes with the backdrop, I'm going to come over.
Oh, yeah.
Can I come over? Because I'm talking about it, and
yeah.
everybody's like, what on earth is she talking about?
Yeah,
So,
no, come on.
I'm going to use my pointy finger to explain to you, because here you've got like that little frame there. Now this is the blue version, which is going to change the details, but when you've actually got a lot of fabric happening around it, you don't necessarily see that little frame there. See it obviously here, because you've kind of got a lighter fabric behind it, but as Emma said there, you could actually use that and pick out a solid if you wanted to make it almost like more of a picture frame. I'm going to go back now.
Okay.
So just kind of take your time.
Okay.
And then just kind of create each one of those.
Yeah, because it's how many? It's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, so 12 blocks.
So would you tend to make all 12 of those and then go on to the next stage? Or,
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to, all the centre is just blocks, and then it's just borders around the outside.
So that's quite nice, because if you're limited on time, then it could be like one evening you're doing those bits, and then the next evening you're doing the next bit.
Exactly.
Imagine you warming up the fabric there before you're pressing it.
Oh yes, so I always press the seam before opening it up,
Okay,
which
so
sets
the
the
right
stitches.
sides together.
Yeah, and then when you open it up, it also presses it. So setting the stitches first so it doesn't distort, and then you can do it
That's a good tip as well.
both ways. And there is, I mean, I'm using some steam. So
Yes, because that's a bit controversial, isn't it? Sometimes people are like, oh no, you don't get the steam out with your quilting.
well, so my motto is there's no quilt police.
Absolutely.
The way that works for you, there's the only right way is a way that works for you. There's no right or wrong.
That's a good
only the
phrase,
way that works for you. And I actually learned this from John Scott, the steam part. So if you press it dry, and you do find that you've pressed it the wrong way, you can actually manipulate the seam back to where you need it to be, because it won't be like properly set.
Yes, yeah.
However, if you use steam, it's much harder to then reset that seam to go a different way if you need it to.
Got you.
Yeah.
So steam can be your friend sometimes, can't it, when you need to manipulate it a little bit more.
Yes.
I'm learning so much in this. Somebody who's a big fan, a lovely Victoria, William Morris Quilt Kit looks fantastic. They both look amazing, don't they? I'm torn between blue. I usually migrate towards blue, which I love. Although it's not a heavily blue themed.
It's not. It's kind of a duck egg. It's
really
nice.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Blue-grey.
But then the green that you're working with,
is a lovely summer.
I'm confused as to which to
meadow.
go for. In fact, popularity-wise, this is interesting to know that both are equally as popular as each other. So, yeah, whether it's the green version that you're wanting to go for or the blue. The same quantity is sold between the two, but we didn't have as many of the green before we started. So the green one is more vulnerable, if you were, and that's the one that we're seeing Emma working with.
Yep. So that's my centre. The centre is going to be the same for every single block.
Okay.
So you'll have 12 of those, exactly the same, just like that.
Lovely.
And then the next thing we're going to do are some half square triangles.
Now, as a beginner quilter, you may well have done these previously.
Yes.
Which I suppose is why it's saying it's an advanced beginner, because it's
Yes.
building on that knowledge.
Previous skills, exactly. So the way that we do our half square triangles are 2 squares exactly the same size of the 2 different fabrics. The way that they say in the instructions is draw a line directly down the middle, and then you're going to sew 1/4 of an inch away from that. Now, what I very often do, and I didn't have my mini ruler to do this, is I will actually draw a line sort of 1/4 of an inch from either side of the centre.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So there are sort of 1/2 inch rulers that you
Yes,
can use to centre and just draw on either side. I like that because I very often just sew directly on the sewing line.
Yes.
And I'll get to the next step, we have to do that. And then I get confused between the two.
Yeah, because sometimes it's off to the side and sometimes it's bang on. Yeah,
Yes.
I understand that.
Yeah. So if I consistently draw the sew line on, I know every time I see a line, I've got to sew directly on it. But this one I actually will do 1/4 of an inch from either side. And I'm just using my 1/4 of an inch foot for that. And I'm using my 1/4 of an inch guide on the side of my foot to just align with that.
So the
line in
guide is
middle.
running along the drawn
centre.
line on this occasion.
Yeah.
Okay. And also, I'm asked about stitch length. Do we have to consider that when we're making the quilter?
I tend to, well, some machines automatically, when you put it onto the 1/4 of an inch foot setting, will automatically reduce your stitch length.
Oh, okay.
I tend to just leave it with whatever is on there,
Yeah.
partially because I'm a little bit lazy and I forget to
But
do
it's
it.
consistent as well, because if you
Yeah.
change it, then you've got to remember to change. Because if you swap to a different stitch and then you
Yeah.
come back to it, then you've got to remember that you've got to alter it. Yeah, I think mine defaults to 2.5.
Yeah.
Or 2.5, should I say.
So this one is at 2.4. Mine at home are usually 2.5.
Yeah.
You can reduce it a little bit. I have to admit, I've never actually had a problem with any of my quilts that are at the normal stitch length.
Yeah.
But Yeah, again, it's personal preference.
Absolutely.
There's no right or wrong way.
And sometimes you don't want to go too tiny in case you have to unpick anything.
Yes. I am just going to freehand, straight down my line.
Okay.
You can use a ruler or you can use scissors as well.
That's a good point actually, because yeah, scissors sometimes are handy if you're a bit nervous about using a roach cutter, but just do it whichever way you find easiest. I think that's the key thing, isn't it?
To be fair, I often use a pair of scissors, especially like you said, when you're sitting down at the machine and you don't really want to get up.
Yeah. Well, that's it. And also as well, you might have these all stitched and then you sat in front of the TV and you need to do the next stage. So,
yes. I'm a big advocate for doing little bits like that in front of the telly.
I can't just sit. I think that's the kind of craft drawing. So I can't just sit and watch TV.
No.
To be doing something else.
I'm exactly with you. Have to admit, as I'm getting older, it is a bit harder because I used to do my hand sewing, but now I find I don't need glasses close up, but I need them for distance.
Yeah.
So I have to decide, do I want to see my sewing or do I want to see the telly?
Yeah, I've had to book myself in for an eye test.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, they're not getting any better.
No, so often it's just a blur. I'm just listening to the telly. I'm actually just looking at my sewing.
Background noise.
Yeah, and I am pressing these open. Again, I've kind of come around to pressing seams open a lot more on quilt blocks, to be honest with you.
All sorts of different people do it in different ways. No, I'm not adverse to opening them. I think they quite often do sit flat. And it depends whether it's joining up with something else.
Yes.
Sometimes you want them to nest.
Exactly. So I often will actually just mix and match the two techniques. And again, I'm very much advocate. There's no right or wrong way. Only the way.
Oh, I love this. Is so refreshing because this is the thing. Sometimes people they get almost stressed about quilting before they start because it's like so many rules and regulations and all this kind of, it's got to be just so and it's got to be this way, it's got to be that way. Just do it your way. When it's actually hanging or on your bed, nobody's going to know the route that you took.
Yeah, nobody's going to know.
And you're going to enjoy it. It's all about you enjoying it. It's not making it kind of like well, it can be a challenge, but not making it a happy challenge, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And yeah, if there's a way that works better for you, that you find works better, then absolutely do that.
Love it.
So we're going to have half square triangles in each of our corners, and then the bits in the middle are going to be flying geese units.
This is a good idea, keep laying it out and going back to it.
I'm a big advocate of this because then you can sort of see it growing.
Oh, look at that.
Yes. So those are what they're going to look like. I'm going to finish my last one so you can see how it's done.
That's so clever because it looks like the kind of all the beige tone. You could look at it thinking it was strips of fabric, but very clever.
So I'm going to use my multi-mat for drawing the lines.
Oh, I love these.
I love a multi-mat. I do, and I'll tell you,
4 of them.
Yes, because they have the pressing on the outside. They have the little cutting. So if you do want to actually trim properly with a rotary cutter while you're at your sewing machine, it is literally just handy just to have a little baby one. But I love the sandpaper.
Yes.
And when I first bought my first one, I didn't actually realise the sandpaper was there.
And people don't always know what it's for.
No. I use it for marking because I use it for my hand piecing as well because I mark for hand piecing. But what it does is it grips the fabric.
Stops it moving around.
Stops it moving around and distorting and stretching because often you have to do lines on the bias.
Ah, okay.
So I'm using my friction pen, but you can also use a pencil.
Okay.
The pencil actually works really well with the sandpaper because you don't have to press quite so hard because it's slightly rough underneath. And it takes the lead off sort of naturally.
I love it. Now, I don't know if we've got exactly the same one that Emma's working with. Inside the covers, it's exactly the same. It's just the aesthetics of the design. So, yeah, we've got a variation. We've actually got one that we're going to share with you, which is kind of like a grey tone, which is lovely. But they're exactly the same. They've got the pressing mat on the outside. You've got that sandpaper that we're seeing being used, and you've got that kind of fabric. It's almost like a felt, isn't it? That we've got
yes, a little like mask and felty. Now I'm going to do an extra line on one of these, which is about exactly half an inch from the centre. And I'll show you why I do that. This is not in the instructions. This is absolutely just my little my little thing.
Emma tip?
Little Emma tip. So then we're just going to take our rectangle And we're going to make a flying geese unit.
I'm very, very quickly going to... should I give you the details of the mat? Can I just borrow yours just so I can explain to everybody what happens with it as well? So yeah, this wasn't meant to be on the show, but our lovely Hannah's found it. So I love that, the grey version there. So it's exactly the same on the inside. So you've got your multi-mat grey spot, $19.99, phenomenal value for... Oh, it's not going to be that price, Emma. Oh, Emma, not you, sorry. Sorry. Emma's influencing the price. $14.99, brilliant value for money. It might be a tool that you've never come across before. Very quickly, I've borrowed Emma's just to share with you, and it's brilliant. I've got several of these. Fits within a craft bag very, very easily. And what you've actually got is your double-sided padded area. So you can actually use that as a pressing mat if you're wanting to. Instantly, it's there. Flip it over. You've got the sandpaper that we've just seen being used, and you've also got your fabric and that mini cutting mat there. So brilliant value for money, worth every single penny of that $14.99. So yeah, don't forget this is Emma's. Yours is going to be great with spots on there. So yeah, if you want to get hold of one of those, then the details are on your screen. There might be others on the website, but I think that's a nice kind of easy use, isn't it? That soft grey. So there you go. DVZW15 if you like the idea of that one. Thank you for letting me borrow yours, Emma.
Oh, no problem. You know what? I actually bought mine for a retreat. If I went on a retreat, because they're very handy to have. Because often if you go to a sewing day or a retreat, you're often fighting, I say fighting,
but a queue, isn't there?
Yeah, for the pressing.
Usually a queue.
Yeah, if you have your little mini iron and you've got your pressing mat right next to you, you've got your own little.
And it encourages you to do the pressing that we keep talking about, so it is key. Right, so what's next?
So now is the flying geese unit. This is to start off with, so I'm just laid my square that I've drawn a line down the middle on top of my rectangle, and what you do is you line up all of the cut edges on one side, and I'm going to sew directly on top of the line this time. And I've changed my foot, so I've actually got a regular foot on there as well.
Again, just a straight stitch.
Just a straight stitch.
Lovely. And again, flying geese, they become a foundation for quilting as well, don't they, as time goes on. So many different things you can do with them, look very effective.
And I will actually use my scissors to cut this one. So you'll see, I'll press it out. You do get quite a bit extra. And I'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, it's because some people doing these might think, oh, that's a waste of fabric, but trust Emma. She'll give you another tip.
Yes. So I'm going to put my other one on. This is one that I've drawn both lines, 2 lines on.
Okay.
And I'm going to put the center line, how do I explain that? More towards the triangle, and my extra line is in that extra seam allowance. So this is the bit that I cut off.
Got you.
So my extra line is
so it's
in
kind
this
of
bit.
it's not half a it's not half a triangle. It's kind of half a triangle less the seam allowance.
Yeah. So this is the extra line. This is my actual line. So it goes from the corner up to the middle of the block.
So you're sewing on the line, not a quarter of an inch away from it. Got you.
I am actually going to sew on both of these.
Okay.
I just want to make sure everybody has that little extra one oriented in the right way.
Perfect, okay. Now, as you sew, it's me throwing questions at you again.
Oh, yeah.
I've learnt so much from you in this hour. Do you do things like social media or classes or anything like that? Can we follow you?
Well, so I used to do a Friday night on my Facebook, but technology sort of got in the way and someone's gotten in the way. So was asked quite a lot, a few times at the Festival of Quilts yesterday, are you going to start your Friday nights again?
Aww.
And I think they probably will come back, probably towards the end of September, after holidays.
Get the summer out the way.
Yeah. It may be on Instagram.
Okay.
But we'll have to see where I can make it work, but yes.
Oh, there you go. So look at. But are you on social media anyway? People can follow you up until that stage.
Yeah. So it's called the Swift Quilting Company.
The Swift.
Swift Quilting Company.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm on Instagram and on Facebook.
Perfect.
So you can find me in both places.
And then obviously notifications as it happens.
Yes.
Lovely.
Yes. So that I've got both my lines sewn, and I'm actually going to cut straight down the middle.
Lovely.
So this is my flying geese block. This is what I actually need for this quilt.
So that's part of the construction.
That's part of the construction. That will go
Wonderful.
here. Put that there. There we go. And then there's extra. This is absolutely extra. This is a little bonus.
Oh, because
half
you
square
stitched
triangle.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got like a little square.
Yes.
Oh,
so
that's
I actually
genius.
made these up from all of these extras from these flying geese. And so you can actually...
They're just ready to go.
Yeah, little half square triangles, which are useful for all sorts of things. You can make all sorts of patterns.
They could be a cushion to coordinate with your quilt, couldn't they?
Yes.
And you've already done the work.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sustainable,
I think
less
that's
waste.
my favourite tip of the hour.
It's just nice when you get a couple of triangles that are a good size. You might actually put that in your scrap bin.
Yes.
But how often would you actually use those?
Well, they've been cut on the bias as well, so if you tried to sew them at a later stage, they could warp quite easily. But because you've done the 2 rows of stitching,
so
genius, love it.
Yeah, I'll hand those over to you. You can have a little play.
Oh, okay. Now the colourway that Emma is working with, the green one, just to warn you, there's fewer than 20 opportunities left now. And we had a lot of these. Those are the 2 blocks that you're going to need to create. So obviously Emma's working on one at the moment. There's a secondary one. But that's all you need, 2 different blocks to create that gorgeous quilt.
Yeah, I can show you exactly, because I will start sewing this, but I do want to show you the 2 blocks. So this is block 1.
Okay.
And literally, it's just one little change just for the second one. So they're made exactly the same way. You're going to do flying geese units. But if I take these flying geese units out and replace them, so it's the same flying geese unit, it's just turned a different way, and it has a different fabric for the main body of the goose. And that's block 2.
Oh, wow.
Just like that.
So it's almost really one block.
Yeah.
You're just moving the pieces around. That is so clever.
Yeah. And just to prove that they are exactly, I will put the other one on, and you'll be able to see. I'll put it the right way around first. And you should be able to get an echo of the second one. So that's the right way around. If I just turn these like this, you'll see that almost like card trick shape develop.
We could spend hours playing around with these.
Yeah.
And there you go, you can see them there.
Yeah. So then it's just a case of sewing. I'll put them back around. Sewing them into strips, which I will do now.
So do you tend to work from the top down when you're doing a block, or do you start with the middle and then do the top and bottom, or?
So what I do is I tend to work in strips.
Okay.
So I will sew that strip, I will sew a middle strip, and then a bottom strip, just like that.
Perfect.
So I'm going to sew this onto here, I'll do that right now.
Wonderful. I'm playing with your little half square triangles.
Yeah, I'm going to
And don't forget, those little half square triangles, I'll show you the kit again in a second, don't worry. But these, I mean, these are like bonus pieces, but you can play around with these and get all sorts of different effects with them. I mean, just twisting and turning them, you can see you've almost got like a stripe going on there, and then you could have the stripe coming in the other direction. Or you could just literally just play around with them and do kind of like little windmills, or bringing all the darker pieces together and make like a focal point of a square in the middle. But these are freebies. These are the bits that were trimmed away from the actual quilt construction itself. Talking of which, that quilt construction, I mean, you've got the instructions, obviously, that's going to tell you everything that you need to know. So how to cut your fabrics, how to sew it together, the layout, which fabrics go where. But the thing is, you don't have to worry about the fabrics because they are all included within the bundle. So you're going to get all of these in there. Overall quilt, you're looking at 133 centimetres by 163, so a really good size. But the green is proving to be the most vulnerable of the two colour options. You're loving the green. This is the one that we've seen being worked with, and quite often it's kind of like an iconic look, isn't it, with the green from William Morris. This one is a nod to Emery Walker, who's a good friend of William Morris and the inspiration of his home. Still go and visit his home in London, but that's where these fabrics have kind of evolved from with the inspiration of his home. So this one is your special garden in green. You've got over 6 meters worth of fabric, 7 different fabrics there. Naturally, you would understand 100% cotton with your full instructions, and that's the one that Emma has been working on. But we have got another colour option for you, which is the blue, and the blue is the one that we've seen hanging in the studio, and we've been sharing you a picture of as well. So I'm going to swish those around just to show you. You've also got, and I'm going to bring both instructions in alongside, because this is something that doesn't have to be done, but it's the attention to detail. The instructions, the cover colour that you've got with that one, it's different because these are the fabrics that you're working with. So this is the thing, you've got a reference guide for the blue. It's not like you've got that reference guide and you've got to switch the colours around in your head. The attention to detail is that the quilt that you can see on the cover is the quilt that you're going to be creating. So you can see where those colours sit within the actual construction. Construction exactly the same within the inside, other than obviously the fabrics are changing. But again, learning how to do your flying geese, how to do your 1/4 inch seam, and putting it all together. And to be honest, the fact that you've, I mean, the first cover, that's just kind of information only, isn't it there? But when you consider that the main actual instructions of how to put it together are just over 2 sides of A4, that shows you the quality of the design and how intuitive those 2 blocks can be. Say 2 blocks, they're very similar, it's just rotating certain of the elements to get your second block. But again, 7 different colours there, again over 6 meters worth of fabric, and that's what the blue version looks like when you put it all together. Now, this one, the prices come down to £129.99. You've got your 3-way split on this one, so it makes it incredibly affordable, whichever of the 2 you go for. We did have higher quantities of the blue to start with. Quantity-wise, they've kind of been level pegging with the quantities that have sold through, but it does mean that we've got slightly healthier stock of the blue at this moment in time. The one that you really need to be checking out your basket is your green. And we've still got over 20 people shopping for these. Lots of you will check out the baskets, your baskets at the end of the show. But the green, bring in the green one. Now, this is one that you might think it's sitting in your basket. I'm home and dry. I've got my reserve ticket on it. Well, that's not how our shopping baskets work, unfortunately. Other places you may have shopped before, that is enough to kind of put it on one side. But because we like to make it fair for everybody, even if it's in your basket, when you come to check your basket out, you might find that other people have checked out quicker than you have, and they've taken the stock that we've got available. So we could have 300 people with this in their basket and only have 3 available. That means a lot of unhappy customers when they come to check out the basket. So please keep checking your baskets out. You don't get charged anything in addition for checking out your basket after every single item that we bring to you. 1 P&P for the whole day. So make sure you get those goodies, and then you can relax and watch the demonstration and pick up on all those fabulous tips that Emma has been sharing with us. I can see she's got a rotary cutter out. What are we missing? What are we doing?
You caught me. I actually omitted a step, so I'm trying to fix my tracks.
Oh, sorry, have I dropped you in it?
No, but you know what? Because I'm the first person to admit, like, I make so many mistakes.
Oh, we all do.
But this is the trimming part. So once you've done your half square triangles, and I had actually used the ones that I just made, when you've made your half square triangles, you do trim them down to the correct size.
Sometimes that's easier than trying to do the maths of the pieces, isn't it? Yeah.
Which does make it actually more accurate when you do that. So all your half square triangles need to be trimmed down, which I love, because then you can make sure that your diagonals are perfect. It's actually the right.
Takes the pressure off.
Yeah, it does fit a lot better. Yeah. So I forgot to trim mine, so I'm having to trim them after the fact.
Okay, that's all right. Don't worry about it. It's a good tip though, and I know lots of designers do kind of incorporate that, where you'll end up with a patch that's bigger than you need, and just trimming it down gives you the opportunity to get the perfection, I suppose, isn't it?
Yep.
Little press. Oh, this is coming together a treat.
Mm-hmm. There, so I managed to get both of those on, and that goes there, and then that goes there. So I just need 2 more half square triangles.
And it's nice because at this stage you're not necessarily having to refer back to the instructions because you know how it's meant to look.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, that'd make a lovely cushion block.
Oh yes, it would. That's what I love about these patterns. It's it's very simple. So it's just half square triangles and flying geese. But you imagine all the different fabrics that you can put on there, and it would make it look completely different.
Absolutely. Well, even if you're using the actual kit itself, and you're like, I don't know if I'm into quilts. I don't hang quilts. I don't hang quilts at home, I must admit. Any quilts would go on beds usually. There's only so many beds you've got in your house, and only so many times you want to change it. But when you actually look at this, we've actually got, is it 12 blocks? So that could actually be the starting point of 12 cushions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Use your fabrics that you've got around the edge. Don't necessarily have to use it to go around the edge of the quilt. You could use it to go around the edge of your quilt blocks that are now your cushions. We've got loads of other William Morris fabrics that you could utilise to eke those out. So you could actually make 12 William Morris cushion fronts potentially for the price that's on your screen. And if you make to sell, you can actually sell those as William Morris cushions, because that's official William Morris fabric that you've been working with.
Yeah. Or even tote bags.
Tote bags, they'd make lovely bags.
Yeah.
Ooh, my head is going to be bursting with. I'm going to have a headache by the time I finish today. All this thinking I've been doing. Lovely. A little bit of press. This last line going in.
Yep. There we go. So that would go on the bottom there.
Beautiful. Doesn't it look gorgeous? Gorgeous colours. This is the green version, so I'm going to change those details on the green. If you like the one that's hanging in the studio, that is the blue. You can find the details of that one on the website. But for the time being, the green. And these are your 2 blocks coming together to show you how it works. And that's one of your rows. You kind of do that 4 times over, I suppose. Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Yeah. And I will put those together as we talk. But this is what they look like. So this is the block that I've been working on. Get rid of my trimmings. And then this is twin. Just these bits, these flying geese are the only ones that are different fabric.
They've been rotated.
Yeah. But essentially a 2-block quilt. And even it could be a 1-block quilt because it's really just rotating.
Well, that's it, units.
Yeah.
Brilliant, I love it. And again, I'm looking at the construction. Obviously, the instructions are showing you the 12 blocks in the kind of 3x4 layout that we can see on the one that's hanging. But you might decide to make it as a lap quilt and just do 9 blocks, and then the last 3, turn those into cushions.
Oh, yes.
So you can really change the look of a room very affordably with the kit that we've got for you. So, yeah, beautiful, gorgeous fabrics. So this is the block that you've been working on. And you've almost put this block together now in the course of the hour.
Yep.
So it's the cutting. Take your time with your cutting. Maybe dedicate a day to getting your fabrics ready. And then you kind of put them together in like your little sessions, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can put all the units together quite easily. So do all your centres and then work on all your half square triangles and then do all the flying geese. And
it's a good way of doing it, rather than kind of flipping and changing.
Yeah.
Because that's when you can make those little errors. So kind of keep consistent in your construction and you're kind of in that zone. I could sit and watch you sew for hours. And it's nice as well because you're showing to go steady with this. Notice you've not used any quilt clips or pins. Is that just for the speed sewing here, or are we delving into Emma's world? Is that what happens at home?
So my husband laughs because on my Friday nights I say, I'm not a pinner, and then I proceed to pin. No.
Sometimes you do it properly, don't we?
Yeah, well...
There's an audience.
I tend not to be a pinner, to be honest with you. Yeah. I tend to use my nested seams to hold everything in place.
Yes.
The only times I really do pin quite a lot is when I'm adding my borders.
Yes, yeah.
And that's something we can talk about, actually.
Oh, fabulous,
yeah.
So I'm a bit of a liability when it comes to pins.
Yeah. So
I don't notice them there and I end up, scratching myself. Okay, so
I'm going to use this as an example.
Okay.
So the problem with borders is that very often we'll just put some fabric together and we'll just sew it and we end up with wavy borders.
Okay.
So there's two ways to combat that. There's one way where you actually physically measure how long your quilt top actually is, because invariably, sometimes they're a little bit bigger, sometimes a little bit smaller than what it says in the instructions. Not for anybody's fault, but again, going back to that seam allowance.
Yeah,
If the seam allowance is a little bit off, it will throw things off. And then you cut your border strip to the exact same size as your quilt. I'm a bit lazy, and I don't. That's way too much faff for me. And it's hard to actually measure a piece of pieced fabric. You know, do you actually have somewhere that you can lay it out? What are you using? Is it going to be accurate? Even if you use a proper builder's tape measure, it can be hard to make sure that it's actually on the edge when you're at the other end trying to figure out how long it is. So my method is, I do lay out my quilt top somewhere. I don't know if we've got some pins. Here we go. This is where I do pin.
Perfect.
Make sure it's not rucked, it's not stretched, it's nice and pressed, everything is nice and even, there's no tension in anything. And what I do is I'll lay my border strip, just like that, on top of my quilt top, and I will just pin the bejesus out of it.
Okay, just go pin crazy.
This is where I do pin, and I'll do every few inches, and always sideways, because then that keeps everything nice and even.
Okay.
And I always lay my border on top of my quilt top.
So are you looking at specific areas for your pins? Is it where the seams are or anything like that?
No.
Just plenty of them?
Just plenty of them, every sort of 2 or 3 inches, about hand's width apart.
Okay.
Something like that, so that there's plenty. And then when I sew it, I'll continue all the way down.
Yeah, go for it. I'm enjoying learning this as well.
I always make sure my border strip is on top of my quilt top when I'm sewing it as well.
Not the opposite way.
Not the opposite way.
So make sure you can see it, yeah?
See it. And the reason for that is your feed dogs will actually feed through the fabric that's underneath a little bit faster than the top. Unless you're using a walking foot, which it should be even. And that little bit, if you've got your border strip underneath and it's cut width of fabric, which is where the stretch is, it can just add that fullness and make your borders really wavy.
Right.
The other way of combating it, another addition, because every little thing helps, is cutting your border strips length of fabric instead of width of fabric.
So don't go from selvage to selvage, go for the length.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's because there's less stretch, a lot less stretch in the length than there is in the width.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's the opposite way around when you come in to do your binding, isn't it? You go selvage to selvage because you want a little bit of give.
Yeah.
There we go.
And then you just run it through your machine. Don't pull, don't stretch, nothing's stretched. Everything is directly on top of each other. And then I'll have to pick this. So I'm going to actually increase my stitch length a little bit. I will pick it later. I'm just increasing it to 3 to make it a bit easier.
Perfect.
Go. Then you just have to make sure that everything sews nice and evenly, and I will, it's getting caught, there we go.
Now, I've got to say, you can't hear this because you haven't got the talk back in, but they're in the gallery and they're trying to figure out how to say a word by the side of So this is tomorrow. So tomorrow. And it's so funny because in the gallery, it's not just about this now, it's about getting themselves ready for tomorrow as well. So tomorrow's 11 o'clock show. I'm getting all sorts of variations of entomologist.
Oh, entomologist,
They're getting all sorts of different combinations. But yeah, entomologist, the study of insects, I think, isn't it? Yeah, so there you go.
Well, when I was in botany, my systematics teacher, because there's a lot of Latin names, he said, so long as you say it quick and with confidence, nobody will question you.
I think that's true. Yeah, that is I'm a bit like that with complicated names on the telephone. If you say it quickly, it sounds like you've got it right.
Yeah. Well, in the world of botany, everybody says things differently depending on where they're from anyway.
That's
so
true,
it's
actually, yeah.
fungi.
Yes, yeah.
Cacti.
So have you got a background in?
Sorry?
Have you got a background in?
Yeah. I'm actually a botanist, trained botanist.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, I love these little chatty shows. Learn so much.
Also known as a plant nerd. There is a poor plant out in the green room that I did. It took up
Were you
a
looking
litre
after
of
the plant?
water.
See, 'cause-
It was dying.
But that's the problem here. Somebody thinks, oh, let's get some plants for the green room. It'd be lovely. But they don't tend to remember that they actually need to be looked after.
Yeah, I'm actually going to stop right here just because I'm conscious of the time, but you'll be able to see at least what I've done. Ooh. These pins out.
So again, slow and steady.
Slow and steady,
No
nice
rush.
and even. Nothing is puckered. Nothing is stretched.
Oh,
and then
look
you've
at
got a
that.
nice straight, and then just press that
That looks
over.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, Emma, thank you.
Yeah, because very often, even if you cut your strips to the length it says in the instructions, your quilt top might not necessarily be that length anyway by the time it's finished. So
Really good. And then obviously you've got the excess there. So yeah.
Yep, trim that off.
away, and you've got it. I think that's a really good tip. Actually, don't necessarily measure it, just to go by.
Yeah,
what it
I'm
ha- you
very
know.
much of a
that.
Gino, like.
Emma, when are you next due back on our
Oh.
screens? Have we got a date?
I do have a date, but I don't remember. It's the end of September.
Lovely.
I think it's sort of third week of September.
Oh,
So,
well,
yeah.
it's been a pleasure working with you again. Thank you.
Likewise.
We've had a lovely message come through as well from
bless.
Susan. Hi, Hayley and Emma. Love Emma's usual saying, there are no quilt police. Absolutely. My goodness, they'd be permanently around knocking on my door if that was the case. There are What's this? There are bifocals or varifocals, and you can put up with moving your eyes about.
Oh, yeah, it may come to that. It may come to that.
Yeah, I must admit, when I did try out kind of like the bifocal, and I was like this when I was like,
Yeah.
I think everybody knew I'd got new glasses on the way that I was walking. Emma, thank you. It's been a
You're welcome.
fabulous hour. Learned so much, and I'm sure you guys have as well. So don't forget, do check out Emma. Social media, where do we find you again? What was the name?
The Swift Quilting Company.
The Swift Quilting Company.
Yeah.
And yes, definitely bring back those Facebook Lives or Instagram
Yes.
Lives, because
Yeah.
we've learned so much in this. Now, very, very quickly, before we say goodbye to you, I'm going to recap the green quilt kit, because this is the one that potentially is going to sell out during the break. So this is the one that Emma's been working with. You've got two types of blocks, but they kind of evolve from the same cutting out. It's just the way that you rotate. Now, do you remember me talking about the way that it works, and popping it into your basket doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get hold of it, because anybody can pop it into your basket. We could have hundreds of people popping it into your basket. This occasion, we've got 32 people popping it into your basket. But when you come to check your basket out, what happens is the system, or whether you're speaking to our call operators, they will look at the live stock at that particular moment of you checking out, which means only 7 people are actually going to get... Sorry, I was a bit slow in my explanation. 4 people are going to get this. That's how quick these are selling. So we're going to be in the situation, well, we are in single figures. That is going to go during the course of the break. Certainly by the time you're watching on repeat, if that is the case. But during the course of the hour, you can't fail to see that beautiful blue quilt, which is the blue version of what we've seen being worked. Now, we did have more to start with these, so the fact that we still have got them available is brilliant, but it's only because we had a healthier stock. So a similar sort of quantity of sold of the blue, but because we had more to start with, means we have got stock available. And it's not a bold blue, it's more of a duck egg blue, so it's a very soft blue. So yeah, definitely do consider this one if you have found yourself in a situation. If you're one of those 32 people, well, not 32, it'll be 28 people now that have missed out on that one, then do consider the blue, because there's lots of... Can I very quickly show you the fabrics? Because we have to kind of give them a name, because they need a description. But when you look at this, there's lots of greens involved with this one as well, lots of duck eggs. So it's not a strong, bold blue in the sense of it. It's a very soft, greeny blue, duck egg blue. So yeah, definitely a welcome kind of alternative to the green if you've missed out on it. So there you go. Details are on your screen. Thank you very much for your company during this hour. I'm not going anywhere though. I'm going to be spending the last hour with you, and we're talking about tools and tips as the hour goes on. So I hope I can count on your company the other side of this.
Hi everyone, I'm here at the Festival of Quilts. So if you're coming at all, I'll be here every day. Come and see us and come and visit us on the Sewing Street stand. It's brilliant. But if you can't come, don't worry. We've got our own quilt festival every day on Sewing Street from 8 till 1.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hi guys, guess who's back? I'm going to be with you on Monday for a 3-hour super duper takeover special. I've got some amazing deals, one you are definitely not going to want to miss on our Gemini 2. But I've got 3 hours of fun, frolics, jam-packed show, loads of jaw-dropping deals, some fabulous stuff on there and some surprises tucked up my sleeve as well. So I'll see you on Monday from 10 o'clock.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So there we go. Just like that, we're down to the last live hour here at Sewing Street. So thank you for your company. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. I always do when I'm here. And this last hour is an hour where we're going to be sharing some of the elements that were spoken of during the course of the morning. So if you did miss the earlier shows, don't worry. We'll show you some of the most popular items. We're also talking tools during this hour as well, some of which I haven't actually seen before. So there's some really interesting little tools because we don't always get to know everything, do we? Even if we are avid sewers. But one thing I do know, this is something that every single time I've seen it and I've presented it on Sewing Street, it flies out. It's such a popular item. And I think a lot of the thing is that we find a lot of people that have shopped for it might just try it just the once, just go for one of them. And then when they get home, it's like, oh, we should order 3 or 4 of these. So loads and loads of reviews on these. Check them out if you wanted to. But we are talking about a fat quarter bag. So this is one of the lovely reviews. Margaret, do leave those reviews for us because it's always incredibly useful to have them. These bags are brilliant, good size, adaptable and hard wearing. I have about 10 of them and that's exactly what happens. People will shop for one, they find themselves coming back for many more. All of them now for fabric and seam kits. And this is the thing, there can be a project bag. So we're calling it a fat quarter storage bag. That's what it was designed for originally. But again, the bag police are not going to come round if you decide to put something else in there. So yeah, you can put them whatever you like. Now, when we actually look around it, one of the features, or many of the features that I love about this is the fact that it's made with this fabulous kind of solid kind of nylon casing. So it's very, very stable when you start putting your goods in there. But you have got your zip. So you zip around, goes all the way around, so it's literally, you can get access all areas with this. It opens it up and you've got loads of room in there. You've got a clear window there, which means that you can see what you've got in there. So if you have got multiples of these, you choose to stack them. You might have them stacked on your shelf like that. So, well, not like that. You'd probably have them stacked on your shelf like that, but the camera moved. So you could have them end to end, but then you can see literally what they are there by looking through the window. Now, as I say, brilliant denier, I think they call it, don't they, the nylon. Incredibly sturdy, probably about 5 inches deep, so perfect if you're wanting to put things like your 5-inch squares in there. You've got a couple of little storage elements to the side here. So they're useful for just like little bits and pieces, maybe labels of the collection that you've got, so as you've got a reference as the time goes by. You've got these 2 little handy pieces. Now these are quite sturdy. I think they've got like a plastic inside them. They've got your hook and loop on each end, and this means that you can turn it into a bag to whatever kind of dimensions you like. So the idea being is the hook and loop on the outside there goes on the hook and loop on the inside there, and then the corresponding piece would be on the opposite side. So straight away you put your division in there. Now if you put both of your divisions in, that kind of dissects your bag down to that size that usually your fat quarters would sit in. So they would sit in there. Again, it can be whatever you want to put in there. It could be a project bag. It could be that you put in anything that you like in there. But what you can actually do is play around with the combinations of how you work with these. So for instance, you might not necessarily want to use that as a divider because you've got things like your layer cakes. Or your 10-inch squares. So they could sit in there quite easily as well. You could be putting your strip rolls in those because strip rolls sit in there quite nicely. Might be that you're creating a project and you've got your pattern or your inspiration or your book in there. All of these are things that we've got on the show, but it doesn't have to be just for your fat quarters. And that is the beauty of this. You will find it and use it in whichever way you so choose. So I better take all of these items out because you don't get those included, but they are on the show. Brilliant bag, so useful to have, whether it's knitting, whether it's sewing. whether it's, well, it could be anything that you put in here. It could be clothing, it could be stuff that you're popping up in the loft or under the bed, the bottom of the wardrobe. You put into it whatever you like, but you can rest assured that you've got a quality little bag there to start with that see-through window, so straight away you can see, and they just stack nicely. Those kind of dividers are really good at giving it the stability. So yeah, go for multiple. So $11.99. If you fancy getting hold of these, by all means do so. YIZW73 being the item number if you're wanting to go for those. And as I say, always a popular item, always one that we see people revisiting and ordering over and over again. So pop those into your baskets. And fat quarter wise, I don't know how many fat quarters you could fit in there, but on the little image there's a lot that's been fitted in. So it could be that you've got this bag for, maybe it's a particular design, and maybe you've got one for your cave fabrics. Maybe you've got one for, I don't know, your Tula pinks. It might be that it's your colours, you're dividing them into your blues, your greens, your yellows. And then that way, when you actually start looking for them, say if you're working with the colour tone guide, you know you've got all of those kind of colours in a segment. Getting yourself organised. And by getting yourself organised, you limit the risk of kind of buying something twice. Buying twice. So yeah, order more than one, because you will find that you're using more than one. I got the wrong words then. It's late in the day. So yeah, it gives you the opportunity to get everything in order so you don't find yourself shopping for the same item twice. Which we're more than happy to do so. More than happy to sell things to you 2 or 3 times, but as a crafter, you probably wouldn't want to do that. So there you go. Am I digging a big enough hole for myself? I think I probably am. I'm going to move on. So let me move that over there. Right, where we go next then, lovely? Oh, glue stick. Okay. Now, I just kind of teased you with the spray. So yeah, we have got the 505 spray on the show. But this is, I've not seen this before. But I know it's something that we do struggle to keep in stock. Now, I have seen these kind of basting glue sticks before, but not a 505 one. Nice chunky one, this one as well. So what you've got here, you've got a glue stick. So this is going to be used for things like your English paper piecing or anywhere where you want a temporary adhesive. You kind of turn your thing there. I'm not going to turn it because I don't know whether it retracts back down again. But you kind of got the blue there. So the blue may appear on your fabric, but then it dries clear. But what it is, it's a temporary adhesive. So you apply it to your fabrics and then it will do that temporary bond. A bond that you would usually reinforce with stitches. So maybe if you're layering up a quilt, then you could use this. Maybe you're doing a little bit of a plique that you're going to stitch in place, and you can keep this because it is a temporary adhesive. But also being temporary means you can reposition things. So if they're not quite where you want them to go, then you can just literally move them. And it's just a really handy little size. Maybe it's a bit more handy than that size. So that's why they work alongside each other. They're all brilliant kind of opportunities to use your 505, just in different delivery kind of themes. So this one might be that you don't like to use sprays. Maybe it's kind of something that triggers, I don't know, whatever reason you don't want to use them. Well, this is a way that you can do it very, very easy. It could be a case that you're using it for holding your fabric provisionally and precisely in places. I don't know how strong it is. I wish you could listen to what's going on in my ear. It's a miracle I can string a sentence together sometimes. But also, equally, I do wonder how Hannah's brain works sometimes. She just has these random thoughts, but yeah. I love it. I love it. So there you go. If you don't want to use the spray adhesive for whatever reason, then this is the one to go for. As I say, it will leave, I haven't got a scrap of fabric, have I, to show you? I don't want to use that fabric that we've got over there. But yeah, it is a case of that it will leave a little bit of colour, but that colour will disappear as it details in there as well there. So it doesn't take long for it to actually go clear. It probably varies dependent on how warm the room is, to be fair. But yeah, ideal for holding your fabric provisionally and precisely in place, whether sewing or embroidering. It avoids the use of pins, it doesn't stain, and will disappear when washed as well. So there you go. So maybe it's binding strips, whether it's applique, and maybe it's a case that you don't like using pins. If you're a bit like me and you tend to catch your skin on the pins, which is not a good thing as well, then using something like this, or you want it to sit completely flat, then there you go. Temporary adhesive glue stick, always a popular item. It's proven to be a popular one today as well. So it's £6.99 is your price. And it's just a nice, easy delivery mechanism, isn't it? If you're going to classes and workshops, again, sometimes people don't like it. I remember being at a class once, and I got my temporary spray out, and I used it just in my desk area, and I tend to be quite conscious. I just use it quickly and just a little bit. Somebody the other length of the room was like, and I was like, what's going on? And yeah. Not everybody. You might be okay with it, but not everybody is. So there we go. So there you go. £6.99. Very affordable price. If you already shopped with us today, I would certainly suggest adding this one into your basket, because you're not going to be paying any additional post and packing. You don't want to be coming back in 2 or 3 days' time thinking, oh, you know what, I'm going to get that now, and pay post and packing on top of it. And of course, it's a name that we know and love, isn't it? So there we go. If you like the look of that one, then DWZW14. Pop that one into your basket like that one. Lots of you taking advantage of that. I've got a little wooden roller, have I? Have I really? Let's have a little look. Oh, I can. Oh, bring that with me as well. Oh, I've not seen this before. Oh, this is nice. Oh, I like that. Now, this is a brilliant little idea. So, Quilted Bear bring us a wonderful range of tools. And the idea with this one is that you are able to use, you know, the heat that we talk about that can help you reinforce your seams and things like that. Well, sometimes you might not have an iron that's handy. You might be a bit like me and just a bit too lazy to get up out your chair. So this will allow you to literally use the heat of the kind of the wood that you've got in there, just rolling it along, and it will give you like a little kind of pre-creased element there. Obviously, you can come across and press it at a later stage, but sometimes if you just got like a seam that you're just wanting to press open and not necessarily take it to the ironing board, well, it will allow you to do that. Just literally just have it there, pick it up and just kind of run it across like so. So you can see, works really well, putting that press in place without having to use any heat. So yeah, nice little tool, lovely feel to it, I have to say. And it just looks nice, doesn't it? Looks nice. And also it's a nice width as well. I've got a seam roller that it's a little bit too narrow, and I'm kind of pressing, and it's like you end up with kind of grooves and things. But that is a really good size. So yeah, nice little tool. Nice gift for somebody, that as well. So there you go. If you like the little idea of that one, then £6.99, a very affordable price. Comes in a little box as well. So perfect if you're wanting to give that as a gift. Turn it around that way, around that way, I think, as well. There we go. I think that's the way it's meant to go. Now, something I was talking about at the top of the hour, tools that I've not seen before, and this is one of them. Clover are a brilliant, brilliant company when it comes to tools and gadgets and gizmos to help you. And I've not seen this one before. So this one is a Hold It Precision stiletto. Now, I've got a stiletto that I use. It's not this particular one. It's actually a metal one. And it's quite sharp, very pointy, and frankly quite dangerous in my hands. So what you've got with this one is you've got a little tool. I'm just going to get that open so I can take it out. Oh, it's come out the bottom. There you go. So you've got two ends on this one. So you've got like a little kind of silicone piece on one end, and then you've kind of got like a hooky detail on the other there. And the idea being that when you are sewing and you're putting anything through your sewing machine, you can actually use this to guide your fabric under the sewing machine foot. So if you imagine you find yourself doing that, you've got your foot and your needle there, and you find yourself doing this, That is a big no-no. Use the stiletto to push your fabric under the pin. Keep your fingers well and truly away from it. A few different ways you can use the tool because of it being double-ended, but there you go. It just means that you can control your fabric. It's a very good pointer when you're presenting as well. And it just allows you to feed your fabric through. So whether it's the silicone, because you want that little bit of a grip, or whether it's the hooky end that you're wanting to use as well. Because of it being silicone as well, it's useful for holding fine pieces in place if you're needing to press them as well. So things like a plique, if you're wanting to use it near your hot iron, keeping your fingers away, whether you're making binding, whatever reason, this is a really clever tool. And it's just a perfect one to maybe keep either in your sewing accessory box on your sewing machine if you've got a long one, or you can just pop it into your pen pot alongside all your other bits and pieces that you've got. So there you go. Hold it, precision stiletto, very cleverly designed, and just a welcome addition to any sewing room, I think, that one. So there you go. $12.99. Useful. One of those little gadgets that you didn't know about it, but now you need it, and it makes sense. And sometimes you don't necessarily think, oh, I'll have a browse, see what's on the website. Some things don't pop up naturally. You have to search for them. And unless you were searching for something else that sounded like hold it, precision stiletto, they're not words that you use very often when you're searching, really, are they? So you probably wouldn't have come across it. Where are we going next? Stick-on pad pins. Oh, thimble pads. I didn't realise that's what those were. Oh, okay. So we've got this little one here now. I think they're separate items, these ones. Perfect. So this is clever because I've often sewn and ended up with that kind of indentation on my finger pad, but I don't like using a traditional thimble. Can we talk about sweaty fingers? Because that's what happens with me. I'm the only one that struggles with a thimble because my hands get hot and I end up with a sweaty finger. I'm amongst friends, I can mention that, can't I? Well, if you're a bit like me, be like Hayley and get an ultra thimble shield. And this is really clever because it literally, you've got your little double-sided pads, I suppose you could say, with these. And that means that you've only got that kind of the tip of the thimble making contact. Very clever idea. So one of these is perfect for just traditional sewing. So you can obviously got the little cut dimples in there. The other one that I showed you as well, I'll explain this one. This is when you're working with things like leather. They're made out of leather. Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought it was if you're sewing with leather. Yeah, I was going to say, because that's the sort of thing that quite often when you're working with leather, you need to do it by hand, don't you? So, I see. So this is a metal one. So I'm going to bring both in just to explain the difference, although the details on the screen are this one that's on the top. So this is a metal disc, whereas this one is a little piece of leather that you put. Does that sit on top of it? Or no, that just goes direct on your finger? Yeah. Got you. So you put one of those on and then you stick that in place. The other one just goes straight onto your finger. Not seen these either. Apply an adhesive dot to the inside of the ultra thimble. Before removing the protective covering, press the adhesive firmly to eliminate any bubbles. Wait several minutes, so just give it a chance to bond, and then remove the protective cover and stick the ultra thimble to your fingertip and use pushing or deflecting needles. There's nobody near that. Oh, minor earth tremor. Somebody was that impressed with these, they just literally fainted in the studio. When reusing the ultra thimble, allow a few minutes for the warmth of your finger to reactivate the adhesive and then replace. Love it. There you go. So that is the one that was on your screen. Swapping that one out for the leather version. So there you go. If you don't want to go down the route of the metal one, for whatever reason, then you can go for the leather one. So there you go. And again, these ones, you don't need the sticky pad to go on the inside because straight away it just goes on your finger. So there you go. And a similar sort of idea there. Strong enough to handle the heaviest of needlework or crafting projects, but comfortable enough to wear all day. So it literally will mould with your skin, doesn't it, I suppose? Brilliant. So there you go. That pack there, you've got, and I've read it somewhere. Where did I read it? think it's 12. Where did I see it? I'm sure I read it somewhere. There is 12 there. Perhaps did I read it somewhere else? I might have read it on that one. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know where I read it. Oh, there you go. See, just to prove, I did read 8 somewhere, but it was on the other item, which is not relevant at all. But you're welcome. £9.99, FBY V21, if you like the idea of those. Lovely. Where we go next, Hannah? Oh, little hexes, little hexes, little hexes. Now, this is brilliant. Such a time saver, absolute time saver. So if you are into your little hexes and you want your 3/4 inch hexes, you've got your paper elements here. You've got 100 of them in this here, all pre-cut, all reusable if you're careful the way that you use them. If you are into doing your little hexes, don't forget your temporary glue, because obviously when you put that down and you kind of fussy cut around the outside, you can use that to actually fold over the fabrics as you need to. So yeah, £3.49. They are something that you probably didn't wake up this morning and think, right, I need some of those. But if you've placed an order already, then and you know you're going to use them, then add them in. £3.49. Why not? Saves you looking for them at a later stage. Perfect for all those little scraps. So yeah, your little scrap bucket, hand stitch projects to go with you on holiday. Yeah, get your hexes. Like those, brilliant idea. Stock up on those as well. Where are we going next? The colour. Now, this is really clever, because quite often, and we all find out at these stages that sometimes we struggle with choosing the right colours to go together in the project. So this is a brilliant idea. So what you've got with this is a place, point, pick kind of technique. So you place your colour wheel over the fabric that you're using, because there's a kind of like a window that you can work with here. And then, can I open it? Yeah, because I'm talking about it and it's easier to show you really. I've kind of opened it carefully, so it can probably be squeezed back in again without anybody knowing. Oops, caught it on there. They're only little staples. You can poke those back through again. So, whoop. There we go. Just being careful, that's all. So, what you do with this, so you take your fabric. So let's take, does it matter what size fabric that we go? I suppose it doesn't really, does it? So take your fabric. So I've never used this before, so I'm just going to follow the instructions for you. So place a colour wheel over your fabric or swatch of colour you would like to match so that it shows through the window, and pick the shade around the window, which is the closest match. So I'm going to go with that one. I think I'm going to go with that one. And it's got all the different letters, A, B, C, or whatever on there. Make sure the tonal estimator is not obstructing your view. Point the indicator to your colour. So we're going to point the indicator, and there's an arrow there. So point that to the colour there. And then you'll see possible colour combinations that will work together as your base of your colour theory. So you've got complementary colours. They are the colours that are opposite in the colour wheel. So your pink will work with your green. It's almost like a nature combination. It's pink from your petals and your green from your foliage. The colours are either side, so you're either going for opposites or you're going for your neighbours with regards to these. These ones are the either side and including. So you've almost got a spectrum of 3 colours there that are going to work with that pink that you've got there. And a triad is when you're actually looking at the points that you've got here. So it's actually depicted on here as well. So it's saying if you're looking for a combination of 3, you've got 1, then you've got that point of the triangle and that there. So those are a good 3 colour combination to work with your pink there. And then you've got a tetrad, which I didn't even know existed, and that's where you're looking at your 4 corners. So you would move your corners and have your corner there, and you can see that they will work together. And again, you've got your different combinations there. So very cleverly thought out. Just very useful little tool to help you, maybe when you're choosing your different fabrics and putting them together. So like that idea. So I don't know what's that in there. Oh, what's that bit? I don't know what that bit is. I don't know. Not sure what that is, but that's in there as well. Oh, I've just seen it there. Right, so you can hold that. Right, so you can see the tones more so than the actual bright colour. So whether it's light, dark and so on. Got you. Right, and that's that little bit there. It's all there. All the information is there. You just need to read it. So there you go, if you like to get hold of that one. Now, colour. Ooh. I like this, like very spaghetti western, that, wasn't it? I'll have a drink. So there you go. Now, this is a similar sort of idea. So if you don't like the idea of the colour wheel, with this one, you've got 200 cards to mix, match and plan. So again, you've got instructions that come with this one. I think they might be inside. There we go. So here you go. So your colour wheel kind of features in loads of different ways, really, but it's kind of simplifying it. So you've got your hue cards, you've got your neutral cards, and you've got your value cards with these as well. And you've got information on the back there as well. So you've got 168 colour wheel cards, 8 grayscale cards, and also your neutral cards as well. And you've got a card numbering system. So with regards to these, you've got your hue, you've got your tints, you've got your tones, and you've got your shades, using the letters A through to G, as you can see there as well. So it's a bit like the wheel. And what you've actually got is you'll have a card that will show you different colours on these. So these are all different. So you could actually lay it on your fabric. So it will go into more depth when you actually work your way through, but it's literally, you are auditioning the colours there. It'll tell you what the colour is, and it will also give you those kind of neighbours and also the opposites. So again, where we were talking about your complementary, your triadic, and also your split complementary with the neighbours. It's kind of like opposites and neighbours, I always talk about them. So yeah. And these have all got the different colours that you could potentially want with regards to your fabric. So nice and easy. So if you were to actually come in and choose, say like for instance that one there, I might be wanting to pick out the purples in the centre there. Then when I flip that over, it's kind of giving me the information that I need and where I can go off and find all the complementary colours to work opposite. Because the back of these, they're all different. So it's kind of specific to that one particular colour. So you can see over here, that is the segment there, whereas this green one, it's on the opposite. So it will literally be, you'll choose that because that's the right kind of pinky purple in the middle there. I'll flip that over and it will show me complementary wise what I've got opposite. And it actually gives you the kind of the card tone there. So then you would find that card and then go off and find a fabric that has got that by auditioning it. Very clever system. Never seen it before, but very, very clever. I like that a lot. And sometimes it's a little simpler when you've kind of got those colour cards to help you choose your colours. £23.99, like that idea. Yeah, again, it's something that's going to make it nice and easy for you as well. So you've got the reference guide there as well, haven't you? So yeah, if you find yourself stuck in a rut, find the colours on there and you can find it there. Clever. I like that. Right, let's pop that away then, because they're not mine. So, oops, let's pop that there. Now, we were here earlier on. We were launching Kate's new book. Brand new, very, very popular. We might touch on it again in this. I don't know if I've got it handy. Oh, there it is. There. So, yeah, brand new book. So there we go. But we're also talking about different fabrics. So, is it the squares that we're looking at? Yeah. So, this, as a trio, should be £147.97p. But it's not. We've got a huge saving for you. Huge. Bringing it down to £119.97. You've still got your split pay with this one. So you're saving just shy of £30. But what you are getting is 3 packs of 42 fabric pieces. So there's over 120 pieces with this. And they're 10 inch. Can you imagine what you can do with that? Oh, loads of fun. So loads and loads of different designs from Kaffe in 10-inch squares. So very, very usable in loads and loads of different ways. Shall I open that up and show you? Because I think it's already been opened up. I'll just... Is it all stuck? Oh, it's all stuck down. I will leave it for now. I can feel Levi's eyes bearing into my soul as I'm actually about to take the wrapper off there. But there you go. Gorgeous fabrics, as you can see there as well. So extremely limited in stock. We did touch on it earlier on this morning. Was it the 8 o'clock show? Okay, yeah, it was 8 o'clock this morning, wasn't it? So if you want to see them in closer detail, by all means, please do so, but be quick because we've not got very many of those left at all. Something to work alongside those are the design rolls. Now these, obviously, when they come to you, are rolled up, but I got my hands on them. So with these, you have got all 3 of these. So let me just move the squares out of the way. So this again, going for the bundle with the 3 different styles on here. If I've got that the right way around, I think I have. You're saving £26 on these. So you've got your vineyard, you've also got your meadow, and you've got, was it your Bright Spring? I think it was Bright Spring, wasn't it? Again, some of these are going to complement the 10-inch squares that we just looked at a few moments ago. I think the meadow is the one that features in there, but it's another way of you getting 120 strips of fabric that are beautiful to work alongside. Some of them kind of cross over, so you will see them appearing in the different collections, but just a brilliant range of fabrics, I am sure you'll agree. So if you like the look of those. Again, we featured those at 8 o'clock this morning, so you can go back and have a little look. But some of our firm favourites, some of which we had on larger pieces of fabric as well. So we're big fans of Kaffe here at Sewing Street, so you can go off and find some of these if you wanted to go for your half-metre pieces. But there you go, nice way to get hold of a brilliant selection of fabrics, so we like those a lot. But of course, it was very exciting at 8 a.m. because we brought you the brand new book, Kaffe's brand new book. Now these, just to get a little kind of background, this is a book that's not due to be released until the 22nd of August. But we've got in first. So Kaffe, we have a brilliant relationship with Kaffe. So what we've actually got for you is autographed copies, which is brilliant. I love it. And this is ready to go. So you don't have to wait till the 22nd. These are in our warehouse. You can literally order this and it will hopefully be one of the orders that is shipped on Monday. We've had a lot of orders up until now with this one. If you are at the NEC or you've been to the NEC, you may well have picked one up there, but it's only from Kaffe and from us, the only place you can get it ahead of the 22nd. You may well see it online where you can pre-order it, but it will not be released, or everywhere we've looked at anyway, it's not going to be released until the 22nd. So that is kind of where we're at. Now, Kaffe's books are always crammed full of loads of inspirational photographs featuring some beautiful quilts that have been created. 20 quilts are featuring in here, and not only have you got your lifestyle photos that I'm thumbing through here, you've also got your patterns for them as well. So you could take inspiration from the illustrations that you've got here, actually choose the fabrics to create using the pattern that are in here. Or what you might want to do is take inspiration from the design but change the fabrics out. So this one has been designed by Lisa. So with this one, you've got a detailed size of the quilt. So this one's a little over 2 meters square. You've got all your different fabrics featuring here and the names of the fabrics and how much you need of the fabrics. And then you've got your fabric key here showing you the 12 different fabrics featuring within here. But of course, it might be you wanting to substitute certain fabrics. Some of them you might need 5/8 of a yard, just over ½ meter of. It might be things that you've got within your stash already and you're thinking to yourself, well, I've got something that I can substitute. You know exactly how much you need. But with every single one of these, the instructions in the book are as detailed as the instructions that you would get if you were buying a Kaffe quilt kit, which we regularly sell. So you've got all of the instructions there, your cutting guide. Some of them will feature templates, and your templates you will find towards the back of your book, and they are there for you to use over and over again. You've also got hints and tips in here, how to put your projects together. Glossary at the back, so if you've heard us use a word when we're talking quilting and you're thinking, what on earth is she talking about? Well, there you go. That's where you can find all that information. But 20 beautiful quilts in a variety of different sizes, some square ones, some rectangular ones, some that you might think, well, rather than actually doing that as a 15-block quilt, I'm actually going to do it as a, I don't know, 4x4 or 3x3, or maybe just make a cushion. There's loads of variations, but 20 projects to start with. And then, of course, oh, I like that one, flowers and fences. That is nice. Clever using the stripes, isn't it? Sorry, I was losing myself for a moment. There we go. Brilliant. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of yours, details are on your screen there. Get it into your basket, but get your basket checked out, and do have a little look at the show 8 a.m. this morning, because the fabrics that we did feature have featured within that book as well. So there we go. Very popular. Now, talking about quilt kits. Now, this is gorgeous. This is huge. 2 meters 30 by 2 meters 75. That is huge. Again, the design of this one, you've got a rectangular quilt, but maybe you're not going to use the half square triangles, top and bottom, and turn it into a square quilt. It's entirely up to you. Now with this one, it's huge. Have a look at this. 90 inches by 108 inches. Now we've had it on before. Not sure whether it's actually been demonstrated on live. It's been on only a handful of times. But we're in cave mode. And you know what? I'm not here often enough to kind of get into trouble, so we're going to bring the price down. Lowest ever price. So within this one, I forgot to look how much fabric we've got. You've got over 11 metres of fabric, £149.99. So do you know what? Even if you, am I all right to open this? You get an 11 metres of fabric. So even if you think of this being an opportunity to get 11 metres of fabric, so how much does that work out as a half metre? 13.63 metre, so £6.81 for a half metre. That is brilliant. Oh, I'm going in. We don't have many of these. So again, it might not be the quilt that you're looking at wanting to make, but you've got big quantities of these fabrics. So you've got your solids that have been matched. So let's move the tissue paper out of the way as well. Oops, the daisy. There we go. So when we're looking at fabrics with these, so let me give you an indication of what you're going to get with these. So the different fabrics, we are looking at, oh no, it just tells you the actual cut pieces on that one. Right, I thought it told you the actual, oh, it is over here. Right, so in your different fabrics, it's detailed here. So the darker purple with that one, you've got just over half a metre. The one that you've got the most of is this one here. So with that one, you've actually got 3 metres 65. So you've got a lot of that particular one. So again, it might be that you're wanting to use that in a different way. Well, you can do. The smallest cut that you've got with these is going to be that particular one, which is just over half a metre at 65 centimetres. But you've got well over a metre of some of these as well. So yeah. In total, over 11 metres. 11 metres and 40 centimetres to be precise. You need your backing. Your backing isn't included, but it tells you all in your instructions how much you need. So there you go. £6.81 for a half metre. And you don't have to make it up as the quilt. It might be that you've got an idea for those. You're going to use that somewhere else. You're going to use that as whatever reason. But what we are doing is bringing that price right the way down. And even though we've brought the price right the way down, we haven't taken away your split pay opportunity. So you can still spread the cost if you're wanting to, but it's just a beauty. I love the colours, those purples and blues. Or maybe you're thinking, do you know what? I've done a few lap quilts and I want to, it could be a winter project, this one, couldn't it? So you're kind of getting ahead of those winter months, when many of us do make our quilts. It's kind of how it all came about, isn't it, Carter? It's classed as a confident beginner. So, yeah. It might be that you put off because of the size of it, but think about it when you actually look at it on the screen. You can make it to whatever size you want. So I personally like a square quilt, so I might not use the half square triangles that you're looking at the moment that are going down the two sides. Or it might be that you stop at the light and then you're using that patterned fabric and the kind of the pebbles that you've got on the outside. So you could potentially make a couple of different quilts utilising that. So it's very effective, but quite a simple design. There's going to be a big size of fabric to work with if you are working with that. But again, your construction of this, you can put it together to make it the way that you need to put it together. The instructions are going to give you guidance, obviously. But yeah. Or if you fancy changing the layout, oh, excuse me, little hiccup, changing the layout, then you can do. Love it. We were talking about the quilt police earlier on, weren't we? Well, you do it the way that you do you. Oh, I've got hiccups. Sorry. Could be worse. Could be a lot worse. So there you go. If you like the idea of your floral maze, absolutely beautiful, gorgeous. I can't get over the weight. I've just picked up the fabrics to put back in the box. It is really heavy. Really heavy. All of that. Beautiful. Oh, gorgeous. So if you like the idea of that one, then please go for it. I've got the quilt down here. I've got no chance of holding it up. No chance. But you had a nice little video there to look at it. So I'm going to pop those in there, ready for our lovely Levi to pop away all neat and tidy, and I'll just deny all knowledge. Now, 5:05, been very busy with regards to the little stick that we spoke of, but it's a perfect opportunity for you to stock up on these. So, it's up to you how you shop for it, but value-wise, it's better to go for the big can. Because the big can, you've got 500 mils in there, $13.99. You've kind of got your details on how to use it, obviously full instructions on there as well. QR code, so if you do like watching a video, then go off and do research that. The reason being that this is the better of the value, $13.99 for that one. That one is 500, and this one is half the size, but $7.99. So you're saving a little bit by going for the larger one. This is the size that I have in my sewing room at home. That's the one that I do have in my bag. So there's a place for both of them. So why do you use 505? Well, this can vary from sewer to sewer. It's a temporary adhesive, so it's brilliant in loads of different scenarios. I sometimes use it for placement of applique pieces quite often. I often use it with my in the hoop designs that I'm doing with my embroidery, because you need to put fabric on the back of the hoop with a temporary adhesive, so I use that to spray the fabric for that. You can use it for literally putting your layers together of anything. So if you've got a tricky fabric that's a slippy slidey, then you can use that for putting it together. Things like your quilts, your topper, your wadding, your backing, all give it a good spray and smooth it from the centre to the outer edge. That is the key thing. And spray your wadding, not your fabric, if you are doing that. So yeah, just a top tip. But just kind of give it a spray. Loads of people use it, and you can use it on all sorts of different scenarios. Tissue paper, patchwork, patterns. There's loads of different ways, and it's a temporary adhesive, so it is designed that you're using it as a temporary adhesive, and stitches are going to secure everything together. So yeah, it will wash away if you've got any excess there, and it doesn't stain, acid free as well. So yeah, definitely one, and it's a staple. Everybody uses this sewing. If you do want to go for the smaller can, don't forget we have got that one available as well. It might be that you're wanting to try it in a smaller can. Yeah, you will find yourself coming back for more of it, but it might be a case that that's not portable. It's quite weighty, so that is maybe more sizable to go in your crafty bag. And yeah, we might not have a huge amount of space in your craft room. That's okay. Do be careful though, because other people might pinch it for temporary adhesive of other things as well. But don't forget, we have been talking about the temporary adhesive glue stick as well. So that is the last in the trio, really. And this again, brilliant idea. This is where you've kind of got that temporary adhesive in a glue stick. So you just twist the bottom and it will come to obviously the forefront. You use that. It is blue in colour. So it will leave a little bit of a mark on your fabric, but that disappears. Disappears in two ways. One, when you wash your fabric, so it'll go because it's only a temporary adhesive, but also it takes about 30 seconds or so. Depends on the heat of the room and stuff like that, to be fair. But again, you can see where you've put it. We were talking about hexes earlier on. If you went for your hexes and you're wanting to use it to kind of fold over your fabrics, then yeah, that's a nice way of using it. So there you go, $6.99, definitely worth going for. There's loads of other bits and pieces as well. So we've had a message come through. Oh, get a message. I like a message. Who's messaged in today? Oh, I recognise that. Oh, happy Saturday, everyone. Just wanted to let Hayley know that my daughter made her first grab and go bag last week and has already started a second. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, thank you so much. I haven't got any names, though. Do we know our names of these people as well? Don't know, so I don't know who you are. Julie, don't know who your daughter's name. Oh, but thank you. Do you know what? I love seeing these different grab and go bags made up because it's I kind of look at it and think, oh, that's nice. And then the penny drops that it's my pattern. So, oh, thank you. It's always a popular item. We've got a few of them in stock at the moment. I've not got another show scheduled, I don't think, till the beginning of September. There's a couple of different videos that are available on YouTube of how to put it together. You've got a QR code which will take you to that. So yeah, only a handful of those left because they weren't due to be on shows for a little while yet. So £9.99 if you're wanting to get hold of that. And hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of those have been made. And as a result of those, I kind of got some zips manufactured to work with. Now, there's two different sizes of these. The 28-inch one, it's a double pulley, so it's perfect for doing them with your grab and go because you can literally open it out. It's the tricky one to see from the image because this one is the black one, but you have got a double pulley in there. So perfect for that kind of scenario of opening up your grab and go bag. So the smaller, we've got some larger ones for hobby bags as well, but you've got, I think there's 3 or 4 different colours of them. So yeah, 28-inch is what you need for the grab and go. Slightly oversized, so you can use them on other projects as well. Got a grey version as well, so if you do want the grey version, there you go. There are 2 little pulleys there going in opposite directions. So brilliant addition if you are going to be making your grab and go bags. And as I say, a few different colours that are available with those. The black, there's navy, I think, in there as well. I can't remember all the colours off the top of my head, but they're all there available. And you've got a larger version as well. There's an ivory one in there as well. So I think there's 4 different colourways, 2 different sizes. So the black, the navy, the grey, and the ivory available in the 28-inch, which is the grab and go version. But the hobby bag, the larger bag that I've brought to you, we have got another one for that as well, which is the 36-inch, and you'll find those on the website. So there you go. If you want to get hold of those, you can do as well. Oh, it's been a lovely morning as well. Where am I going for? Some paper. That'll be this one then. So this, I should have just left this one because I love it when Hannah's trying to describe to me what we're going to next. I knew exactly where we were going, but she's like, it's almost like you're playing a game. You know those parlour games where you're not allowed to actually mention the name and you've got to give descriptions of it. It's like paper stuff that you like put in your printer and you get, yeah. Well, this is it. Now, this is brilliant because personalisation, isn't it lovely to give or receive a gift that's got personalisation? And this is brilliant. So what you've actually got here is you've got 5 sheets. They're 21-inch by 28 centimetres, 21 centimetres by 28 centimetres. I think they're actually American letter size, so slightly different to A4. So when you are using them on your printer, you just need to change the settings, but you will mention that there. And you can literally take any image that you like and print it onto the fabric that you're working with. So you'll use it on an inkjet printer. Oh, you can use it on laser as well. Now, quite often you can't use it on laser because of the heat aspect, but you can do on this occasion. Print off photos, put text on projects. You can have loads of fun with these. So if you wanted to make a T-shirt that is going to be perfect for whatever situation, then absolutely brilliant. Now, I will mention, it does say on the screen there, dark and light textiles, but it says on the packet here for light coloured cotton. So I'd probably go for the lead on this, to be honest. As long as you don't mind, I mean, if you don't mind a white backdrop. So I don't know. Not sure, but yeah, it's got lots of information, lots of different languages there. So there we go. There you go. I'm just going to move that out of the way, just in case. There's probably an image on the website. Go and check it out. Where are we going next? Oh, threads. Now these are pretty. Now, Debbie Shaw's product range here at Sewing Street is always a popular range, and she's teamed up with Aurifil to bring a lovely set. Aren't they gorgeous? Look at that. I'm not going to open these up because they've kind of all security sealed, but you've got some gorgeous colours. In fact, there you go. Now, these are 100% cotton. They're 50 weights, perfect for your sewing machines. And you've got 1,300 metres on each one of those 6 spools there. And they come in a beautiful box there. They're gorgeous. Nice for you to keep together. I'm guessing she's done a vintage collection of fabrics and things like that. So definitely worth going for. So that's that particular one. I will just mention that if you are looking for your kind of your pantry classics, then we have got things like your necessities as well for Aurifil as well. So you can check them all out. Oh, we're going to bring the details. Sorry, that was me. I like to go right the way up to the wire. We've literally got a few minutes left. It's like we've got to maximise. Best presses on the show, we haven't even mentioned that. But there you go. Yours, I think these may have been tampered with slightly. They might not be, Miss Marple, but I've got a feeling they have been. And yours will probably be in a better condition box than this one. But we do like these, as you can see. They are well loved. Well loved. It's been a lovely day. I've really enjoyed myself. There's a lot of things that we haven't had a chance to show you, but they are all on the website. So if you are kind of checking out your baskets, just have a little look to see what else is on offer, because there's some amazing deals, some wonderful products that you can be able to add into your basket as well. And then make sure that you regroup with us tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I don't know who's presenting tomorrow. Oh, John's back. And we've got a lovely day ahead. We've got William Morris multi-weight quilt, which is going to be a fabulous one to look at. We love our William Morris, you have done today. Circular pleat cushion. Now, I've seen this on social media. Sally Ann, she's like a wizard, isn't she, when it comes to fabric? She's amazing. Circular pleat cushion, lovely style, very clever technique, which I know you're going to love. Quilting Tools, again, it's always good to have a little look at those quilting tools, isn't it? So that's going to be at 10 o'clock. And then we've got an entomologist, a mini quilt collection, Sally Ann Harrison. I love that because it's all about insects, isn't it? And I don't know whether that's a personal interest of Sally Ann's or how it's come to be. You'll have to tune in at 11 a.m. tomorrow to find out. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got more beautiful quilt kits that you'll love. So make sure that you are tuning in. And don't forget, we like to bring you some amazing deals. And as is the case today, when you're placing your order, you are going to get that limited edition badge enclosed with your order. You don't need to do anything, it's automatically added in. So there you go, a pin badge with all orders while stocks last and only during the event. Now you can hear Rob, Hobby Maker, they're all ready to go. So getting very excited. So of course we finish at 1 o'clock with Hobby Maker, pick up the crafty mantle right the way through till 9 o'clock this evening. So thank you for your company today, making me feel as welcome as you always do. Looking forward to seeing some of you guys maybe at Festival this afternoon, because I'm heading up there after I've let the dogs out. And then I will be there tomorrow on the Madeira stand up until 2 o'clock, because then I'll be whizzing back down the M42, not whizzing, at kind of correct speed, to get back here for Hobby Maker in the afternoon. So I'll be the one that's kind of falling asleep on the desk. I'll see you very soon. Yeah, take care. Bye for now.